Good morning. Looks like the judge is about ready to speak. We are on day 4. We are into the jury watch phase. The jury has requested to watch the police interrogation video. So they'll be doing that first thing. And this is, of course, a retrial. He was found guilty on not reporting the body and 2 counts of theft. I'm not sure what he took from the scene, or maybe the vehicle and the gun. I don't know. I think he also got tampering with the crime scene. So let's see. Judge Fluker here seems to be a real no-nonsense kind of judge. She starts on time. There isn't a lot of extra sidebars. She hasn't yet addressed anybody. I thought that she was gonna start, but okay. Anyway, oh, the judge has an iPhone. Interesting that she has it set up so she can see with her bank of computers. So this is a retrial for the more serious charges that the jury got hung on back in May. Whether or not Austin Ford committed murder and used a dangerous weapon, I think is what the charge was. So the poll yesterday on Law and Crime seemed to be running about 55% guilty, 27% not guilty, or 23%, something like that, and the rest was hung jury. And with that wide a spread of opinion, if you figure it's going to be representative of the jury, it's going to be a long deliberation and a good possibility of another mistrial. I would be surprised if they went for a third trial if he is acquitted on those points. He won't be walking free if he were acquitted, because he was convicted on the other charges. But yeah, he seems like he's a ne'er-do-well type. At the time of the crime, he was just out of high school. Seemed to be, at best, a small-time drug dealer. Just how small is a good question. We've had conflicting statements. They say, "Oh, hello, Indiana. What are the 3 charges?" Let me pull up an article that I found. We'll take a look at exactly which charges. Okay. Looks like the mistrial was on May 1st. And tampering with evidence and 2 counts of theft by taking. So let's see if it says what he took. I think it's pretty obvious he took the car. Okay, he was found guilty of a charge of tampering with evidence, having been accused of leaving her body in a Gwinnett County park. He was also found guilty of 2 theft by taking charges. Could not come to a unanimous verdict on the most serious charge against him: felony murder, aggravated assault, or involuntary manslaughter. Now, they just dismissed the voluntary manslaughter charge yesterday. So it's either felony murder and aggravated assault. That would be using the dangerous weapon, I guess. Mistrial also declared 2 counts of possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. And if the theft by taking is probably a felony, but I don't know. It could be a misdemeanor. Trial lasted part of last week before the jury went to deliberations Friday. Then delivered all day that day. They came back Monday morning. They told the jury at one point they could not reach a unanimous verdict before the judge asked them to return deliberation to see which, if any, charges they could come to a unanimous agreement
on.
All right,
let's bring out Mr. Ford, please. All right, let's go back on the record. Today is Friday, August 11th, 2023. I'm Judge Deborah Fluker. This is Division 3 of Gwinnett County Superior Court. This is the continuation of the criminal jury trial in 23B00981-3, the State versus Austin Tyree Ford. The attorneys for the state are present in the court. Mr. Ford is present in the court, seated next to his counsel. The jurors have arrived and they are en route to the courtroom. We are resuming with the jury trial, with the jurors having requested last night before we recessed to review State's Exhibit 70B, which was admitted as the video interview of Mr. Ford. So unless their request to view that video has changed, we will bring them in momentarily. I will give them a limiting instruction on rehearing evidence, and I will ask the state to then commence publishing State's Exhibit 70B. I believe, Mr. Lewis, for the state, that you played approximately 46 minutes of that when it was published during the trial. Is that accurate? All right, so unless there's any objection, then I would propose whatever was published to the jury during the trial is the same thing that would be published during the replaying of that exhibit. Any exception to that from the defense?
No, Judge, I think that's accurate.
All right, any exception from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so if you will stop it at the same portion, and we'll be at ease for a moment until the bailiff gives me the go-ahead that the jurors are ready to come in. I would ask anyone, well, there's not really anyone, but I'm announcing it for the record. Anyone who is not an officer of the court must have their phone powered completely off, not just silent.
That would be my first guess. And that's probably wrong. Yeah, that was my first guess too. That's why I didn't trust it.
Huh. 27 Celsius. I always have to look it up. Let's see. 80.6 degrees. Let's see. It's currently 69 here. Just getting light up. Okay, I entered 69 into Celsius side, and I don't want it to be that hot, so let's 20.55 Celsius. And I think, yeah, I would imagine so. I was watching I love historic architecture, and I stumbled across this channel over some expats in France. They were featured on Escape to the Chateau, and
Ready to come in? We're ready for them.
Yep.
And you have the alternates as well?
They bought this chateau in France and have been renovating it for several years. And then a year ago, they bought a convent in a town nearby, and so now they're renovating the chateau. And Oh, you've seen the Pethericks. um,
All right. Good
it's
morning,
really
members of the
fascinating.
jury. Before we begin the replaying of the exhibit that you requested to view again, I do have a limiting instruction for you. Before we begin viewing the video evidence, I do need to caution you as follows. I am, at your request, to assist you in your deliberations, allowing you to view again the videotape testimony of Austin Ford. However, it is appropriate and necessary to instruct you that this was only one part of the evidence in the entire trial. And by allowing you to view this evidence again, in no way should unduly emphasize this part of the evidence. You should recall all of the evidence from the entire trial as a whole, and you should look at this as only part of the entirety of the evidence that was produced to you during the trial of this matter. So merely because you have seen this video more than one time, you should not give it undue emphasis just because you have seen it more than once. And as always, the charge of the court, together with the instructions that I have just given you, should be considered by you as one body of law applicable to the case. And you should follow all of these instructions when arriving at your verdict. Please publish the exhibit.
Looks like he's only got one suit. Oh, okay, we got to watch this too.
What the hell? You know how much you did, right? Miss Teresa, not Teresa, it is Teresa, yeah, I'm gonna call her, Rania. Hey, mom. She was like, you know something like that? Why? I was like, no, he didn't. They tried to call him. Yeah, so she called me, was like, he was like, I was like, for what? She's like, did you charge him? I was like, no, what are you talking about? And I was like, shit, I've been trying to find him, so she told me today. So that's why I was like, I just write it down here. I don't know who about that.
But what happened was, I had an argument with my girlfriend, and I just, we were trying to get away from, I went outside being loud, and somebody called the police, and he found going on me and stuff like that, and I had the same experience, I had to hold on me and stuff like that, so.
Yeah, well, you knew about that one, like, cause I told you about that. But, well, since obviously, you know what, I'm here to talk about that. I just was like, Victor, you know, I know you're going through it, but just a good time for us to sit down and talk. Thanks for, this is text George back. I just have to, read the Miranda warning because we are in a jail. And you can't just like get up and leave. You're not like free to leave. Does that make sense? So with that, we have to read Miranda warnings. This place is echoing so loud. Yeah, let me just read it really quick. Okay. Whether attending fire, anything you say can will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you. But when questioning, if you wish, you can decide at any time to exercise his right, not answer any questions or make any statements. Okay? All right. So, what was your point about?
She said I wasn't being a man. So like we went to go get some stuff at the store and it came up to $300, the $1,000. And I said, you know, I'm going to the store, but that's too much money, that's too much. It's too much. She said $300, $1,000. Yeah, so a lot, you know. And so she was like, I said, I'll get some. So So we got to the cash register, and I said, okay, so how much you gonna put that, how much you gonna put that? And she was like, you want to divide it up or something like that, and then, she put in the calculator, it was like, 140 or something from each of us. And then I was gonna get 140, and you showed my bank account, I had like $8 left. So I said, okay, we gonna get the rest of the money. So when we get to this one, I came up, she's going back, and I'm like, she left me bad, and I said, what happened? She said, I paid for it, whatever. Oh, you didn't pay for it, I won't pay for it. So then she get mad and crying, but I was very fun about it, because she had to pay for it, and all this, and I was like, I'm not gonna pay for it, I'm gonna pay for it. And then she says, man, I'm not mad, I'm not gonna pay for it. We get the rest of our money for whatever, it's always like, you know, it's always a good. And she was always going through it. Like, yeah, and she just, man, it just happened. I was gonna leave, but I was just be home. I was gonna be home. The police followed behind us, and that's it.
And then they found a gun on you. What do you think that gun? I thought what the charge was, I don't know, this is not my jurisdiction, so I'm just being nosy. What the hell?
Whatever I say, they don't.
It's not. No. That's it. I'm gonna say something outside, but I'm just being nosy because I'm like, you're not a bad guy.
Well, I know it because we got that going through it like so we own this and all that. So I had to take my family, so and it's like I didn't know it was stolen.
You bought it from somebody?
I didn't know it was stolen or anything like that.
Yeah.
You get like off the streets or something? Yeah. I got 2 more months for 21. So, and I didn't have enough.
That was great. I didn't even think about that. I'm sitting there thinking, like, just go to the phone shop. I forgot you wanted to come in.
I didn't have enough money to go long, yeah. So I just had no money for that.
Don't protect nobody. You better be like, I bought this from so-and-so because you were so young. Like, don't fuck yourself up, okay? When you go to court and everything for that situation, make sure you.
Yeah, I had money.
Yeah. Okay. But, we're not gonna keep it too long. I don't know what the schedule's like here, so I'm gonna mess your routine up. But, Detective George, that's kind of good with this case. And I'm gonna post some stuff, because I've been kind of bored while we were doing that, and my computer just came back on. If you could just fill him in, the day, like that morning when you were looking for Tori, because she had about it.
Okay, so what happened was, I remember before I had to let my mother in my car and come home and sleep stuff, and then I was going to buy something, I was going to just get something, and then I was looking at my wallet, I realized I was at the car, so calling Tori, and I kept calling, and I went to her house, and I spoke to, I think, when we talked the first time, I spoke to her dad or something, I think I went up on her, they didn't answer, I went back to her house, and I think I spoke to her dad, and then, can't I can't win with it. Actually, I seen him on camera and stuff like that. And then, later on, she had came to my house, looking like sticky as a weed or whatever. Yeah, out there. But at that time, I was like, what's wrong with you? I was looking for you everywhere, and I can't find you and all that stuff. And so she said, I'm just trying to be by myself. I'm just trying to be by myself. So I go to weed, or let her run outside, smoke my girlfriend. Said, something's wrong. So then, later on, I went back and later on she came back talking about she wanted to kill herself and everything and all that. So I was crying to her something because I believe her. I believe the wrong thing when people cry to her. Yeah. So I'm telling her she didn't want to hear it. She didn't want to hear it. So I brother kept pushing me on her and everything. And then so she had her back. And then I called my friend, smoked and stuff, and I'm just, just like, I'm just real emotional about it. I don't know how it's going to go on. I don't know. And so my mom called me, he was like, did you see Tori or whatever? And I told her no, because Tori told me not to tell her about when she's there or whatever like that. Yeah. And I think a day or 2 days later, somebody said, yeah, find her in the park or whatever. And that's just going on at the point. So that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Did she say where she was going?
No, because the first time she came, I was like, where you going? And I don't know, she didn't tell me anything. She said she was leaving me by herself. She just smoked weed and chill out and stuff. She didn't say that. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
And then you didn't leave the house other than to walk up to the gas station to buy, what's this thing? To buy your weed. But it wasn't at the gas station, it was near the gas station, right? Okay.
Yeah, like behind on the side of the gas station.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to get over it.
The basement?
Yeah, this is stupid, man. This one's stupid too.
Was it, where was it? And I've seen a lot of people with that.
It's pretty cool, but I passed that one.
Did you? Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, right there?
Yeah.
I can't get them like this, I don't know.
Yeah, we can't have anything below.
Okay, so, and then, who else did you call that day?
I called my girlfriend, I called my friend.
You called your girlfriend?
I think so.
I thought it was your house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
You called her while you were at the house?
no, I called him from that. From me, man.
Oh, from the weekend, like after midnight?
Yeah.
Okay.
I called him weekend.
Okay. No, I'm not like, who did you call her trying to look for Tori? I'm just trying to give him some background.
I called Adrian. I called the short Jamaican man. I called him. He went actually took me to the house to find my wife.
Is that John?
Yeah, John.
And who else I called? I don't remember who else I called.
Okay. I was just wondering. And I was gonna ask you, I thought about it, so the way the timeline worked out, so you tried to reach out to all those people on, this was the 27th. I know it's been a little while, but we found her on the 28th, but we didn't identify her till the 29th. Did you try to reach out to her at all on the 28th, or anybody trying to get her, because you didn't get your wallet that night, right? See, you still needed it, but did you try to call her mom, call anybody on the 28th?
I was just talking to my girlfriend all the time, saying, oh, my friends are good and stuff.
Okay.
We all had bad service, y'all super tight.
Yeah, we took the test,
I don't know each other.
Just circling.
That's great.
A lot. Y'all want to say, what's high school y'all go to?
Spears High School. You from here?
I'm from Brooklyn, I'm from Brooklyn.
I'm not from but yeah, Tyler Williams.
There's a way that put out kids in Brooklyn, this big school.
Do you remember about how long, because there's so many facts under this case, how long was it after she left the last time, after she told you because she asked him to kill her, right? With the gun that you saw in the car. And you said no, obviously. You hugged her and she left. Then you went down the stairs. Do you remember how long you were at home? Was it a couple hours? I think it was.
I was alone, I was right straight away from me.
And how you get there?
Oh.
Okay. Because I think you see her, how long were you outside for?
I think like 15 minutes or so.
Because you guys walk down the stairs, I think at 10:40. But then you don't leave your house till 12:36 or something like that. So about 2 hours? Okay.
I know when to go get some weed, because I know I was in my head. Tori was always like that. She was, she would always drive with that. And I just was trying to make in my head.
Was this the first time she ever mentioned suicide or anything? No.
Because I've been through a lot of stuff in my life and stuff, and she would always tell me, it's not that hard, you know that hard, so she showed me a book, like, she be praying for death, but she be praying for God for death, like, so she didn't, wasn't.
She prayed to God for that. I didn't hear that.
I'm saying it's a whole show, book, it's a white, a blue book, but she had a prayer, she prayed to God, like, she don't speak her.
That's heavy.
I think we had something like that.
It was not new, it was not, me and her were always talking about it, because I was going through a lot of stuff, so she was helping me, but she used to go through a lot of stuff too, so we were trying to help each other.
Absolutely. What was her like biggest thing about wanting to be around?
Her just running in love, yeah, because she was kind of heavy set, so she didn't feel like she was loved, she didn't feel like she was pretty, she didn't feel like, not that whole stuff, like, it was pretty, like, you know, a lot of people, like, they want that stuff, but
She liked Scoop, and he was an asshole. I got his his records, his Instagram records. And we know, like, he didn't do it, so. But he called him that day too, yeah, he was out with he was out with some girl, he was running around with some girl. He even seemed sad, like, after people was hitting him up afterwards, and then.
He came kind of sad, like, he was acting kind of, I told him to tell him before.
Yeah. I think, but he just doesn't seem sad, you know what I mean, like, cause he immediately asked for, like, perks, and, you know what I mean? Like, when people ask him, like, are you good, he was like, yeah, I'm good, he got some perks, but then he's trying to hit up other girls too. I'm like, that's so disrespectful. But yeah, he was living in that area, so I know, Teresa was super adamant that it was probably him. She told me, I don't know, she knew that, I guess Marquez' baby daddy got locked up a minute ago. She told me about him. She was like, you want to go talk to him? And I was like, I'm not going to go talk to him. I don't have reason to talk to him, because unless you think it's something, why I should go talk to him, but I didn't have anything to show that he was involved, you know what I mean? But when she told me you, it was like, oh, perfect. And I wasn't trying to be rude in the text message. I was like, dude, I really want to meet you in person. Okay, let me pull up this thing.
I mean, before this, were you able to, like, look for work or anything? Yeah.
I had a couple of, I was at FedEx, Walmart, and FedEx again, and then I worked at construction.
And that's it, tricky on like one of those Amazon fulfillment centers. I mean, you work all hours of the night, you just shipping the packages, making good money.
When I went over there, I went on home shows.
Yeah? There you go.
You going
Home shows. But it's cold here, it's below 60 degrees.
Yeah. I get a coworker, he, bagged ice. He worked at an ice bagging facility, so he didn't even like touch cold drinks, cause from working in there, it was so cold. I was like, man, bagging ice.
Okay. I know we talked about it, but just so he's clear, so he didn't have access to a car or anything, and your girlfriend had a car, she didn't have anything. Did you go in your mom's car or anything? Okay. Alright. And then you still have your cell phone, you have the same cell phone but you just got a new one recently, but not in broke, right? Okay, so that one wasn't stolen or anything, you still have the same phone. Because it does show you walking up there between the times. Let me see, why is this big? Everything is so, what are we doing right now? I know.
With all the concrete.
How have you been doing?
I've been trying, just trying to hang in there.
But what happened, like?
So, okay, let me tell you.
I thought your mama was a baby, she said,
I keep that there because I don't know. My mom keep his house, and then we went to my girlfriend's uncle's house. Then he sold his house. Then we went to my the other uncle's house, but he got fighting. Like my uncle and her got fighting, and we got kicked out of there and just got a little. We staying in a motel right now.
what else staying there?
We flat shows.
Okay. Her baby daddy don't pay any child support or anything? Has she tried to put him on anything?
I don't even have no more of that stuff, but usually send $25 here and there.
Just $25?
Yeah.
Does he see the baby?
Yeah, on FaceTime, yeah. He didn't deserve it. He came 2 weeks ago to check on him or whatever, and that was it.
Yeah, I believe. So that's where he lives, and then you walk up to that BP station, was it like over here somewhere? Where you went? I know we referenced the BP, but.
Yeah. When I went to, wait, hold on. That's the DP. Where the other day?
You walked the water edge?
I had went through, I went through the cut over here. It's like you go down here, you cut through there. It's like a little cut over here. And I went to Roseville over here, and got the meeting came all the way up.
Over where?
Like, okay, so from my neighborhood, you know, the bumper road right there. So that's a bumper road. So I went through that neighborhood, and I cut through that road to get to Lake Shore. When I got to Lake Shore, I went through there to go to Water's Edge.
Here, I'll pull it up. I'll use the word.
I went to Water's Edge, and got the meeting came back up.
Cause you told me it was near like the liquor store and BP gas station. I forgot what you live on.
What is that for computer?
Yeah,
Um,
making that noise? Yeah, so that's where you live.
Okay,
So what are you trying to show me?
this is what I did, so.
I think it's touch screen, so you can move it.
Okay, let me see. When I come in here, when I go into this neighborhood, that's not it, down here, I come in here, and come in here, it's like, it's a cut, that's not, it's a cut that I can get to Lakeshore. Which keeps here?
You want the QT?
Yeah, there's a cut that you can go to go to KT.
Well, you said it.
GT on Rockbridge and Don't Shop?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
But,
Yes, that's gonna be, yeah,
Like, right?
that's like, the quick trip should be around there.
well, I went to KT, walked all the way into what is it, to here.
It's a quick trip right now.
Yeah, I walked like, where's the KT?
QT's right there.
So it was on the corner, where's Lakeshore? Is Lakeshore?
That's Woodstone.
Wars there, that neighborhood across the street.
Oh, this one over here?
That's Wars there. I used to work down there, so I know.
That's Glen Cove. QT's right there, Publix is right there.
Okay, good. So I went to a cut to come over here, come over here in this area, and I just walked down to what is it, got weed.
And then you walk back?
Yeah, I walked all the way back from BP to my house.
Okay.
Did you get the weed from someone in the neighborhood or someone at the BP?
Oh, neighborhood.
What is it, somebody's house? Yeah.
Oh, so you tell them the water's edge
Hold on.
It's kind of hard to.
Well, this is
It's easy when you're walking to know where you're going with it. When it's yeah, you better show the cuts on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I worked down that area, not the Grant County side, you know, but up there. Yeah, I worked down there for years.
Going towards almost 2 miles.
He's walking everywhere. I'm gonna go around. I walk everywhere. I really don't know if I wasn't this big, because I used to be skinny.
Oh my God, big.
I mean, I'm saying now, like now, on my size of that, yeah, I'm 205. So I used to be 170.
How tall are you?
I'm talking 6'4", 6'4", felt right. Jesus.
I think it's 6'5". Yeah.
I want to open these things, so I can show them to you, so you can just make sure we're talking about the same time, because we got to bring video. I just want to make sure that's when you left. So you went, so after Tori left, you went back upstairs for a little while, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you only left to go get weed, and then you came back, and that was the time that Detective Smith told you about, right?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't leave any other time?
I did, I left to go down there and smoke for my friend, again,
Was that before or after,
after she left.
after she left? And you only walked up there once? Okay. So, let's see. Why is my movie, this is pissing me off. I should have put all this up in the car. It was giving me issues in the car though too. But you drive the paranoid.
Yeah, I'm so far away from that.
I think it was building. I have it in my phone now, I think. Let me look it up. It was raining that night, wasn't it? Did it not rain that night? Okay.
I think it rained that morning. Yeah, that morning, I think it rained that morning.
How you been dealing with the loss of Tori?
I'm afraid, I just, I don't know, it's been hard all over. It's been hard, I just take a day at a time, really. Sometimes I get sad, sometimes I cry, and stuff, I'll be willing to talk to her, and it's one thing, like, I need to talk to her every day, man, I just want her every day.
Yeah.
And it's hard, man, you know, yeah, I talk to my girlfriend all the time, like, my favorite song, like, you told me to do that.
Yeah.
Like that, so it just came out. Everything's been hard, man, so I just been knowing everything,
I know I have it in my phone, so just pull it up in my text messages. Okay, so did she tell you she left the wallet in her mailbox? She did? When did she tell you that?
when I was downstairs, when we went downstairs.
The last time before you saw her? Okay, so she told you she had left it in the mailbox? Okay, but she didn't tell you when she came at 7 o'clock that day? Did you ask her about the wallet when she came at 7
Yes,
o'clock?
you know, I did not think about her, I think about her, but if I was, you know, looking for you, like, where you been, I'm not sure you okay.
Yeah.
I didn't think about her.
Okay, so this is, her, and it's 10:28, so that's right before she came to your house. And here's the rings. Cross your fingers. It's gonna work. All right, I'm gonna give it a test anymore, this is getting on my nerves, nothing's loading in here. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you what we have, and I'm not gonna bullshit you, okay? I'm gonna be completely honest with you, because there's a reason why I've been trying to push so hard to talk to you. Because, you know, I feel like there's a lot more to this story that we're not being told. And I don't want to make assumptions, okay? And that's why I wanted to talk to you in person. I didn't want to go over the phone because, you know, I don't think you'll be completely honest with me, all right? I know she had her issues. I've talked to umpteenths and amounts of people about her. I've gotten her Instagram records. I've gotten her medical records. I've gotten everything. So when you say she was suicidal, I believe you. And I believe that, you know, she did have the gun. I do believe that you guys are very close. I've read messages between you guys. I've seen tons and tons of stuff. The day she left her house was between 2 and 4 p.m. I see the messages and the contact you guys had before she left that day. You talked about, you said you didn't really remember talking to her that morning, but it was from an iPhone. Yeah, before she left her house. When she was telling you, like, her phone was going to be cut off for a little while. Because of mom changing services. And you talked from a 404-559 number, I believe. It was an iPhone.
Yeah, it was just that one,
Yeah. So you guys had a conversation. Do you remember what you guys talked about? Okay.
She knew what she's saying, that her phone would be turned off or whatever, the mom, whatever, but I don't remember anything else.
Okay. So then you told me that you went to her house like 3 times, right? And then the first time nobody answered because you didn't see her call, right? She wasn't there. The second time you went, her dad was there. You talked to her dad. In between the second and third time, Tori came to your house, right? Okay. So that's when you guys had the conversation about the weed or whatever. And then you reached out to Jaheen. And then Jaheen took you over to Tori's house a third time. Did you talk to anybody that third time?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay. So then she goes to the house at about 10:30. She gets something out of the mailbox. We believe to be your wallet. At 10:36, she's on ring camera walking upstairs to your apartment. Then, are you looking at the right hand? You're right hand? Okay. And then, so she walks upstairs, 10:36, the camera cuts, and we see you guys walking downstairs at 10:40. And then, when you get downstairs, what happens?
That's when she said she don't want to be here no more, and let me see the gun, and I started crying to her, and trying to hug her, they pushed me off her, and everything like that. That's it. I'm telling you, like, people love you. You love, that's the whole time I'm telling her, people love you. Don't kick us, don't do it, don't kill us, or don't, all that. That's what you like.
And then what'd you do?
That's when I went to go get the weed. I sat there for a minute, I went to go get the weed, and came back on my friends, smoked some weed, came back upstairs.
Austin, that's not what happened.
That didn't matter.
So, you remember how I told you, I got Scoop's records, I got your records, I got Jada's records, I got Tori's records, I got Jaheem's records, I got everybody's records. Tori, you walked downstairs at 10:30 p.m. You're down there for about 10 to 15 minutes, correct? At 11:05, you were at North Deshaun Road in Youngstown Road. 11:05 p.m., you are at the corner of North Deshaun Road and Youngstown Road.
Where is that? Youngstown Road.
You're right there, next to the river. Right after that, your phone is in the river, even though you try to turn it off because it indicates that it gets turned off. We know you were there, okay? I don't want to assume what happened. That's why I'm just like, I know you cared about her. I know what she was going through, okay? What happened in the park? Please be honest, because we know we have the proof now and the evidence that you were there. It's left to us, then I don't want to make an assumption. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm asking. You loved her. I know you did. You're not that guy. You're not a murderer. Your friend didn't want to be here anymore, and you cared about her. What happened?
I didn't do anything for it.
Okay, then tell me what happened. It's okay. It's okay. I believe you, but I need you. Tell me what happened. Did you freak out?
Figure out.
And what happened? Tell me what happened. How did you get from your apartment to that location in 10 minutes? Your Gmail account, a lot of people don't know this. They track how quickly you're moving and then they say what you're in. So that says you were in a car. It's physically impossible for you to have walked from your apartment to that location in that amount of time. Because I tried. I didn't want to believe like this was a situation. I tried everything. And that's why I've been trying to, really, it's not possible. I even went out there and walked it. I tried every route, I tried everything. I'm just trying to understand, okay?
Understand.
What happened?
I didn't do anything for you.
I believe you, but I think we know what happened. And if we don't like hear it from you, we hear from other people, or we get all of this proof and we have everything going against what you're saying, it just looks bad. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, let's just be honest and say what happened, because I believe you. I do. I don't think you intentionally, I don't think you hurt her. But you know what happened in that part, she was there. Your friend was there.
I don't want to go to jail.
Okay.
I don't want to sit with you.
Okay.
It's just, I didn't kill her.
Okay.
I didn't do anything. It's just, after that, I know I'm going to be sitting in jail.
Why do you think you'd be sitting in jail? If you didn't kill her?
Because she told me to, take the car here, take it down here.
That's what we need to know. Fine, I believe you, but that's what you know.
And then she shot herself.
Okay,
And she shot herself.
I believe you.
She went to me talking to her, saying, please, but I love you, I love you, I love you. And
Okay,
she shot herself. That's what she told me.
okay, that's good, all right. You went downstairs, you got in the car with her, and then she drove the yellow Limo, right? When you guys got there, walk me through what happened, because I believe you, but I just need the details to,
Sitting in the car. I'm crying, so please, like, please don't, like, please don't. And she did. She got out of the car, walking, trying to walk the talk to her, and she still just like, no, she's gonna go. And she's like, I love you, she's not crying, she's not doing anything, nothing. So, I tried to take it down from her. And she just like, you know what she's saying? She wanna go. I said, no. I put the gun down, trying to hug her, and she pushed her away from her, she grabbed her hand, and she was just
was she standing up, was she laying down?
she was standing up. And so I'm standing crying, so she told me that when she shoot herself, grab the gun, throw the gun away, and just, she told me to sell her car or anything like that.
Because she needed some money, right? She needed something for, okay. So where did she park in the park?
She didn't probably just pull her up, she just let it probably, like she just got right there.
Give me one, I'm gonna pull
So
it
I'm
up.
not familiar with that part, so you're coming in. So you're coming in that gravel issue,
Yeah.
but y'all just pull it at the park, in a spot, you just pull it up. Gotcha.
Okay, and then you guys start to walk. I'm gonna pull up the park, because Google Earth is actually working.
How many shots went off?
One.
Just one?
Here, give me 1 second.
That's why
Here you go. So, I'm getting it over so it helps you, because you've been here a few times, right? Alright, so this is the gravel area. Okay, so she pulls up right here, and you guys get out and you start to walk?
it's right here, up here.
Okay,
And we're just talking and walking and stuff, and she's telling me, like, just take my car somewhere, take the gun, set the gun, whatever you need to do. I'm like, no.
and you said you take the gun from her. Were you guys standing up, walking, or had y'all sat down somewhere?
We're standing up the whole time, we didn't sit down.
Okay, so you got the gun from her.
And I was trying to hug her, but I got the gun for a time, like, don't do this, none of this, all on, let's go. I put the gun down and tried to hug her, and she pushed me away from her, grabbed the gun.
Okay, and then she shoots herself. Does she fall back?
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
Then when she felt the gun jumped out of her hand.
alright, and then where were you guys at? Like,
Right
you know where she was found, right?
Yeah.
By the tree? So, is that where she fell, or did you move her out of the way?
That's when she fell, I didn't touch it.
You didn't touch her.
So,
What were her hands, like, how did her hands come to rest? Do you remember?
Just out.
No.
okay,
What about her hair? Anything stand out about her hair?
I really didn't look at it, I didn't look for her, I just grabbed the gun and looked.
What would you do with the gun?
Throw it in the lake.
Which lake?
The lake that's, right there in Ocean. Like, you go over there and just throw it.
here,
Is it the Water's Edge Lake?
It's a lake that's like from my house, you go over there to the lake over there. And like by an offshore right there.
Not
so,
Forest Lake though.
here you go. So this is your apartment, there's 2 bodies of water.
There's my apartment.
Right here,
My apartment's over there.
yeah,
So, it's on Main Street, it's a little lake right there.
right here. So it's in front of your apartment, kind of?
Yeah.
So, hold on a
Like, is
second.
it that
Is
way?
it this one?
Where's my,
Oh, this is your building right
it's
here.
over here.
Over here, right here?
Yeah, it's like down here. It's down here.
You can try, you can do it.
Okay, so one is right here.
Zoom in like that doesn't work.
Yeah, this is the one.
It's like a little house that has a little pool right there. Yeah, you come down. Let me see. It's, when you come down here, it's a house, because this is the speed bump road, right?
No,
Where's the speed bump road at? Oh, down here, this way. Okay. One come right here. It's one of these houses over here.
it's got a little pond in front of it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Sorry, can I see y'all, the bad pictures?
Okay, so then, so you do that night? Okay, so then, so you throw it in there, what did you do with the car that night?
I'll tell you what she told me in a second. What is there to look at right now? She said,
What was it, cut?
it's like an engine, oil engine that is brought over, by, little fancy silver dunes.
Yeah,
What is that, John? Which one is that?
yeah, it's on top of the, right? I know what you're talking about.
How did it get burned?
Oh, no, she told me leave it there, and I'll let it there. So I guess she can.
That entrance right there.
Oh, right here?
Yeah. That little entrance, the
The old,
it's got a chain link fence locked up. Yeah.
Okay, all I come on now. So you left the car there, and then, so did you leave the car, did you leave down the gun first and then go take the car?
yeah, I don't know if it's been that to let the car.
Okay.
See, that's all I want to say, because I know, like, that can put me in jail just for being here and just taking a gun in the car, so I just.
But is it you brother telling the truth though?
You
Which I know we want truth to be able to go towards family, what happened, and give them some peace. And it's also gonna make you, a big weight off your shoulders.
Did you touch her at all afterwards?
After.
Yeah. There was just some,
I don't.
so you just picked the gun up and then you left?
I was, yeah.
So how far away do you remember it was done? Like from her?
When she picked it up, it was a shot herself.
It's a gun, and so that, I don't know, to be honest. I just heard a shot, and I took one, I heard a shot, and then I blanked out, like, this felt like my soul went out my body, like, when I, like, it just, and I was standing there, and then she fell.
Okay.
I was standing crying, I picked up the gun, and just, came up, I just gave me what they do.
So did you guys talk about it on the way there?
I was like, okay, so I'm like, no, take these, take one, no, like,
Okay. I'm so sorry. I know, it feels better probably now, doesn't it?
yeah, but at the same time.
Jaden's mom kind of dropped it a little bit. She said she killed herself, didn't she? And I was like, how? Logan said that. So like, how do you?
We put out stuff, and Jay's mom told her, like, she told me she wanted to kill herself. And somebody got up saying somebody killed her, so like, mentally, she killed herself, she had somebody kill her or something, so I said.
Yeah.
But
Did you talk to Jay about it though? Okay. How was it?
it's weird.
That's probably what's been.
Maintenance, yeah, but I never want this, I never want this to happen. I never want this to be true, I still want my friend to be here. And
Who did you?
Let me have the court reporter mark this. What are we up to 5? I can reach. And then if you will share the note with counsel for both sides and see if I need to have the jury step out, please. or if council want to approach the bench. Y'all want to approach?
Yes, sorry.
All right, hand the note up for me, please.
The studio tab where I get to watch and insert emoticons it always has a little bit of a delay. So I was wondering why I couldn't hear anything, and then I realized we are in a sidebar.
All right, Courts Exhibit 5 reads as follows. We have heard enough. Thank you. It is signed by the foreperson dated today at 10 o'clock a.m. Counsel for both sides approached the bench to discuss the note and the request from the jurors, and it's my understanding that neither side objects to stopping the recording at this point, with the understanding that the time will be placed on the record. Is that correct for the state?
That's correct, Your Honor, and that time is 24.
All right, and for purposes of the record, how much was played during the actual trial? We ended at what point?
49 minutes.
All right, any objection from the defense? All right, then I will ask the bailiff if you will collect all the evidence. You have the verdict form and the indictment. I'll ask the jurors to take their notepads and pens and to resume deliberations. You have what you're supposed to have? Okay, then let's address whether or not the jurors have all the evidence that they need. Let me have counsel approach with what was left behind in the courtroom. He has what? Let the attorneys confirm that you have the correct evidence that should go out, please. Mr. Wooten. They want to watch the rest of it. Can we mark this as the evidence that does not go back? I want it to be kept completely separate with the court reporter so we don't have a mix-up going forward.
My investigators brought both bags in, and they were both here, and they were.
That's fine. Right, so both sides agree that the bailiff now has the indictment, the verdict form, and the proper evidence to go in the jury room? State confirm?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna ask Mr. Wooten to stand by while we review Court's Exhibit number 6. It reads, please finish the video.
I don't have any problem with that, Judge. I've asked that you back it up probably 1 minute just to orient the jury again, and I would ask for just 3 minutes to do that. Because I think there's like 7, 8 minutes left.
All right, let me propose my response before I give you a restroom break. Right, the question in Court's Exhibit 6, please finish the video, signed and dated by the foreperson. My response, we will back the video up 1 minute and continue playing what was published to you during the trial. Any exceptions from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Judge, that's fine.
All right, let's put Ms. Ford in the holding cell, take a quick restroom break. I'll remain on the bench. Show Court's Exhibit 6 to the jury and assemble them outside of the courtroom door until we're ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Give us about 3 to 5 minutes. I'll give you Court's file.
How you still drive back?
I didn't even know that was you sitting over there.
I'm so short.
I couldn't
I'm
see
not tall
anything.
like all of them. She going to Vegas, so.
I was just looking up to see what the red stripes on the judge's robes meant, and suggesting that let's see. Says, what does a red robe? Okay, that doesn't apply. Interesting. Let's see if we can get an answer on that. What do red bands on academic robes? Let's see. Oh, let's see. History and symbolism of judge robes, exploring the different types of sleeves and traditions behind them. Judges are often seen wearing robes in their line of work, but what many do not know is that the robes come from different kinds of sleeves, from the simple bell shape to the more elaborate bishop style. A bishop sleeve is where you have a cuff. Let's see. The type of sleeve on the judge's robe can tell us a lot about the history and traditions of the court. In this article, we'll explore the different types of sleeves that adorn judges' robes and the symbolism behind them. We'll also take a look at sleeve shapes, and which may have evolved over the years, and how they are currently used in courtrooms today. By the end of this article, readers will have a better understanding.
After the overnight recess was being brought back to the jurors to resume their deliberations, that issue was actually caught before the bailiff or the jurors actually made it into the deliberation room to receive the evidence. All of the evidence was brought back into the courtroom by the bailiff. Both sides then confirmed what was to go out, and that's what they received. We're ready. Any exceptions to the court's clarification of the record by the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, let me just give a brief instruction before you resume. All right, members of the jury, you have asked to actually conclude the viewing of State's Exhibit 70B. During your viewing of it just a few minutes ago, it was stopped a few minutes short of what was actually played during the jury trial at your request. And then we received a subsequent request to continue viewing the entirety of what was played during the trial. So I remind you again that just because you are seeing this evidence again, that you should not give it any undue influence, that it is merely a portion of the entirety of the evidence, and all of the instructions that I gave to you about all of the evidence should be considered in your deliberations. We're backing it up about 1 minute from where we stopped it a few moments ago, and we will play it till the end of what was published for you during the trial. You may resume. Where are we starting?
We are restarting at 41 minutes and 36 seconds.
I know, it feels better probably now, doesn't it?
Yeah, but
Jada's mom kind of dropped it a little bit. She said she killed herself, didn't she? And I was like, how? Logan said that. So like, how do you?
you could have told the mom told like she told me she wanted to kill herself, and somebody got up saying somebody killed her, so like mentally she killed herself. She had somebody kill her or something. So I said,
Yeah.
but
Did you talk to Jada about it though? Okay. How was it?
it's weird.
That's probably what's saying.
Maybe that's yeah, but I never want this. I never want this to happen. I don't want it to be true. I still want my friend to be here. And
Who did you talk to that night afterwards?
talk to.
Yeah, so while you were doing all of that on your way back, you were talking to somebody, you tried to call somebody on Instagram, and you were talking to a phone number. I think his Instagram, it used to be Manslaughter. Yeah. And you were literally on a bridge when you called him, so.
I probably get some weed or something. I need some weed because I want to be out there full of dirt. So I'm going to get some weed.
So you went to buy weed after that? Okay.
I did get some weed that night.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did your clothes go that you were wearing that night?
It's in the house. The rest in the house, and it's gone now. It's all was in a store somewhere or something like that.
How close were you to her when she shot herself?
I was standing right there, so she was about like, where you go?
Did any blood get on you? No? Okay. And you said you didn't manipulate the body at all, you didn't touch it? Okay. All right. You just picked up the gun, because it had fallen next to her, right?
But I'm saying like, most of the time, I tried to hold her, most of the time.
Yeah.
I hold her, so.
But after she was dead, you didn't? Okay.
The same area.
How did she fall? Was it like straight back, or she like?
I was blanked out, and when I heard it, like, I just seen the fall, she just fell.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I seen the phone fall, so she just fell, like.
Okay. All right. I really want to see that water though. I believe you.
But I don't know, there is no one that's to be true. I want my friends to still be here, I didn't know what would happen to me, you know, I want to be here with my family, my son, like, I just want to be here still, so I can still raise my son.
Yeah.
I don't want to be rocked, but I don't want to be someone for a long time, a murderer, I'm not that, like, I'm not.
Right.
Right.
Did you ever shoot the gun after you picked it up?
There were 2 shell casings there. So the gun was fired twice.
One shot. Only one shot.
Okay.
Not for sure.
I mean, I know she only shot herself once, but like, did the gun ever go off while y'all were tussling over it?
Did you set it on the ground, or did you set it on something?
I dropped it on the floor.
I mean, the technology now that we can compare the shell casings, and then we know they came from the same gun, that's what we're trying to figure out where the second one came from.
Well, she did tell me earlier, she didn't have the gun all day, but she been trying to do it all day. So she had a place in or whatever, but
Yeah.
it was only one shot.
Okay.
And they straight up, right?
How did you get back from, after you dropped her car off? You did it that night, right?
I walked back, that's when I seen on the DVD, I walked straight home.
Okay. I'm just trying
So
to.
what time was this about? Was it like right after the last time she came over, and that's when y'all left her?
Right. I'm sorry, I never understand, I don't want to be in jail. I know I didn't do anything, I know taking the gun and taking the car, and I can just call the police and just, but I don't want to be in jail
Why did you turn your phone off?
because I was scared.
When you went in the other room? Did you turn it off? I think you sent Jay a text message, right? What did you say in that text message?
I think that everything's okay, or I'm coming home or something like that.
Okay. So then you turn it off, and then, you turn it back on once you're dropping everything. Okay. How long were you guys in the park before she shot herself?
About 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, so here we go. Here is the BP. I'm trying to find that house with the lake, with the water. The BP is right here, this is Rockridge.
When it was on,
Okay, so my house,
it was on his street.
Oh, it's on your street? Okay. Okay, so you put the car here.
Yeah.
Okay.
my street was a student road, and then like a warehouse, a little back fence, what's it called? Fish off the fish, and so
The dock, the little, yeah.
and it's a pond. So, and then,
Okay, so here's your house. This is like the legit building.
okay, this way the common is the, speed bump road.
No, that's 124.
Okay,
This, this is speed bump road.
okay, speed bump road. And I guess this one right here, I think.
This house?
Yeah, I think it's right. Yeah.
It's like through those trees, there's a little pond.
Let me have her change the view. I don't know if it's gonna get any clearer.
I think it's gonna get.
This damn thing.
Yeah, but
It's right there.
only showing us on that street though.
Okay. Is it deep or is it?
I don't know. I know it's green. So I'm saying, like, am I gonna go to jail for that? For taking my car and all that?
I mean,
That's it.
it's technically illegal, but I mean, I don't know, man. I gotta figure everything out because there's still some, like, a few unknowns because I just have to look at everything again, but I will let you know, okay? Tonight, nothing is happening. We'll still talk, just stay in contact with me. What is your feeling getting out here?
Got to stop the playback again at 49 minutes and 20 seconds.
All right, that is what was published to you during the trial, so I'll ask you to take your notepads and pens to go with the bailiff and to resume your deliberations.
I caught some of that, but not all.
All right, anything we need to take up from the state, from the defense? All right, we'll be in recess until any further questions or verdict. Thank you.
Okay, well, off they go. Let's take a look at that last segment one more time here. Let's see. There's the judge, a little closet behind the judge, or maybe it's the door to her chambers. Okay, let's listen to that bit once more. I did catch a little bit, but not much.
Somebody got there saying somebody killed her, or whatever, so like, mentally, she killed herself, she had somebody kill her or something, so I said,
Yeah.
but
Did you talk to her about it though? Okay. How was it?
it's weird.
That's probably what's been.
Maintenance, yeah, but I never want this, I never want this to happen, I want it to be true, I still want my friend to be here, and
Who did you talk to that night afterwards?
talk to.
Yeah, so while you were doing all of that on your way back, you were talking to somebody, you tried to call somebody on Instagram, and you were talking to a phone number. I think with Instagram, it used to be one Ruski. Yeah. And you were literally on the bridge when you called him, so.
I probably get some weed or something, I need some weed, but I want to be out there, it's dirt, so I'm not trying to get some weed.
So you went to buy weed after that? Okay.
I did get some weed that night.
Okay. Where did your clothes go that you were wearing that night?
In the house, the rest in the house, and it's gone now, it's gone. I was in a store somewhere or something like that.
How close were you to her when she shot herself?
I was standing right there, so she was like, where you go?
Did any blood get on you? No? Okay. And you said you didn't manipulate the body at all, you didn't touch it? Okay. All right. You just picked up the gun, because it had fallen next to her, right?
But I'm saying, like, most of the time, I had time to hold her. Most of the time, I had time to hold her.
But after she was dead, you didn't? Okay.
The same area.
How did she fall? Was it like straight back, or she like?
I told you, I blanked out, man, and when I heard it, like, I just seen it fall, she just fell.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I didn't see it come fall, so she just fell, like.
Okay. All right. I really want to see that water though. I believe you.
But I don't know, we're just never want this to be true. I want my friends to still be here, I didn't know what would happen to me, you know, I want to hear from my family, my son, like, I just want to be here still, so I can still raise my son. Yeah. I don't want to be locked up, I don't want to be someone for a long time, a murderer, I'm not that, like, I'm not. Right. Thanks.
Did you ever shoot the gun after you picked it up?
There were 2 shell casings there. So the gun was fired twice.
One shot. Only one shot.
Okay.
Not for sure.
It was a lot of work.
I mean, I know she only shot herself once, but like, did the gun ever go off like our tussling over it?
Did you set it on the ground, or did you set it on something?
I jumped it on the floor,
I mean, the technology now that we can compare the shell casings, and then we know they came from the same gun. That's what we're just trying to figure out where the second one came from.
Well, she did tell me earlier, she's been having a gun all day, but she's been trying to put it all day, like, so, she had a place in or whatever, but.
Yeah.
It was only one shot,
Okay.
and when she fell up, grabbed it, left.
How did you get back from, after you could drop her car off? You did it that night, right?
I walked back, that's when I seen her on DV, I walked straight home.
Okay. I'm just trying
So
to.
what time was this about when those happened? Was it like right after the last time she came over, and that's when y'all left?
Right. That's what I never understand, I wasn't gonna be in jail. I know I didn't do anything, I know taking the gun and taking the car back and just call the police and just, but I didn't want to be in jail
Why did you turn your phone off?
because I was scared.
When you went in the other room? Did you turn it off? I think you sent Jay a text message, right? What did you say in that text message?
I think that everything's okay, or something, I was coming home or something like that.
Okay. So then you turn it off, and then, you turn it back on when you're dropping everything. Okay. How long were you guys in the park before she shot herself?
About 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, so here we go. Here is the BP. I'm trying to find that house with the lake, with the water. The BP is right here, this is Rockridge.
When it was on
Okay, so my house,
it was on his street.
Oh, it's on your street? Okay. Okay, because you put the car here.
Yeah.
Okay.
my street was a school road, and then like a row house with a little black fence, and so, what's it called when you fish off of it, and so
The dock, like little, yeah.
and it's a pond. So right in there.
Okay, so here's your house. This is like the legit building.
Okay, this road, the common is the, speed bump road.
No, that's 124.
Okay, so this,
It's speed bump road.
okay, the speed bump road. And I guess this one right here. I think-
This house?
Yeah, I think it's right.
Yeah. So I through those trees, there's a little pond. Yeah.
We have our chance to view. I don't know if it's gonna get any clearer.
I think it's gonna get.
It's down thing.
It's
like-
only showing what's on the screen, but
Okay. Is it deep or is it?
I know it's green. So I'm saying, like, am I gonna look jail for that? For the same part, I know it.
I mean,
That's near.
it's technically illegal, but I mean, I don't know, man. I gotta figure everything out because there's still some, like, a few unknowns because I just have to look at everything again, but I will let you know, okay? Tonight, nothing is happening. We'll still talk, just stay in contact with me. What is your really getting out here?
Got to stop the playback again at 49 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay, go back to the seal here. So, what I got out of that was it sounded like he said that after she was shot, she fell back, and it shows that she was laying down at the time of the shot. So that seems to be a lie. And I got that why did he turn off the phone? He was scared. Why turn off the phone when going to the park? Why would you be scared going to the park? So that to me doesn't make any sense. So let's see. We have. Let's see. Where did my tab go? Somewhere here. Okay, let me set this up. Go back to the Dinkins trial. We had, it looks like just under an hour left of that. Let me refresh this tab.
Which buried deep within our.
Okay. This didn't exactly work the way I wanted it to. Let me see. I think I just lost the place. Great. Seems like it was saying there was less than an hour to go. Let's pick it up here. Okay.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Please take the stand. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state and spell your name?
Jill Foster, Jill-Foster.
How are you currently employed?
I am currently employed by the U.S. Army Forensics Exploitation Department as a firearm and tool mark examiner.
And how long have you worked for the military?
A little over 2.5 years.
Prior to your current employment, where were you working?
I worked at the Davenport Police Department.
And in what capacity did you work for the Davenport Police Department?
I was their lead crime scene technician.
And how long were you employed as a lead crime scene technician?
For 12 years.
Can you briefly describe your educational background and the training that you would have received to be a crime scene technician?
So I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry, a bachelor's degree in criminalistics, a master's degree in forensic science, and I am certified as a senior crime scene analyst with the International Association for Identification.
What exactly were your duties as the lead crime scene technician for the Downport Police Department?
So as lead technician, we do a lot of supervisory duties, which don't come into play in things like this. When we're working a shift, we're called out to anything that could potentially be considered a crime scene. And our job is to go to that scene, document it, try to preserve and identify any evidence that we can, and then do the collection of that evidence.
As part of your duties, have you received specialized training in documenting and collecting items of evidence?
Yes, I have.
Generally speaking, when you are called to a crime scene, what is your process that you follow to document and identify and preserve any items of evidence?
So upon my arrival, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start taking photographs. That is the best way that we can preserve the scene as we see it upon our arrival. And I'm also going to take notes. So what I have is called an ID card that I make when I take photographs. It's my first photograph. And on the back of that, I will take notes. And then those notes will get put into a report later on. As we go through the scene, we'll do a quick walkthrough of it, try to locate and identify anything that could be considered evidence in the case that we're working, and we'll mark it with markers, we'll make notations of it, and we'll photograph it as we go.
And you indicated that you start with taking overall photos. As you do start to identify items that may be items of interest, how would you then focus your photography on those items?
So we start with overviews of the whole scene to document the entire scene. Then we're going to do intermediates. We want to show the relationship of the evidence between each other. So we'll do intermediates, which is slightly a little bit close up. It's showing that evidence, but it's not completely focused on that evidence. And then once we identify the evidence, we'll do close up of that evidence. So they'll actually fill the frame, and those will just focus entirely on that piece of evidence.
You also indicated that at some point you would mark those items as well.
Yes.
What does that entail?
So we have what's called evidence markers. They're usually brightly colored and they're numbered. And this allows us to flag the items of evidence so that when I'm looking at the entirety of the scene, I can see where that evidence is located.
After you document those items, how would you proceed with processing the crime scene?
It's all going to depend on the evidence that I have in that scene. So every scene is different. If it's an item that can be easily collected and preserved, we're going to photograph it, and then we're going to collect it and appropriately package it. And that packaging is going to be sealed and dated and marked, and then secured in our vehicle. If it's an item of evidence that cannot be physically collected, we will photograph it. If it's something that could be swabbed, we will swab it, such as like biological items. If it's impression evidence that we can't do, we'll do more close-up photographs with scale, and we'll also attempt to either cast or lift them.
For the items that you are able to collect, you indicated that you would package them and place them in your car. From there, where would those items go?
So once we're done processing the scene, we'll return back to our lab at the Davenport Police Department. Those items would then be inventoried and verified and placed into our electronic evidence program. Labels are created and attached to the packaging, and then they're placed in pass-through lockers to be received by our Property and Evidence Division.
And typically, would those items remain in your custody, care, and control until the point that they're placed into that locker?
Yes, they would never leave my custody.
Now, back on July 10th of 2020, were you working for the Davenport Police Department at that point in time?
Yes, I was.
And were you working in your capacity as the lead crime scene technician?
Yes, I was.
Now, at some point in that afternoon, were you dispatched to the police station in order to photograph a vehicle?
Yes, at approximately 2:30 that afternoon, I was dispatched to our police garage, the garage that we use for the police, in order to to serve a search warrant on a vehicle.
Now, this garage that you're talking about, what do you mean when you say a police garage?
So the main garage is just the bay where we keep all of the police vehicles and vehicles coming in and out to be processed. Once I get down there, I have access to what's our secure evidence garage. It's got limited access, and then we then move that vehicle into the secure access garage.
Now, you mentioned that part of your job was to serve a search warrant on this vehicle.
Yes, so the detectives would have obtained a search warrant, notating certain things that they wanted completed with the vehicle, and then it is my job to complete those tasks.
Do you recall at this time what the purpose of what you were looking for on that particular day in regards to this vehicle?
So at this point, we didn't have much information, and what we don't want to do is we don't want to rush into processing something. So we just wanted to do an initial search of the vehicle to see if there was any evidence that could help us identify or give us any investigative leads in this case. So we were just looking for, I mean, anything that can do that. So it's just kind of more of a brief preview of the vehicle. And then as we got more information, we would come up with a game plan on how to actually process the vehicle.
So once you arrived at the police garage, what initial observations did you make of this particular vehicle?
So it was a red in color Chevy Impala, and it was brought into our secure bay.
So after you make your initial observations, how did you proceed with processing this vehicle?
So our next step is to take photographs. So once again, that's the initial documentation stage. So we take photographs of both the exterior and interior of the vehicle.
Okay, Richard.
You may.
Ms. Foster, I'm handing you what's been marked as case exhibits 1-1 through 126. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, these are the photographs that I took of the vehicle that day.
So do these exhibits fairly accurately depict the Chevy Impala that we brought into the Downville Police Garage on July 10th, 2020 at approximately 8:30 p.m.?
Yes, they do.
And do they contain both the exterior and interior photos that were taken in this session?
Yes, they do.
At this time, Your Honor, the state will also exhibits 1-1 through 126 into evidence.
No objection. Those exhibits will be admitted.
Okay, Your Honor.
You may.
Ms. Foster, I'm going to show you first State Exhibit 1. There's a better way to do this. Okay, well, it's labeled here, State Exhibit 1-2. Elmo unfortunately does not capture the whole image. That's way better. What's being depicted in State Exhibit 1-2?
So this is an overview of the rear of the vehicle, showing both the trunk area and the rear driver's side.
This is State Exhibit 1-3. What's being depicted in this photograph?
This is another overview from the rear, showing both the trunk area and the rear passenger side.
Specifically on the trunk there, do you make any specific observations of any stickers or objects of that sort?
Yes, there was a sticker on the rear next to the tail light above the, I believe it's a flex fuel sign of the vehicle.
And what color does that sticker appear to be?
It is white in color.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 1-4. What's being depicted in this photograph?
That is an overview of the front of the vehicle and the front passenger side.
State's Exhibit 1-5. What's being depicted here?
That is the front of the vehicle, and it shows the hood area in the front driver's side.
State's Exhibit 1-6.
That is an overview of just the entire front end of the vehicle.
Would this photograph also depict the license plate on that vehicle?
Yes.
And did you observe again anything on the windshield regarding a sticker or anything that's being depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there was a sticker on the front driver's side portion of the vehicle that looks similar to a parking pass type of sticker.
Showing you then just State's Exhibit 1-7. As you were documenting and observing this vehicle, did you make any observations about the tint of the windows?
Yes, the vehicle did have a darker tint on the windows than we don't normally see. They can come in different variations, but it was a darker tint.
Is that being depicted in State's Exhibit 1-7?
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 1-9. And what's being depicted in this photograph?
That is an overview of the entirety of the trunk area of the vehicle.
And again, this photograph also depict the license plate and that sticker that's on the trunk of the vehicle as well?
Yes, it does.
At some point then, you would have begun taking interior photographs of this vehicle, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 116. What is being depicted in this photograph?
That is an overview of the front passenger side or seat, and it also shows the condition of the interior of the vehicle and then any objects that are located inside the vehicle.
Showing you State's Exhibit 115. Here.
That is an overview of the rear passenger seat, also showing any items and the condition of the vehicle.
And then State's Exhibit 112. What is being depicted here?
That is an overview of the trunk and the items that were located inside the trunk.
Now, during your search of this vehicle, at any point in time were the items inside the trunk moved at all?
No, they were not.
Why not?
Any time that we process or access a scene, such as this vehicle, you're altering it. And so until we know what evidence we want to focus on and what is going to be a priority, we don't want to manipulate it. We don't want to take the chance of altering anything unnecessarily or contaminating anything unnecessarily.
So even though in this photograph there appears to be a box with items inside of it, at any point in time did you or anyone else, while you were executing this search warrant, start to look through or rummage through that box to see what else was in there?
No, we did not.
Same goes for any of the other items depicted in this photograph.
Correct.
After taking photographs then of both the interior and exterior of this vehicle, how did you proceed with your processing?
So at this point, it was determined we were going to do an initial search for any bodily fluids or blood items. So we used an alternate light source to view the interior of the vehicle and the trunk area of the vehicle.
Explain what you mean when you describe using an alternative light source to try to find either blood or some other bodily fluid.
So an alternate light source allows us to use specific wavelengths of light to view items. In this case, what we have looks kind of like a flashlight on the end of a big box that we can use to view items. And then when we're looking at it in specific wavelengths, we use filter goggles. Those filter goggles are also going to help us filter out specific wavelengths of light. What this does is it allows us to see the reflection or absorption of the light on items within the vehicle. So with bodily fluids, they reflect light. So they almost look like they fluoresce or luminesce under the alternate light source. With blood absorbs all light, so it gives it kind of a matte black appearance. And it's just a tool for us, kind of a presumptive way of looking and seeing if we can find anything that would be evidentiary as far as blood or bodily fluids.
So when you're describing this process of using this alternative light source, what I'm picturing is you wearing some sort of weird goggles, holding up some sort of colored light and just looking around this vehicle. Is that fair to say?
That is pretty accurate, yes.
And again, would that process of using this light involve any sort of touching or anything like that of the interior of the vehicle?
No, it does not.
So specifically when referring to bodily fluids, you indicated that using this light, bodily fluids tend to fluoresce or look brighter. Is that fair?
Yeah, so when I state bodily fluids, I'm talking more biological, so saliva, semen, vaginal secretions, things of that nature.
And did you note any areas within this vehicle that did fluoresce or appear to perhaps have some bodily fluids?
Yes, there were some areas on the rear seat that did.
So I'm showing you again, State's Exhibit 115. When you indicated some areas in the rear seat, again, is that what's being depicted here in this photograph?
The rear seat is, yes.
Did you take any additional photographs of any of those areas that were fluorescing when you used the alternative light source?
No, at this point, they were just notated, and what we would do is when we go to actually process the vehicle, we would make sure we were considering that and adding that into the processing sequence.
So at this point, the purpose was just to note anything, not necessarily do any further examination on those findings.
Yes.
Were there any other areas in the interior of the vehicle where you noted potential bodily fluids?
Not at that time, no.
Did you then do the same alternative light source where you were looking for potential blood?
So yes, so when we do the alternate light source, I can easily change the wavelength. So it's 415 to 430 nanometers with either clear or orange. So we can actually look for both the blood and the biologicals at the same time.
And did you know any potential areas of blood, either within the interior of the car or the trunk of the car?
There was some items that indicated they could possibly be blood on an item in the trunk of the vehicle.
And I'm showing you States Exhibit 112. Do you recall which items or areas within the trunk where your findings indicated potential blood?
So it's very difficult to see from this photograph, but on the side of this black and white bag, towards the very front of the trunk, you could see an axe head. We didn't want to manipulate or move anything, but that is what was viewed. On that axe, there was that axe head, there was some indication that there could be blood.
And again, was anything done at that time to further process that axe head?
No, the only thing that was done was by a detective that was there that documented it.
Was there any further processing done with this vehicle at this time?
No, there was not.
And at the conclusion then of your processing, what would have been done with this vehicle?
So what happens when I'm completed is all the doors are shut. Each door is sealed with evidence tape and it's dated and signed by myself. So that way it is secure and we'll be able to notate if anybody accesses the vehicle.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, it was.
After processing the Chevy Impala, were you then asked to come to the police station to take additional photographs?
Yes, I was asked to respond upstairs to the detective bureau to take some photographs and serve a search warrant.
And who were you, or what were you being asked to take photographs of at that time?
I was asked to take photographs of Henry Dinkins.
Do you recall approximately what time that would have been?
It was approximately 5:57.
AM or PM?
It was PM.
Why were you being asked to take photographs of Henry Dinkins?
So at this point, I was informed that he had been identified as a possible suspect in the case, and then they had wanted us to serve a search warrant and process him. So this time, even people could be considered crime scenes. So we were going to process him for any evidence.
When you were dealing with a person that could be considered a potential crime scene, how would you then proceed with processing that individual?
So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take photographs. They're going to consist of the same thing: overviews of the person, intermediates of the person, and then focus on anything that has been determined. So if there's any injuries, if they're looking at hands, identifying marks or features, anything of that nature.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer, I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 2-1 through 2-8. Could you please look through those? Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what is being shown in Exhibits 2-1 through 2-8?
Those are the photographs I took of Henry Dinkins that day.
And those were photographs taken on July 10th, 2020 at Davenport Police Station?
Yes, they were.
And they fairly accurately depict who Mr. Dinkins would have looked at the police station on that day,
Upon my arrival, yes.
upon your arrival. At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibits 2-1 through 2-8 into evidence.
No objection. Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you here well, fortunately, that's about as much as I can show right here. This is State's Exhibit 2-2. What's being depicted in this photograph?
So this is an overview of the subject, and I know you can't see the head, but it's actually from the top of the head to the bottom of the feet.
If I turn it this way here, you can see the rest of the photograph doesn't contain a picture of his face.
Yes, it does.
Now, you mentioned that as you've arrived to the police station, this is how Mr. Dinkins looked. To your knowledge, did he have other clothing on before your arrival?
I believe I asked a detective about collection of clothing and they were taking care of that. So I'm not sure what his state of dress was upon my arrival.
But this is how he looked once you made contact with him.
Correct.
Showing you State's Exhibit 2-3. What are we being shown here?
So this will be his left side as an overview.
What's the purpose of taking multiple angles, overall pictures of an individual?
We want to show the entirety. So in this case, it's like a piece of evidence or a scene. We want to show its entirety. We don't want to miss anything. So that way, if there's something we need to look at later on, we have the entirety and we can show it.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 2-4. What's being depicted here?
That is the back of the subject.
And then State's Exhibit 2-5. What's being shown here?
And that's an overview of the right side.
From your observations, did you note anything of significance in any of the overall photographs that you took of Mr. Dinkins?
No, I did not.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 2-7. What is being depicted here?
So as part of the search warrant, I was asked to take photographs and document the condition of his hands.
And specifically what's being shown then in State's Exhibit 2-7?
So on this one, it's the back of both of his hands.
And did you know anything of significance on the back of his hands?
No, I did not.
Showing you State's Exhibit 2-8. What's being shown here?
So these are close-ups of the palms of his hands.
And again, anything of significance that you noted on the palms of his hands?
No, there was not.
Now, while you were executing the search warrant on Mr. Dinkins, initially, were you going to engage in more processing of him personally at that time?
Yes, it was requested that I take buccal swabs or known swabs of the subject and also swabs of his fingers under his nails.
Now, you mentioned a buccal swab and called it a known swab. What does that mean?
That means we have actually identified the subject. We will actually take a photograph of their ID. They're identified by other people. This is documented on a special collection kit. These swabs are then used to swab the inside of the cheeks. They're placed in a sealed envelope. The thumbprints are taken of the subject and placed on the front of the envelope. That small envelope is placed into a larger envelope that's also sealed, and then it's submitted to our property evidence that way. So now we know exactly who we took those swabs of, so it is their known DNA.
And were you asked to collect any other swabs at that time?
Yes, I was asked to swab his fingernails and hands.
Did you ultimately collect either a known buccal swab or swabs from Mr. Dinkins' hands?
Not at this time, no.
Why was that not done?
So it's like processing anything else. We don't want to rush into it and manipulate things before we have a chance to do them in its entirety. So at this time, with the circumstances that were given, it was determined that penile swabs would also be necessary. So the detectives had decided to obtain a new search warrant, including that, and we would just do all of the swabbing at one time.
So initially, the search warrant included photographs and then swabs for a known buccal swab and swabs from Mr. Dinkins' hands, correct?
Correct.
But it did not include penile swabs or swabs from his penis.
Correct.
And a decision was made to essentially go apply for a new search warrant to add penile swabs as an item to collect.
Correct.
To your knowledge then, did somebody else collect those items at a different time?
As far as I'm aware, I was sent to another location at that point.
So then at that point, where were you sent?
I was sent down to Credit Island.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have been sent down to Credit Island?
It was approximately 6:30 at that point.
Again, is that PM?
Yes, it is PM.
Why were you sent to Credit Island?
I was informed that during the interviews, there was information given that there were shoe impressions down at Credit Island that could possibly belong to the suspect. And detectives had arrived on scene and located shoe impressions that they wanted me to document.
When you arrived at the scene, who did you make contact with?
Can I check my report on?
Do you have your report in front of you?
I do.
Would reviewing your report help refresh your memory about who you made contact with?
Yes, I believe it was Detective Hammis. I just want to verify.
Your Honor, may she review her report?
She may.
Yes, it was Detective Hammis.
And did Detective Hammis then direct you towards the shoe impressions that had been located?
Towards the area, yes.
Ms. Foster, was a diagram of Credit Island prepared to help assist with orienting yourself to where those shoe impressions were located on Credit Island?
Yes, it was.
And would reviewing or looking at that diagram help assist your testimony in explaining where you went to find those shoe impressions?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, may we use the whiteboard to have the diagram on that this time?
You may.
Or we have a pointer.
Did you hold?
I'm gonna do this.
Okay.
Ms. Foster, are you able to generally explain the diagram of Credit Island?
Yes.
Okay, could you approach the diagram? So starting with the bottom of the diagram, what is being depicted there? Again, towards the bottom of that.
Okay, so that is River Drive. It runs from east to west in front of Credit Island.
And has it been labeled River Drive as well?
Yes, it has.
And turning on the map, it's labeled towards the south. Is that the entrance to Credit Island, that roadway?
Yes, so as you're coming west, I was coming from the west in this direction. I would turn south onto the roadway to enter into Credit Island.
Ms. Foster, I apologize for the interruption, but can I ask you to step on the other side of the witness stand over just a bit? It will allow you to speak a little more directly towards me and my court reporter and make it easier for her to hear. I can see the background better. Thank you.
And to your knowledge, is that the only roadway that would be an entrance and an exit into Credit Island?
Yes.
Now, as you arrived at Credit Island, where would you initially have gone?
So as I turned in, I went directly to this, it's kind of like a little gravel area to the west. And I turned in and parked along that gravel area.
Is that area kind of like a parking lot?
I don't know if that's its intention, but that's what it is utilized for.
And then again, according to the map, what would be west of that parking lot that's depicted there?
So there's actually kind of a swampy area overflow from the Mississippi River. So depending on the time of day, the water actually comes up almost River Drive, and at other times of the day kind of ebbs back in. So what we have is a muddy, swampy area and then a body of water.
So after you pulled into that gravel area and you were directed towards the shoe impressions, where would you have gone?
So I would have been on this kind of northwest side. As you kind of come around this body of water, there was a muddy area. The shoe impression started in that muddy area, continued west into the tree line. It does become kind of heavily wooded as you continue to circle around.
Now, you've already indicated that area was muddy. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So as you made your way northwest along that path, did you yourself observe any shoe impressions?
Yes, the shoe impressions had been previously marked by the responding officers and detectives. So there were already some evidence markers out to help indicate the pathway. So I was able to observe those shoe impressions. And then I also did a secondary search looking for any additional shoe impressions. And I did not find any at that time.
Did you make any observations of the shoe impressions themselves?
Yes, so there was a pathway that officers were taking as they started searching and documented to where they had traveled. So I was trying to stay within that pathway. But that was also considerably muddy. So as you walked, the treads of your shoes were filling up with mud. So while you would leave some pretty good shoe impressions as you started walking, by the time you got into that swampy, muddy area, you were just seeing maybe an outline of the shoe impression, if any impressions at all.
Why would that be?
Just as that mud collects in that tread, it just kind of obliterates anything. It just kind of keeps caking on and caking on to the point where there's no more tread, there's no more traction.
And presumably you were wearing shoes that day?
Yes, I had boots on.
And did you make those observations about your own shoes that you were wearing?
Yes, because there's always the question, if we're seeing a shoe or a pathway going in one direction, why are we not seeing it come back in alternate directions? It looks like somebody goes in but doesn't come back out. So by notating that, we're notating that could be why we're not possibly seeing any additional shoe impressions.
Now, you mentioned this as well, but the path of travel of the shoe impressions that were located, which direction did they appear to be going?
So the ones that I observed were going to the west and kind of circling around and then slightly back to the south.
And did you observe any shoe impressions that appeared to maybe be return shoe impressions back towards the east?
Not that I can recollect. There were a lot of just, like I said, impressions where you could see an outline of a shoe, but it was really hard to determine the pathway or the directionality of where they were going.
The shoe impressions that were located, the tread that you mentioned, what is a tread of a shoe impression?
So the tread is what you find at the bottom of the shoe. Every shoe is different. In dress shoes, there's not much of a tread. It's just a very slick bottom. When you look at boots, you see a very heavily or deep tread pattern. Sneakers can vary. So they're a design portion of the shoe. They're designed by the manufacturer. They determine that tread pattern. But it gives us a determination of what type of shoe we may be looking at.
And the shoe impressions that you observed, did the tread pattern on each of those appear consistent with one another?
Yes, they did.
Once you located the tread impressions in the mud, how did you then proceed with processing those shoe impressions?
So with shoe impressions, we cannot collect them per se. So what we do is we're going to photograph them, take overviews, intermediates, and close-ups. And then I'm going to do additional close-ups with a scale in a 1-to-1 ratio, which means that if they were to be compared later on, they can actually utilize those photographs for comparison purposes.
Okay, I'll have you take a seat here again. Did you then photograph the shoe impressions that you observed on July 10th at Credit Island?
Yes, I did.
Additionally, did you photograph any other items while you were there?
Yes, at the very end, I was informed a flip-flop had been found. So I went to that location, which was slightly more west, and took some additional photographs and collected the flip-flop.
Do you recall what that flip-flop looked like?
Can I refer to my report? I do have a description of it in my report.
Would reviewing your report help refresh your memory about the description of the flip-flop?
Yes, it would.
Make sure you refer to her report, Your Honor.
She may.
The flip-flop I have described as child size and originally white and pink in color.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Foster, I'm handing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 3-1 through 3-141. Would you please look through those exhibits? do you recognize State's Exhibits 3-1 through 3-141?
Yes, I do.
And what are those exhibits?
These are the photographs that I took that day at Credit Island.
And do they fairly accurately depict the shoe impressions that you observed on July 10th, 2020 at Credit Island, as well as that pink flip-flop?
Yes, they do.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 3-1 through 3-141 into evidence.
I have no objection. Those exhibits will be admitted.
May we publish some of these?
You may.
Starting then with State's Exhibit 3-2, what is being depicted here?
That is the Credit Island sign that's located at the entrance of Credit Island to show the location of where we were at.
And then this is State's Exhibit 3-3. What are we looking at here?
So that is an overview of the area where the shoe impressions were located.
And are you able to observe that roadway in this photograph as well, and the only roadway into and out of Credit Island?
Yes, you can.
This is State's Exhibit 3-5. What's being depicted here?
So this is an additional overview, and this is showing more to the west where it starts to become wooded.
This is State's Exhibit 3-6. What's being shown here?
So that is an overview of the scene, and you can see the yellow markers that are indicating the shoe impressions that we've located.
Going back quickly to 3-6, are you able to tell us which markers you're able to observe in that photograph?
So they're slightly out of order and numbering just because I was able to locate more shoe impressions upon my arrival. 9 through 13 are very clear there, and then I believe also 1 and 2, and then the rest are slightly further west and farther back.
So this is State's Exhibit 3-8. What's being depicted here?
So this is going to be another overview of that pathway, slightly from a different angle, just to show how that the shoe impressions are kind of wrapping around.
And as you're taking photographs of the shoe impressions, are you yourself moving along the path as well in the northwestern direction?
Yes, I started out just by going west, and then you kind of wrap around and start heading a little bit north.
This is State's Exhibit 3-11. What's being shown here?
So this is an additional overview, and if you can, it's hard to see, but in the middle of that photograph are some additional evidence markers showing more shoe impressions that were located.
This is State's Exhibit 3-13. What's being shown here?
So that is a little bit more of a closer up, so more of an intermediate of that pathway, showing those evidence markers and where they're located.
And what exhibit markers are being shown here?
So that is evidence markers 3 through 8.
This is State's Exhibit 3-14. And what's being shown here?
So this is an intermediate, and what I'm showing here is we have evidence marker 7, and then we actually have kind of a gap where it becomes a lot of debris, and then you see evidence marker 8.
And was evidence marker 8 the last shoe impression that you've documented moving northwest along that path there?
Yes, it was.
This is State's Exhibit 3-19. What's being shown here?
So that's that same pathway, just viewing it standing on the west side looking eastward.
And in State's Exhibit 3-2, there was a sign you mentioned that said Credit Island. Are you able to observe that same sign here in this photograph? Probably not very well with the lighting.
I was going to say not very well on this photograph, no.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 3-26. What's being shown here in this photograph?
So that is a close-up of the shoe impression located by evidence marker number 12.
is State's Exhibit 336. What's being shown here?
That is a close-up of the shoe impression located by number 9.
Now specifically, when it came to shoe impressions 9 and 12, did you attempt to do any further processing with those shoe impressions?
So for shoe impressions 6, 9, and 12, I took additional close-up photographs with scale in case they could be utilized for comparison. And then I attempted to cast those shoe impressions to preserve them.
When you say cast a shoe impression, what does that mean?
So we use what's called dental stone. It's similar to plaster. We get it in a powder form. We add water and we mix it. We pour it into the bottom of the impression and then it hardens. And once it's hardened, we can remove that cast at that point and package it and submit it into evidence.
And what's the purpose of creating a cast of a shoe impression?
So once I leave that scene, you can't go back and recover that evidence. It's potentially gone once you release that scene. And with shoe impressions, I have no way to physically remove that shoe impression from the ground. So I want to document it in as many ways possible, and in many ways as possible, and preserve it as best as possible in case we're able to locate shoes. And comparison or an examiner that does comparisons of shoe impression can utilize those tools for the comparison.
Now, the shoes that would have left those impressions that you observed on Credit Island, fair to say that they probably would have been covered with mud?
Yes.
Did you make your own observations of your own shoes that you had been wearing on that day in regards to how muddy they were?
Yes, they were literally to the point where I was having trouble walking because the mud had kicked up so badly.
Now, you also mentioned locating a pink flip-flop, showing you here State's Exhibit 3-138. What's being depicted in this photograph?
So that's an intermediate of the flip-flop. It was actually a white in color flip-flop with the pink strap.
And this is State's Exhibit 141. What's being shown here?
And that's another intermediate to show the position and its condition upon us locating it.
Then State's Exhibit 139. What's being shown here?
That is a close-up of the flip-flop once it's been turned over.
Did you collect that flip-flop at this time?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do with it once you collected that item?
It was brought back to the station. We made sure it was put in a secure area to continue drying because it was still slightly wet. Once it was completed drying, it was packaged and sealed in a paper bag and placed into property and evidence.
Again, I'm going to ask you to return to the diagram again. Could you just generally point out at first, again, where those shoe impressions or the footprints were on the diagram?
So it's been a while, but the best of my recollection is as you're traveling west, kind of coming through this area, you start to go across. They started about halfway down to that wooded area, and then they continued all the way down into the heavily wooded portion of it.
And then to the best of your recollection, are you able to show on the diagram where that pink flip-flop was located?
It would have been slightly further west of where that body of water was, so it probably wouldn't even be on the diagram. It was probably further west.
And again, that area is pretty heavily wooded.
Yes, it was where the flip-flop was located. Where the flip-flop was located, it was all wooded area.
Did you have any further involvement then with this particular investigation?
No, I did not.
I don't have any further questions for you.
Mr. Waters?
Ma'am, I want to first talk to you about your involvement with the Chevrolet Impala, okay? That would have been on July 10th of 2020, right?
Correct.
And what time again was it at? I think you said 2:30 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, and essentially you've testified that you went in there and you took some photographs and that you used a methodology called alternative light source. Is that how you put it?
It's an alternate light source.
Okay, and then my understanding is that the alternate light source is being put up some form of stain, right?
So we use it to view the interior of the vehicle, and it would help us locate any evidence, so we can even see other items, but the biological fluids will fluoresce for us to be able to visualize them.
Okay, and biological fluids could contain anything like blood, semen, vaginal secretion, something like that, right?
Usually when we state biological, we don't consider blood. It's more of the saliva, semen, and vaginal secretions. Those will fluoresce. Blood actually absorbs light, so it looks like a very matte, really dark area.
Okay, so then I think you testified that in the back seat of the Chevrolet Impala, that popped up, right?
So there were two areas in the back middle portion of that rear seat that did fluoresce, yes.
Okay, but your involvement wouldn't have anything to do with testing whether this was blood or semen or saliva or some other bodily secretion, right?
No, I did no further testing on that
Okay,
vehicle.
so you couldn't tell me whether it was blood, saliva, semen,
Correct.
vaginal fluid, anything like that?
Correct.
Okay. And I'll be brief, I promise, but I think the next step that you took is that you took pictures of Mr. Dinkins, right?
After the vehicle was completed, yes, I went upstairs and took photographs of Mr. Dinkins.
What time of day would that have been?
It was approximately 5:57.
Yes, that would have been July 10th of 2020 as well.
Yes, and it was
Okay.
PM.
And you mentioned earlier in your testimony that the police told you that Mr. Dinkins was a suspect, right?
I don't know if they use the word suspect or involved subject that we had a search warrant for.
Okay, well, do you remember giving a deposition in this matter?
Yes, I do.
I think that was on May 9th, 2023. Does that sound correct?
Correct.
And if I were to tell you that your testimony in your deposition says I was requested to process the suspect, would you have any reason to believe that I'm not telling you the truth?
No, I would not.
Okay. And what time of day? I know you just told me that it was 5:57 p.m. that when you went up there, but I imagine you were responding to some police officers to tell you to go take some pictures, right?
Correct. I would have gone to the detective bureau and met with the detectives.
Okay, so then at what time of day did the detectives or the police officers tell you to go take these pictures of Mr. Dinkins?
I would be shortly afterwards. I could only tell by looking at the photographs. There is a timestamp on the photographs.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. You began taking pictures of the car at 2:30 p.m., right?
Correct.
How long did that take?
As soon as I was completed, I immediately responded upstairs, so it took quite a while for all of that
Maybe.
processing to be completed.
Maybe about 3 hours?
That sounds about correct, yes.
And then the next step you took in this investigation, or your assignment, I'll call it that, was taking fingernail swabs, right?
That was requested when I responded, yes.
That was, I imagine, soon after taking pictures of Mr. Dinkins?
So when I went upstairs, they informed me they wanted all of that completed at that time. So I was informed of that. I started with the photographs, and then it was brought up that the penile swabs had not been included in the search warrant. And then upon discussion, it was determined to wait for that additional search or for the new search warrant to be completed.
Okay, so how much time had passed between you taking the fingernail swabs and then the information that you wanted to have, they wanted to have the penile swabs?
I did not take the fingernail swabs. We were not going to do any swabbing whatsoever until we were able to do them all at one time.
Gotcha. Why were the penile swabs deemed necessary?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
I'll move on. I'll just talk to you just lastly about these shoe impressions. Again, that would have been July 10th of 2020?
Correct.
Okay, so this must have been, I'm imagining, maybe 7 p.m.?
I believe it responded at 6:30.
Okay. And so you take, I'm guessing, somewhere in that stack of photos over here, somewhere around 200 pictures. Sound fair?
It was approximately that, yes.
Okay. Now, were you involved at all with comparing those impressions to any other shoe?
No, our job as the crime scene technician is just to preserve and collect, document that evidence. Once it's placed into property evidence and the photographs are downloaded, any additional comparisons or examinations are determined by the detectives and sent to our state lab.
Okay, that's just somebody else's job.
Yep,
Okay.
correct.
Then, with that in mind, you couldn't tell me whether the impressions that you took pictures of or the cast that you took, you couldn't tell me whether that was from a boot or a shoe or from some other sort of footwear, right?
No, I would not be able to tell you that.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell,
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
you may step down.
Thank you.
You may.
Oh, we have a sidebar. Oh, it looks like this is almost the end of the day. Oh, the judge has actually come down off the dais to talk to the lawyers. I guess that's because they've got this big table in front, so they can't come right up against the bench.
With the permission of the attorneys, I do not find that there was anything discussed within the bench conference that is of any confidential nature. I always like to make a record of my bench conferences during the course of a trial to make a good record of a trial. So with that, I will make the record on that bench trial. And as we progress through the case, I will do that after each bench conference so that there is the record. I also always invite the attorneys to add to the record if they feel it's necessary, or just confirm that that's a fair summary of the bench conference. The bench conference that we had, the state was advising the court that the next witness may take a bit of a time. There's some additional photographs that will be introduced through that witness, and the state felt that it would be more appropriate to have that as their first witness tomorrow morning rather than start and then interrupt that visit, and there was no objection by the defense. Is that a fair summary, Ms. O'Donnell?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Waters?
It is, Your Honor.
Thank you. With that, we will adjourn for the day. We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you. Have a good evening.
So.
This case here isn't, I don't think this is a retrial over here on Jenkins. The retrial was with Austin Ford. So, but let me take a quick look. Let's see. Okay. I was just looking an article and thought it was the audio from the courtroom voicing over, but it was the article. So that was the connection. I wasn't making the connection. The Brieja's half-sibling, I guess the half-sibling's father is okay. That makes it more understandable that Brieja is over there if there is a family connection to her half-sibling. Because I was wondering why on earth the mother would be crazy enough to take her daughter over to have a sleepover at an RSO's place. Okay, that makes me feel less like she's a completely incompetent mother. I probably still wouldn't have a sleepover. But it gives some context at least. Okay, so let's go show the seal here and see if we've got A2 up for let's see. Okay, somebody left an amusing comment on my amusing comment about the illiterate one supposedly going to the Taylor Swift concert not being seen. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Yeah, it looks like there's yet another interesting trial going on. The sixth wife murder trial. Let's see. Okay, here. Oops. Okay. Looks like it started a while ago. Let me just cue this up. Okay. Here we go. We'll learn more about what Dinkins is up to over in Iowa today. He's got a different colored ugly shirt, but then he's not exactly a looker, as we saw in that those shots of him front, side, and back. Let's see. Yes, it seemed to me like it was a little more interesting than just popping in on arraignments. Down in Texas or some of the others, because this is more compelling. I don't seem to have the audio. What's going on?
Sergeant Pfeiffer, when we left off with your testimony yesterday, we had finished watching the video out there by Kunau Implement to give us a perspective of what vegetation would look like in July of any given summer.
Let's see.
Correct?
Correct.
Were there also still images that were collected that would give a perspective of what that area looked like there at the pond if you were to look down into that drive that would be that steep grade?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's previously been marked as State's Exhibits 97-1 through 97-6. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
And then I'm handing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 97-1 through 97-6.
This is another retro style dress
Do
that
you
she's got
recognize
on
that group
today. It's
exhibit?
real late 60s,
Yes,
1970s.
How do you recognize that group
Kind of
exhibit?
a bouffant hairdo
It is
look.
the area where the skeletal remains of Breja Charles' body were recovered.
Okay. When were these photographs taken?
These were taken in July of this year, 2023.
Do these photographs simply provide a representation of what that area would have looked like when there was foliage on the trees and everything was in full bloom?
I believe it's similar.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 97-1 through 97-6.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish those?
You may.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer, please describe what's depicted in State's Exhibit 97.1.
This exhibit is a photograph from the gravel road, try to get my numbers right, 270th Avenue. This is the access driveway that drops down into the area around the pond from July of this year.
As we look at the photograph, where would the pond be located?
You can see just a little bit of the shadowing, but the pond is just here, pretty much in the center of the screen.
Okay. There is a large tree that is in the vicinity of where you have pointed to. Is that the tree that we saw in a previous diagram that would have essentially that circle drive that would go around the tree?
Yes, if you call your attention to this sort of fork in the road as you come down this driveway, there's slight pass off to the left and then to the right, and they do make a full circle around this area.
I've used the term driveway. Is that really a very apt description?
We have something going on. Is it another question or do we have a verdict?
All right, let's go back on the record. We have Mr. Ford present in the courtroom with his attorney, Lawrence Lewis. Both of the attorneys for the state are present. We have another question from the jury that's been marked as Court's Exhibit 7. It reads as follows: may we handle the demonstrative weapon? Signed by the foreperson, dated today at 11:29 a.m. So let me hear from the state first. I know Mr. Lawrence Lewis, you had mentioned that you were unsure as to whether or not that would go back with them earlier and you were going to do some research, but let me hear the state's response first.
I don't know that I have an objection, but I also cannot affirmatively say that that's allowable. My case law, I can affirmatively say no, yes, or no, but I don't have an objection.
Let me hear from the defense.
I'm going to call case law primary sources as opposed to somebody's summary of the primary source, which is a secondary source. So I have not seen a primary source that says, but I have seen secondary sources that have said that demonstrative evidence does not go back with the jury. It's admitted for demonstrative purposes in the courtroom only, and it's not to go back with the jury. So I have to oppose the demonstrative evidence going into the jury room only because the secondary source. So I can't quote to the court State of Georgia versus Jones or State of Georgia versus Jackson. I wish I could. I can't, but and I don't want to, I don't recall if it was, Gactyl or whatever it is, but I have learned that that demonstrative evidence should not be going back with the jury, so I have to oppose it.
All right, I think I'm going to need to take a few minutes to try to look at the law on this. I would ask both sides to also take that time to do so. So let me plan for about a 10-minute recess at this point to see if I can find some case law on the issue and we can have a further discussion before I respond to the jury. So let's be in recess for about 10 minutes.
Okay, so 10-minute recess. I just realized that I'd been reading the article on judges' robes. It looks like it's quite lengthy. Maybe I'll look at it later and do a summary article. But I remember Judge Judy went syndicated, and when she did, she changed to purple robes, and that just doesn't seem to fly with me. This article seems to be kind of an advertisement for a manufacturer of judicial robes. Interesting. Okay, so 10 minutes. Let's go back over to Iowa. We are currently an hour and 20 behind real time over there. Let's see. We can make that up easy on a break if we get the chance. Okay, here we go. Oops, I forgot to turn it on.
It's an entranceway of some kind. It is gravel and it's unfinished, and this is a fairly steep terrain.
Please describe what we are seeing in State's Exhibit 97.2.
So this is a view looking more towards it would be the northeast. So this is essentially near the pond down here at the bottom of the screen. And this is that loop driveway as you're going back out towards the entrance point.
When we look at the background where we see the trees and the foliage, is that where Breage's remains were found?
Yes, she was recovered in this general area up here where the pointer is in the screen.
Okay, and you had indicated, toward the north east side, if you were to continue north, would you be walking toward Kunow Implement?
Essentially, it's all in a curvature setting there, the way the property is laid out.
State's Exhibit 97.3.
97.3 is an overview from a drone image that, again, we captured on July of this year, 2023. This is the same area as the last slide. You can see that entranceway, and the area where her remains were found are right in this general area.
Is this more of an aerial perspective in this image?
Yes, it is.
All right. State's Exhibit 97.4.
97.4 is a photograph showing the area of foliage in the same general area that we've been speaking of. And just in this area here where these weed trees are and this other foliage is the location where Breage's body was found.
97.5.
Again, it's a similar view of what we had just looked at in 97.4, just showing from the grassy area of that circle drive, looking into that northeastern type direction where her body was found in this, under all of this vegetation.
And then finally, 97.6.
So this would be a view facing mostly west. You would still have the pond area out here in the middle of the screen, but off to the right-hand side of your screen here on this image, her body was over in this general area.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, just given the amount of vegetation in that area, if a body were disposed in the locations that you've identified during the month of July, would it be very difficult for anyone to discover that body?
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer, when law enforcement was called out to handle initially what was thought to be a missing child report, as the day developed, what steps were being taken when Breage wasn't being located?
Steps that were initially taken involved some early cellular telephone records requests for the people that we knew involved within the circle of people of Breage. Those records take some time to obtain, so those were done in fairly soon fashion. We organized with outside agencies in our neighboring jurisdictions for other resources, both human resources and technology tools that included the use of drones. There was state aircraft involved, and throughout the days, the Medforce helicopter was utilized in certain areas.
What do you mean by a Medforce helicopter?
Our local medevac helicopter service offered their services with their helicopter to fly some of the areas.
Were press releases being issued by the Davenport Police Department to notify the public of Breage's missing in the event that they could provide any potential leads?
Yes, there were multiple press releases made. Some of them included methods to
self-organized search parties in groups of 30 or less. And then there were other organized search efforts in different locations, depending on the day and the data that was driven the locations. So we use media and our public outreach tools to try to help organize those searches so that they were purposeful and had an organization to them.
Sure. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel to mark the State's Exhibit 105. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 105. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 105?
Yes, I do.
What is State's Exhibit 105?
Exhibit 105 contains photographs that were issued in a press release sent out by the Davenport Police Department, providing our website that was dedicated to a missing child case, which for this, it was created for Breasia Terrell. In this picture, there were images that we wanted the public to notify us of in the event that they saw any of these things while this investigation was beginning.
Did it have a photograph of Breasia?
Yes.
Did it have any photographs of a subject of interest?
Yes.
Who was the subject of interest?
Henry Dinkins.
And did it have photographs of vehicles that were associated with Henry Dinkins?
Yes, it does.
How many?
3.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 105.
Exhibit 105 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish this?
You may.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, as we look at State's Exhibit 105, has information been redacted from this particular press release?
Yes, there is.
Okay. All right. So this area on State's Exhibit 105, was there some type of information put out to the public to facilitate assistance?
Yes.
All right. That notwithstanding, how is this captioned at the top?
Just as it reads, a person of interest identified in a missing child case. Davenport Police asks anyone with information to call 911.
Okay. And then is the web address set up on this press release?
Yes, it is.
All right. And then just beyond that, then, do we have Breasia's photograph?
Yes.
How many photographs of Mr. Dinkins?
3.
And then is there photographs for each vehicle associated with him?
Yes, there is.
Could you describe those vehicles for our written record?
On the lower left corner of this image, there is a picture of the white motorhome, which was described as the residence for Henry Dinkins. In the middle, there is a maroon Chevy Impala, which was relayed to us as a vehicle operated by Henry Dinkins. And then to the far lower right, there is a black Chevy Camaro, which is identified as a vehicle also operated by Henry Dinkins.
Where was the RV located or stored at?
It was stored in the 700 block of South Schmidt Road in Davenport.
What relationship does that location have to the entry of Credit Island?
It's within probably 400 meters of Credit Island.
All right. With respect to Andrea Culberson and Mr. Dinkins' apartment up at 7433 Jersey Meadows apartment number 8, and I may have that address wrong. The maroon Chevy Impala and the black Camaro, were those kept up there for their use?
They were kept at the 2744 East 53rd address at Jersey Meadows, yes.
Thank you for correcting me on that. And then as we look at these photographs of the vehicles, where are they located so we've got a perspective
At the time
that these photographs were being taken?
At the time of these photographs were taken, they are in a evidence processing area.
Had they been seized?
Yes.
Had there been a number of search warrants obtained for each of those vehicles?
Yes, there was.
Were those search warrants executed?
Yes.
All right. And then was there evidence that was seized from each of those vehicles?
Yes, there was.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, speak to the weather conditions of July 9th in the evening and going into the early morning hours of July 10th of 2020.
The weather conditions were rainy and at times stormy.
Okay. Did that later become significant to the investigation?
Yes, it did.
And just to give us a brief perspective, why?
During the search of the maroon Chevy Impala, there was mud that was caked, stuck to the undercarriage of the vehicle. And that mud was still there several days after the vehicle had been seized. And we know that the vehicle drove quite a bit during the daytime hours without rain on July 10th.
Okay. Let's go back to some earlier testimony that you had provided. You were describing basically what was being done in attempts to locate Breasia. Now, were there major canvasses done over a period of time?
Yes, there was.
On July 10th, we discussed the canvas out in the area of the Jersey Meadow apartment complex. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want you to speak to the issue of how far that extended beyond the area of the apartment complex and even that field behind the apartment complex to the north.
So that search, as you mentioned, extended to different areas around the 74 bridge. There's a area where there's a creek bed. We covered areas of field north of those apartment areas and several areas where there would have been any sort of tips that would have come in of any sightings of something to look for.
Okay. Did that extend out to the west on 53rd?
Towards the west, we went to Jersey Ridge area, Veterans Memorial Parkway area, and where Eastern Avenue and Veterans Memorial Parkway intersect, there is another area of open grass, landed, as I would call it, just unmowed, that separates Veterans Memorial Parkway with some field areas till you get to Interstate 80 to the north.
And then on the south side of 53rd, beyond the businesses, is there residential neighborhoods to the south of that business district?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Were areas to the south as far as those neighborhoods and the residences canvassed?
There was, and additionally, the area of 53rd Street from Eastern Avenue to Brady Street was under heavy construction. Those areas were all searched within that time frame, to the point there was even a torrential storm during one of those events, and we actually had to rescue several of our officers out of some pretty serious storms in that particular area.
Okay. Did that include going to residences in those locations?
Yes.
What were officers doing when they would deploy into those neighborhoods?
They were looking for video surveillance cameras affixed to houses and walking around with the pictures and flyers and knocking on doors, asking anyone had they seen anything.
Did that develop any leads whatsoever? And don't speak to the issue of video surveillance feed, but just making contact with people who lived in the area.
We didn't find anybody that saw anything.
Okay. Sergeant Piper, I want to go back to State's Exhibit 38. Let's go ahead, let's put that back up here on the easel. I know it's going to be difficult to see, but can you give us a perspective just based on that map around the Jersey Meadow apartments? What areas would have been encompassed?
So where I have the pointer and you see the yellow dots is the general area around the apartments. And in the lower right-hand screen, you see a more blown up version of some of that concentrated area around the apartment complex.
Okay. Let's speak to the issue of video surveillance footage. Why were you looking for any locations that had video cameras affixed to the physical structures?
Video cameras will oftentimes capture, any sort of movement, and they don't require any human interaction. And to, help develop this theory that Breasia got up and walked away in the middle of the night, but with a time of uncertainty in our perspective at that moment, it is important for us to see, did any of the cameras in these residences around there?
All three demonstrative exhibits states the gun. I don't remember the number offhand, but the weapon that was, or the replica of the weapon is the demonstrative exhibit, as well as defendants 3A and B, which were the styrofoam baseball and cup, were all admitted without objection. And
in 2024, April 8th, there will be a total eclipse crossing all North America.
This once-in-a-lifetime event started in Mexico, then move into the U.S.
States 31 was the replica of the gun that was used as a demonstrative aid, and defendants 3A and B, I believe it was marked, is the styrofoam cup and baseball that was used as a demonstrative aid. So the state is asking for all three items to go back. Defense response.
Judge, trials often happen in real time. And so when I give the court my response, obviously the court knows that it's the response after 10 minutes. I think that I think there are a number of things going on, and I don't want to make any of the complexity simplistic. The first thing, Judge, is there any objection to the evidence going back? So I think that's, and in doing the research, and I'll continue to do the research, irrespective of the court's decision, because I may find exactly the case that I need to find. The first question is admitted without objection. There are certain cases in the time frame that we've had to research the issue will say that the demonstrative evidence was admitted and there was no objection. So that's the first question, because I do object. The second question is, if it's admitted and there is no objection, is the admittance of the evidence enough to warrant a reversal of a conviction? And that's a whole different question than should the evidence go back.
Did you read the cases that the court cited? They make no reference to how the evidence was admitted at trial, just that
it's demonstrative evidence. I saw that, Judge. I saw that. And so what I wasn't able to glean from the cases that the court provided and the cases that I was looking at in the law library is in the situation where the demonstrative evidence is objected to and the court then sends that demonstrative evidence back to the jury. And we're not talking about, and again, obviously there's different types of demonstrative evidence. There is, which is part of my argument, there's demonstrative evidence where the state may have a satellite diagram. There's demonstrative evidence that may have been manipulated by a witness.
And the cases that I cite discuss that. I mean, obviously, diagrams are treated different than the demonstrative evidence that was permitted to go back in the jury in the two cases that I cited. In the two cases that I cited, the demonstrative evidence was a styrofoam mannequin head.
Yes.
That was used by the medical examiner to assist in explaining his or her testimony. The other was a dowel rod inserted through a pillow.
Right.
The pillow was the actual evidence. The dowel rod was not actual evidence in the case, but was used demonstratively to show the trajectory of the bullet. And so the court was affirmed in allowing, the trial court was affirmed in allowing the dowel as a demonstrative aid to go back in the jury deliberations.
And that was a situation where I think the attorney opposed it. So that case was a case where the demonstrative evidence was objected to. The court ruled that it could go back. The evidence ultimately went back, and on appeal, the higher court, the appellate court, said that's not a problem. We would distinguish that from this case in that there's only, I would contend, one way for that dowel rod to go into the pillow, as opposed to the multiple ways that the gun may be moved around the baseball. And of course, I think the court understands the baseball was produced because we didn't have a mannequin head. I think that's probably simple enough. And I think we can analogize from the court's case that the baseball and the styrofoam cup is meant to be a substitute for the head that the styrofoam head that we didn't have. I think that is clear enough. And I think if it was a styrofoam head and there was a dowel rod, and the court was talking about putting a dowel rod into the mannequin head, which the witness may have already put a hole in, I think that the cases that the court cites would be absolutely on point. The only point I want to make to the court is the first, I think, step in the inquiry is there an objection? The defense objects. The second question is, over objection, is this the type of demonstrative evidence that the jury cannot manipulate? That's the way I'm going to characterize it. Cannot manipulate. And then third, in cases that the court presents, I say no. I say that they could not have been manipulated. It could not have been, the demonstrative evidence could not have been manipulated. And in this case, we contend the demonstrative evidence can be manipulated. And then the third question is, with the jury having this demonstrative evidence, did it create such a prejudicial effect that there should be an overturn of the conviction? And I think that second inquiry regarding the manipulation of demonstrative evidence is sort of where I stand. I don't know that the cases that I've read ultimately say that, Judge, and that's sort of my position. Thank you very much, Judge.
Do you have anything in opposition to the cases cited by the court?
I do not.
Okay, and you agree that both defendants, well, both states (31), the gun, and defendants 3, the styrofoam cup and ball, were both admitted without objection at trial?
3A being the styrofoam cup, 3B being the baseball, I do admit.
And the gun.
And the gun, I do admit that was admitted at trial.
Without objection?
Yes, without objection, and that is in fact the demonstrative evidence that the jury's asking for. I concede that, Judge.
Okay, and both sides used all of the demonstrative aids extensively throughout the trial and in closing arguments, and each side manipulated them to whatever their position in the case was at trial and in closing. And with that being said, I'm going to allow all of the demonstrative aids to go out with the jury. Let me draft my response for approval. All right, can I have someone collect the gun, the styrofoam cup, and the baseball and give it to the bailiff? My response to Court's Exhibit 7, may we have the demonstrative weapon? Yes, we are sending out all of the demonstrative exhibits that were admitted during the trial. Any exception to the court's response from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
I'm sorry, Judge, they only asked for the gun?
Correct.
Then I would ask that only the gun go back.
Well, based on my review of the case law, and also you bringing this up earlier when I asked whether or not there was an agreement on the exhibits that were going out, you said you were going to research whether demonstrative aids go out. So I am going to, based on Smith versus State and Moss versus State, send out all of the demonstrative aids that were admitted.
Yes, Judge, just no objection. Thank you.
Your exception is noted. So I'll give the note to the bailiff to have them read and return that, read the exhibits in the courtroom, and due to the hour, will you inquire of them if they know when they want to take a lunch recess. Leave the exhibits in the courtroom, let them read the note and bring that back and let us know their intentions regarding a lunch recess. I note for the record that Ms. Holly is in the courtroom, so I'm going to ask the deputy to serve Ms. Holly in open court with my contempt citation and notice of hearing regarding her alleged improper use of a cell phone. She was not present in court yesterday to be served. This instructs her to be back in court on Wednesday, August 16th at 9:30 a.m. for a contempt hearing. She's being served in open court by the deputy. You can return the note to the court reporter, Mr. Wooten.
They said they would like to go lunch now.
All right, so the jury is going to take their lunch recess now, so the attorney should do so as well. Mr. Wooten, I'm going to keep the jurors together for lunch again today, and if you will pick up their lunch and keep them together in the private juror dining room. All right, so we will be in recess until we have a further question or verdict, and I'll ask the attorneys to take their lunch break at this time as well. Thank you. We're in recess. Please stick close to your phones.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, Indiana. French is easy to learn. I took to it so easily. Although I always got frustrated with Spanish because you hear it so much because of all the Mexicans and other people from South America who've refugeed into the country, either legally or illegally, and those who've come legitimately. And they always talk so fast. And then I was trying to brush up on my French, and I was listening to Harry Potter in French. And I went, oh, the French speak that fast too. Okay. How about for our amusement here, we'll go back to the trial, but let's take a look at this chateau, which was for sale. Oh yes, there's a guy who likes to do some commentary on true crime. He's actually a landlord. I think he's from New York, and his name is Alistair, and he is an African native from a French-speaking country, but I'm not sure which one. And he's a gay man, and he's my gay crush. I find him such a hoot. Well, let's take 10 minutes and look at this chateau's. The label is, "This abandoned chateau is cheaper than a used car." And so, I was going, oh, how would it be? I would love to have something like that and fix it up. So let's take a look at that here. Let me just get this set up. This is 11 minutes, so we can take something off of instead of true crime for a minute.
Yeah, I think you are. Everybody, welcome back. Early start. Got to get Billy, go help him get some machinery. He needs to go and show me something that apparently I need to see. And then I need to get back here and get on with stuff for the video. So, let's do it.
Okay. Ready to film, are we?
I think so. I'm knackered.
Poor Phil. Anyway, welcome back to Chateau de Cive, everyone. We call it Chateau de Cive because its roof resembles a sieve. Yeah, we're back here today. We're going to talk about it a bit more. So yeah, welcome to another video.
So you've taken over my channel again?
What do you think, Phil?
So you looked around this with Ryan.
I did.
And
we've actually spoken to the owner.
You've spoken to the owner, and obviously Ryan hasn't got sort of the renovating experience. So you're hoping that I say that this is a great idea. Is that right?
No. I was hoping that you'd buy it. Because, okay, get this everyone. Apparently this chateau is so cheap, you could put it on a credit card. It's the same price as a used car.
Looking at it now, I'd rather have the car, mate. I do like it though. It's got a whole.
It looks like a very, very typical French Parisian style chateau. I don't know. That's the only vibe I get from it. It's like something out of I don't know, like a Charles Dickens novel, doesn't it? Miss Havisham's.
I was going to say horror movie, but.
So there are people about today looking at us funny, but it's all right. Part of the roof. Part of the zinc roof.
That's I like how they've kept the shutters closed with screwed wood.
How small is it now, Phil? It's getting bigger, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah, right.
Keep coming.
Was this part of a school once?
This was part of the school, yes. It was a school back in, up until I think the...
Watch how easy it is to put on new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. I just step in and go, sitting.
Late 90s, I think. I'm not sure exactly. How big's it now?
Oh,
Phil?
okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm starting to see. I'm starting to understand.
I'd say it's even possibly bigger than our place. What do you reckon? It's not as tall, but it's definitely a lot
It's deeper.
deeper, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting spooky vibes from it now.
It has got some spooky vibes. Actually, I'll tell you what's spooky for me. I like it though. Is you've got these little sort of these windows that pop out as your dormers. Then you've got the small ones that's just above it.
I can't remember the pronunciation of it. It's like Oeil de Boeuf or something like that.
Yeah, a cow's eyes. Yeah, basically. I thought they were the round ones that are
No, they are. Yeah, essentially
Okay.
zinc dormers that are slightly round. Yeah.
Right.
You're probably right though.
Oh, Billy,
What?
the basement door's open.
Yeah, we're not going in there, Phil.
Yeah, that's
Not going in there.
nothing good happened in a basement.
I'd rather go in the convent at night. What's this? It's unusual, isn't it?
I don't know, what is it?
It's that beautiful piece of quartz. It's just
Ooh.
embedded in the stonework. Anyway, it gets bigger.
Is that a hole in the ground?
It only goes about a metre deep.
Oh, okay. Oh, what's in here? What is in there? Oh, it's like a horrible kitchen-y thing, Billy.
Yeah.
Oh, that is. If that is anything of the rest of the thing to go by, that is ruined. That's ruined.
So the whole point of this video is today is that I actually don't want to buy it. As cheap as it is, it's just going to destroy any other project I've currently got going because I'll be more interested in this because it's in worse condition than the convent. However, you people of good YouTube who are viewing this video today, you know, if you've got a little bit of money tucked away under your bed, in the sock drawer, empty it out, come and save this place. What do you think?
I think this is the entire reason why I'm here is because you're trying to convince me to do it.
The tower's quite big. That's the staircase. Phil.
It's a staircase. All right. Wow. Needs some glass, doesn't it?
But glass isn't expensive.
What's in here? What's in here? What is in there? Oh, it is absolutely trashed, isn't it?
It's magnificent. She's an old beauty.
Oh, I like those windows. Need to get back. That's a shame. I mean, look at that. Yeah, that's beautiful. So that's the staircase.
So staircase, the bottom half. Obviously, there's rooms
Yeah.
above. And you've also got galleries looking out over the staircase as well, which is really nice.
Such a shame it's been left to go like this.
Yeah, there's trees growing out of it.
I want to get in it.
So this along here, Phil, is a huge retaining wall. And in old postcards, you can see that it was completely like open. Nice outbuilding, by the way.
Oh. Reckon that's with it?
That is with it, yeah.
Oh, wow.
So the land's on about 4-5 acres, something like that.
All right.
You're not overexposed, are you, Phil?
No. I'm not exposing myself. That'd be cool. You reckon that's original or something that's been built since?
It's probably original that's been modified.
All right.
Yeah. Yep.
The problem is, you see something like this, you just want to save it, don't you? And
Regardless of money or consequence,
yeah,
it'd be fun knocking around here all day, wouldn't it? Discovering things and, you know, make whatever you did to this place, it wouldn't certainly make it, like, start again. Whatever you did to this place, regardless of what you did, it wouldn't make it any worse. So.
I don't know, I reckon I can give it a go. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. What's down there? Ivy. That's what's down there. Ivy. Lots of ivy.
It's great, isn't it? Well, it's not great, but it's
Yeah.
a great building.
And there's a tree just growing out of that shutter. And that's, well, look at the angle of those dormers where they're facing back. There's a big crack there coming down. That's walls all bowing out. There's literally trees everywhere. So obviously, we all, if we've been watching, know that something else that I really wanted has potentially come up for sale recently. Needs huge amounts of work, just like this. This, again, the roof from this place is going to be 200 grand in materials, probably not even including labour, let alone structural issues, which the other place has got as well. But this has much lower, much lower asking price. But I can't see the business potential in this here. I just can't see what you do with it to warrant all of the money going with it. And that's the sad thing about these places. They get like this, all the land's gone, they have no way to support them, and they're just not worth saving.
Well, unfortunately, me and my quilted jacket aren't going to save it, I don't think, just because the price of materials at the moment in France with the, is it the cost of living crisis?
Yeah,
it's all
that's what
over
they're
Europe
calling
at
it.
the moment. Yeah, don't know. Just don't know. I mean, I'd love someone to save it though.
Maybe we should start a charity to save them, Billy. WeBuyAnyChateau.com.
WeBuyAnyChateau.com. Yeah, it's a good idea. I haven't quite got the funds for buying lots of chateaux still, but yeah, I don't know. I'd love someone to save it.
Don't think someone's going to manage it.
I don't know. Yeah, I think I don't know. I think it's lost. It's going to be lost, which is a sad thing, but it's the world we live in.
Can't say more. But maybe.
Yes, that's me. I like to fantasize about these dream properties, and I'll have to, let's see. Let me just put a link for this really quick. Oops. I'm in the wrong tab here. Let's get this. Oh, let's see. Okay, we're just about ready here. Okay, let's see. Back over to Henry Dinkins, day 2.
Presumably, in our opinion, be lost.
Okay.
Being in an area of unfamiliarity.
Based on canvases and based on video footage that was collected, was there anything to support the theory that Breasia just got up in the middle of the night and walked away?
No.
All right. Was there video surveillance footage that was collected that would help establish the movements of Henry Dinkins during the middle of the night of July 10th and even into the morning hours of July 10th?
Yes, there was.
All right. Now, let's talk about other canvases that you conducted on July 10th. What other areas did you do a canvass of?
The area of Credit Island was of interest.
Why?
On July 10th. We were provided information that Henry Dinkins was in the area of Credit Island with his son.
All right. So describe what you did in canvassing that area.
We assembled groups of officers and members of the public also assimilated in that area to do a walking search of Credit Island. And if you're unfamiliar with it, I can point it to the map here, but this area that is essentially in the middle of the Mississippi River down here in the lower left corner is truly an island with one causeway driveway, bridge type of thing to access it. And the only other access point to it without a boat is a pedestrian bridge on the further south side of it that connects to the other southwest side of the city of Davenport. So those are the two ways to access Credit Island from Davenport without boat.
For purposes of our written record, and I think we all recognize where Credit Island is located, but what would be the main thoroughfare that runs along the Mississippi River on our southernmost border?
As far as the roadway,
Yeah.
it would be South Concord Street, follows the riverbed for the most part. And in the area where you enter Credit Island, it is actually River Drive.
All right. Yesterday, civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster had testified as having been sent down to that area for purposes of photographing footprints. Were you out there at the scene when that development was taking place?
I was out there for collecting footprints.
Were you aware of those footprints out there on Credit Island?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was there anything beneficial that came of that canvas?
No.
Was Briasia found there?
No.
Okay. Was there an item, a clothing item or a shoe item that was found out there that created questions about whether or not it could have potentially been Briasia's?
Yes.
What was that item?
There was a flip-flop shoe.
Okay. And would that have been a topic of discussion in follow-up with Briasia's mother, Aisha Langford?
Yes.
All right. All right. Now, beyond that, how committed was the community in their efforts to try and locate Briasia?
It was the largest form of unsolicited support that I had seen in a couple of decades of public service work ever.
All right. At any point in time down in the area of Credit Island, was there members of the public who were out and requested assistance because they thought they might have found something?
Yes, there was.
Describe that.
We encountered multiple phone calls to our 911 center that people had found different items of clothing they thought might have been relevant. We had a couple calls. One of them in particular was somebody called 911 and they were frantic, and they were on the phone saying that you just walked past us. You just walked past her. She's right there. She's in a tree. What are you doing? And this is just the frantic ramblings that I remember from those phone calls, and they made no sense. Our search parties were there when these calls were coming in, so there was a lot of calls brought into us. People saying they were mediums and psychics, and just a variety of things that we were unable to make contact with some sort of rational thought or solution.
Okay, and anytime a tip came in, did it develop anything of value related to Briasia Terrell and her being missing?
No.
Okay, speak to the issue of a well that members of the public had come across and had reached out to law enforcement about.
Throughout the course of this searching of Credit Island, I received a call that there were people using a fish finder device of some sort, and they had come across an abandoned well. I don't know what the well was or what it was for, but it was full of water, and this fisherman had thought that he had seen something that resembled a face by utilizing his sonar equipment. So plans were devised at that time with our partners from the Davenport Fire Department to bring some equipment down there to pump the water out of that well and try to determine if that was Briasia.
What were the findings?
There was nothing found in there.
All right. So when you stop and consider all of those search efforts, did anything that law enforcement did or the public did in attempts to locate Briasia suggest that this was simply a situation of a child who wandered off?
No.
All right. Let's talk about cellular devices. Explain the import of cellular devices and how that becomes an important investigative tool to law enforcement.
I'm not able to speak to the actual technicalities of it all, but in a general sense, we use cellular technology in a variety of investigative efforts. But in a general sense, cellular telephones communicate with cellular towers, and the signals that communicate from the towers to those devices, there's a frame of time that it takes from a signal to get from one device to the next, and those times are measured. And through that process, return trip time is one of the phrases that you'll hear used in it, and other people can explain the more technicalities of it. But essentially, you're able to determine distance, how far away from a particular cell phone tower that device may have been at that point in time. And then you have other pieces of technology within cellular devices that are maybe more commonly understood as GPS, global positioning systems. And some devices are able to provide us with very precise location information, And in this particular time of our world, almost everybody has a cellular device on them of some sort, whether it's a device that's attached to your vehicle or your mapping systems, or just simply your tablet or your phone. And it is very common for a large majority of our population to have some sort of communication device with them that is operating on the cellular network or somehow communicating with the actual internet through other means, which could be Wi-Fi technology as well.
Was that an investigative tool that was used in this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And did that relate specifically to the cell phone of Henry Dinkins?
Yes, it did.
All right. And then I just want you to speak very briefly to a particular topic because that will be developed through other testimony. When there was an interest in Henry Dinkins' cell phone, were there search warrants obtained for that cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a very important break in the case that came early on that law enforcement utilized?
Yes, there was.
Explain.
The first identification of a cellular signal of interest in this process was a brief contact with the cell phone that we had for Henry Dinkins when it made contact with the cellular antenna tower in Comanche, Iowa.
Okay. Go ahead and let's go back to State's Exhibit 38. What is the relationship of Comanche, Iowa to the, I guess, main highway street into Clinton? And let me do a little bit better job. If you're going down Highway 61 and you want to go into Clinton, what direction are you going to travel?
So just to recap so I'm confused, you would go north on 61 and then at Highway 30, you would come back to the east.
Okay.
And Comanche is situated right here where the pointer is in this upper right-hand corner of this map.
All right. Highway 30, as you enter the city limits of Clinton, what's the name of that street?
I can't think of it off the top of my head other than 30. Without looking, I don't recall.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Does Lincoln Way sound familiar?
It is one of the streets there.
Okay, gotcha. All right, and then relative to that theme, what area, would it have focused on an area there in Clinton?
Yes, it did.
Okay, all right. So then with that piece of information, how was that utilized from an investigative standpoint?
At that point in time, having the signal in that area for just a brief minute, the amount of usage out of that connectivity was analyzed by a few of us. And it, for me, and having done a lot of work with cellular phone devices in different cases, there was literally little to no data exchanged within that contact point, which seemed different for me, for someone to turn on a phone but not use it. So that seemed different from things I had seen in the past. And at that point, we started to involve some other partners that had more knowledge with that specific area of cellular technology.
What other partners did you involve?
At that point, the FBI was involved. There's a member from the CAST unit, which is their cellular analytics. A couple other acronyms in there that I don't know.
Survey team?
Yeah,
there we go.
That sounds good.
Okay.
And they'll be able to speak to their portions of that. With the enlistment of their assistance, that particular signal contact in that Comanche tower, they were able to make pretty quick sense of that and use their skill sets for the things that they know.
Okay. By virtue of that, then, did that lead to another major canvass that was done outside of Scott County?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Going back to State's Exhibit 38, explain that and the areas that canvass focused on.
So initially, we knew that based off of the antenna element that was provided to us, the Comanche tower, if you see these blue sort of angle lines from this blue dot in Comanche, that represents the cellular tower. And this particular tower has 3 sides to it, and signals branch off of it in one of 3 directions. And the direction that this momentary contact was made with that tower is in that area you see projecting to the north. So initial video canvas and foot canvas work was initiated in that area to see if anything of familiarity with what we had known so far to be related to Henry Dinkins' Reasia Trail and the involved vehicles were able to be observed in that area.
Sergeant Piper, Sergeant Ellerbach will be testifying later on, but on this map, did you indicate how broad the canvassing took place in Clinton County in some fashion so that the court has some perspective of the areas that were covered?
Absolutely. If you see this area that is outlined in pink, and then there are shaded pink markings within the pink boxes, they all, if you're close enough, you can see they have an area and a numerical identifier to those areas. And Sergeant Ellerbach will explain how those areas were and how they managed those particular search groups with different operational structure. But that entire area was canvassed around that area. And again, you can see a large portion of that speaks to the array coming from that cellular antenna direction.
By virtue of that canvas, did it develop any evidence that would lead to the discovery of Breasia Terrell? And I should actually call it searches, by virtue of searching that area.
Nothing other than video.
Okay, all right. And then we're going to speak to video here in a moment. But then the next question, I need to be more definitive when I talk about searches versus canvassing. Is most of that area rural?
Yes, with the exception of that immediate area where there's some commercial businesses.
And in this instance, were there any areas where officers would have gone out in neighborhoods and knocked on doors to see if anybody had any information that they could provide?
Yes.
All right. And did that produce any information at all?
No.
All right. Now let's go to the topic that you brought up. We've got a perspective of how cellular devices became very important to this investigation. But now tell us how location or GPS information from cellular devices then would then lead to another very important investigative tool that was utilized by the Davenport Police Department.
In this particular area?
Yeah, and in each of our areas that we searched.
Because of the Comanche area, there was video surveillance obtained in that area, and there were cameras along Highway 30 that had captured the maroon vehicle, which was on the list of vehicles associated with Henry Dinkins, and that was present on a couple of different camera surveillance systems, and most notably at the Walmart in Clinton, we were able to observe Henry Dinkins' maroon Chevy Impala in the parking lot of Walmart. And then further, we observed Henry Dinkins walk from his Chevy Impala into the Walmart.
And then what did he do there?
Within the store, he purchased 2 bottles of Clorox bleach.
Okay. What time of the morning would that have occurred and what date?
It was just after 7 a.m. On the morning of July 10th.
And is that before he's made the telephone call to Aisha at 8:08 a.m. to report to her that Breasia is missing?
Yes, it's before that.
Okay. Is Clorox something that would be significant to you as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, it is.
Why?
Clorox bleach is used as a disinfectant and a cleanser. It is used both to conceal evidence in crime scenes, and it's also used to clean our own tools and prepare things so that they're sanitary for the purposes that they, it is used to kill bloodborne pathogens for safety purposes for our own equipment and our cabinets.
Were there video surveillance feed, or was there video surveillance feed that was also collected down in the area of the Jersey Meadow apartments along 53rd, Eastern, and Jersey Ridge?
Yes.
And then down in the area of Credit Island, in particular where that RV was stored, was there video surveillance footage that was collected that ended up being very beneficial to the investigation?
Yes, there was.
Does that give us just a very good perspective of what the investigation consisted of and how it was handled?
Yes, it does.
I have no further questions of this witness at this time, Your Honor, and I would reserve the right to recall this witness later on.
Mr. Freeze? Yes.
If you could just help me out, who's your laser pointer on the cell phone tower? Okay. Now, we have that time at 7:02 to 7:03 a.m.?
Correct.
Do you have any other cell tower?
No.
Do you have any other video that pushed any place other than that area that night?
At around 3:30 that morning. The quick shop at 53rd and Sheridan in Davenport.
3:30 a.m. quick shop.
Correct.
And you had a quick shop at 3:30 a.m.
As far as we can tell. She did not come in the store, if she was.
all these beneficial videos that you have, how many videos, first of all, were seized during the investigation?
Hundreds. I don't know the exact count.
You say hundreds of videos from businesses and locations along what you thought might be Henry Dinkins' area of travel, right?
And everywhere to establish a possible area.
Out of those hundreds, were you able to winnow down those videos into a smaller number that may have information on it that concerns Henry Dinkins or a purple Impala?
Yes.
And how many of those were there?
I don't know off the top of my head.
And when did you start looking for these videos for Mr. Dinkins' movements and this Impala?
Immediately.
Why did you immediately start looking for the movements of Mr. Dinkins and this Impala?
Simply because Mr. Dinkins was the last person to be with Breasia Terrell. He took care and control of her the night before at his residence for an overnight visit with his son, and he was the last person to have been with her.
You say been with her. What do you mean been with her?
He was the custodial caregiver for her at his residence that night.
As was Andrea Culberson, right?
Correct.
And what step did you do to backtrack the events of Andrea Culberson that night?
We also went through her cellular phone and her movements and her interview about where she was.
And what did you do to backtrack the steps of Aisha Langford?
Similar. We also went through her cell phone and places where she was and where she was that morning.
Did you get videos like this for Aisha Langford?
She was not in any videos that we had.
Did you try to get any videos like you did from Miss Langford? Like
Absolutely.
Okay. Because you understand, you have no evidence, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have no evidence, no witness, no video, no pictures that puts Breasia Terrell in that Impala that night.
Andrea Culberson provided information that when she looked out the window, Breasia was next to that Impala in the overnight hours of early morning hours of July 10th with Henry Dinkins when he had came back to the apartment.
Again, my question is, you have no evidence that puts Breasia Terrell inside that Impala, right?
She was no longer in the parking lot after the Impala left the parking lot.
You have no witness, no trace evidence, no physical evidence that puts her in that Impala.
That's correct.
Okay. And when Andrea Culberson said she saw Breasia outside the Impala, she told you that Breasia was outside the Impala alone, right?
Right.
And Henry Dinkins was in the apartment or coming into the apartment, correct?
Correct.
And Andrea Culberson also told you that she did not question Mr. Dinkins as to why Breasia was outside, did she?
Correct.
How long did it become before Mr. Dinkins became the person you were focusing on in this investigation?
With respects to time, I don't know a time frame of what you're asking for some transitional points, but he had always remained the last person to be with her, and his movements in the middle of the night while she was missing and lack of doing something that a normal adult would do when a 10-year-old child is in their care and custody, I think piques the interest of anybody who has ever had a child or cared for a child would understand that when a 10-year-old that you're responsible for is missing and there is no sense of alarm, there's not a phone call made, there were no doors knocked on in the adjacent apartments, there was none of those things done yet by the time police arrived in the daytime hours. And when you have these types of facts of a young child in an unfamiliar area and the person solely responsible for her has indicated that he has done nothing to try to find her whereabouts other than drive around in a large 40-some mile loop.
Okay. So with that in mind, you knew that right away. Within a day, you knew that's what he had done, right?
Right.
You knew that when he came to the police station voluntarily that day, right?
When he came that morning, we did not know all of his travels, no.
Okay. Didn't take long though, did it?
That's relative. I was there for several days in a row.
Okay. Well, within several days, you knew all this information, and the forces of your investigation honed in on Mr. Dinkins. That's a fair statement.
That is fair.
And what investigation were you doing looking into possible other suspects?
There were multiple, and when I say multiple, this is the largest multi-agency thing I've been a part of in 2 decades of this business. There were state DCI police involved, and there were FBI agents that had come in from several different home offices to assist with this. And they investigated leads around people that Henry Dinkins was associated with and a variety of other activities. And those avenues were explored. There were even search warrants conducted at other associates of Henry Dinkins where cellular analysis took place.
And other agencies would call you with information they thought might be relevant to the disappearance of Brazier Terrell, right?
At times, yeah.
One of those agencies was the Rock Island Police Department, correct?
We had multiple. I don't know what finger specifically getting at.
Do you know the name Tina No or Noe?
I do, yeah.
She contacted you, right?
Yes, she did.
Why'd she contact you?
She contacted me regarding an investigation that she had on CS.
Okay. And CS was a child living with Brazier Terrell, correct?
Correct.
And she had information about CS that she thought might be relevant to the disappearance of Brazier Terrell, right?
I don't find it to be relative, no.
Why not?
Do you have specific statements you're speaking to?
You put them in a report, right?
If you have one authored by me, you have it, but I handled literally hundreds of phone calls in that time.
Nope. Are we going to a break over here now? Okay, let me. Oh, oh, we're having a beauty moment here. Let's watch hairstyling with Henry. Doesn't matter what you do, you still look like an idiot. You're 50 something and you've got little braids in your hair. It's time to grow up. Okay, let's see. Looks like nothing's happening for a couple minutes here, so we're going to skip ahead.
Terrell, right?
I don't recall the exact contents of it. I know the nature of the case that she was working with him.
And we could agree that the information that was provided by Tina No was not followed up on by the Davenport Police Department.
I don't know the exact things that you're speaking of, so I can't answer what you're insinuating. I don't.
Very well. Now, outline for me again your role in this investigation. You're supervising the detectives?
Yes.
So when detectives receive information and reduce it to a report, you approve the reports, right?
Correct.
Do you read all the reports?
Yes, I do.
Is AJ, I'm going to butcher this name, I'm sorry.
Poirier,
one of your detectives?
Yes.
Do you know who Special Agent Rick Ron is?
Yes, I do.
Tell the court who Special Agent Rick Ron is.
Rick Ron is now retired, but he is at the time was the area commander for the major crime side of the DCI for the state, and he was the overall commander for the state side.
Okay, so very respected law enforcement officer.
Yes.
Very decorated, correct?
Yes.
In the 10 days following the disappearance of Brazier, there was a homicide investigation that occurred in Clinton. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And there was evidence seized in that case from a gentleman that a search warrant was executed upon his vehicle. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Recall that person's name?
No, I do not.
Was his name Kyle Julian? Ring a bell?
I honestly don't remember the name that was provided in that one.
Do you recall that Special Agent Ron was involved in the search of a Dodge Challenger belonging to Kyle Julian?
Yes.
And tell the court what was found in the trunk of that Dodge Challenger belonging to Mr. Julian.
If my recollection, I believe it was a white shirt.
Okay. What kind of shirt was it?
I believe it was a white T-shirt, but without seeing the document, I don't know for certain.
Was there any other shirt found?
I don't know off of memory.
Okay. What was the significance of these shirts?
It was relayed to me from Special Agent Rick Ron that there was potentially blood on it.
And these shirts were around youth size 10, right?
If that's what it reflects, I don't remember the size of it.
Okay. Size 10 or 12 would be about the size of Breasia Terrell, correct?
I believe so.
And Clinton, we know now, is an area of interest, correct?
Correct.
You know what Rick Ron, Special Agent Rick Ron, did with those shirts?
He turned them over to Detective Poirier.
Where are those shirts today?
I believe they're in evidence, or they could be at the lab. I'm not sure their exact location.
If there were blood stains found on children's shirts 10 days after the disappearance of Breasia Terrell, that would be relevant to the investigation, wouldn't it?
What's the connection between those two cases?
Breasia Terrell is missing. Agreed?
Agreed.
You have Henry Dinkins for some reason in Clinton. Agreed?
Agreed.
10 days after Breasia Terrell winds up missing, somebody is found having children's clothes in the trunk of his car covered in blood. And you don't think that's relevant?
Not given the facts of that case and the people involved, and there were children involved in the household with that other homicide that has no causal connection to this event.
So you respect Rick Ron's opinions, right?
I do.
You respect Rick Ron's decisions, right?
I do.
You just don't respect it in this one when he gave it to you guys at the Davenport Police Department 10 days after Breasia Terrell's disappearance to give it to you as evidence and to test.
He also had the ability to have it tested if he felt his office with an open case in this investigation, if he wanted it tested through his lab, but he did not provide causal connection to these two incidents.
Okay, so it's Rick Ron's fault that these shirts aren't tested?
It would have been up to him if he wanted to test them.
In the Breasia Terrell case?
He could have, yes.
Who's running the Breasia Terrell case? Is it Davenport, FBI, DCI?
There's multiple entities in it.
So he gave them to you and kind of just said it may not be worth anything?
He collected it and said he collected it, and he explained the circumstances that he collected it under.
Okay. The point is, nobody tested bloody shirts, right?
At that time?
At any time?
Correct.
Okay. To this day, we don't know whose blood is on that shirt, right?
There was a later lab submission done on that shirt.
Okay. Was it Breasia Terrell?
No.
Okay. We don't have any blood of Breasia Terrell anywhere in this case, do we?
No.
We don't have any blood in that Impala, do we?
None.
And just for the court's understanding, that Impala was searched extensively.
To the best of anyone's abilities.
I mean, you know, the local sheriff didn't search the Impala, the FBI did, right?
Correct.
And when the FBI searches an Impala like this, they bring a special team from across the country to do this, right?
Yes, they did.
And they dress up in hazmat suits, correct?
Yes.
They wear rubber boots, correct?
Yes, they did.
They wear special gloves, right?
They had gloves on.
They wear helmets.
Yes, they did.
They have specialized tools. They have vacuums that are super high powered, like dustbusters, don't they?
Yes.
And they vacuum that entire vehicle top to bottom to find any trace evidence, right?
Correct.
Trace evidence includes blood, right?
Yes.
Includes hair, right?
Yes.
Can include skin sometimes, right?
It can.
It can include just about anything that the body sloughs off, right? That's the whole point of this machine.
Right.
And they did that for hours on Henry Dinkins' Impala, right?
Yes.
And that was all analyzed, to your knowledge.
Yes, by the FBI.
And not one piece of trace evidence belonging to Breasia Terrell was found in that Impala. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, there was no trace evidence at all found in that motorhome or in the Camaro. Same questions, same type of search was done. No trace evidence belonging to Breasia Terrell at all in any of those vehicles, right?
And she was in those vehicles, but there was none found by the FBI.
You talked about the bleach at the Clinton Walmart. The bleach was discovered, was it not?
That's a broad, I don't know what you're.
The bottle of bleach was discovered.
You're saying the bottle?
Yes.
There were 2 bottles purchased.
Okay. Was a bottle of bleach discovered?
There was a bottle of bleach discovered at the apartment.
Now, when you brought the FBI in, they also brought their technology in that's allowing them to actually search an area to see if it's been cleaned with bleach, right?
Where are you speaking of now?
Any area at all. They have the FBI has a technology to be able to look at a place through their technology and say, this particular place has been scrubbed with bleach.
That did not happen here.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna approach. Just a couple questions. Full significance of this Fred Island thing, okay? This is a kind of sketch of Fred Island.
Close.
Who took you to Credit Island and made Credit Island relevant?
Notorious.
It's on the DL?
Yes.
How'd he get there? With law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Physically tell the board what happened and how he got there.
I wasn't along with that particular drive. I know he went with investigators, but I was not there for it.
You weren't there when you heard what he had to say, what went down there?
Not on his first trip there, no.
How about the second trip?
I was with him on that, yes.
And, so you rode to Notorious. Tell us, if you will, please, how Notorious said things went down, and how that affected your investigation.
He recognized the area just inside the roadway with the sort of pond-like area that had water in at that time. Yes. So I guess what you don't understand is that all that white area here is river. So the river backfills back into this little area where you see Mississippi River. And then that's not actually part of the flowing river. The actual river is up at the top. So this is just kind of backspill area that wraps around the island. And there's a little area that you can drive off into where there's a bunch of gravel. At that particular time, there was some road graders there, and they were restructuring some of that area. But that area was an area he said he was at with his dad.
Say Reagan was with you?
No.
What do you say his dad was doing there?
He said he went into the woods to pee.
You say he took a machete with him?
He saw him, from our recollection of that, he saw him wipe one off in the trunk when he had come back.
That's not always Notorious' story, though. He's changed stories, hasn't he?
He does.
Now, State's Exhibit 41. Not the one. I'm trying to find the one with Exhibit 42. I can't tell us what that is.
That is the area where Briasia was recovered.
And that's the most real-time photo we have, aerial photo of around the time Briasia was recovered.
It is.
Now we have, as I count, 1, 2, 3 cars down there, that could be a boat, right?
Yep.
So that would be the day that boat not recovered in the Everson Farm.
Yes.
What about the recovered Briasia then?
Yes.
I see there's one driveway that's kind of longer than that one street, is a little more to the south, I think.
Yeah, we're kind of facing west a little bit. West is kind of towards your top on that.
So this is a much easier and more navigable driveway.
Yes, and it's better that day. The road had been regraded slightly because the derecho had come in between her disappearance and this day.
This road here, there's a little bit, some stuff, right?
I believe from just vehicle traffic knocking it down.
But there's no trouble here with two-wheel drive vehicles down there that day.
So the silver car's mine, and it was a struggle getting out of there, but yeah, we made it okay.
This exhibit is 42. Turn it, you can see okay?
Yeah, you're okay.
All right, see the same driveway right here?
Yes.
That's the same long driveway you go down, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's not the deep one. The deep one, you can kind of see it right here.
Right.
So that's the one that's issue. Okay. I'll put it a second.
So just to capture when we were there, it didn't appear anybody had driven down there anytime recently. There were no, just beyond that. So it's all high grown grass down there.
Sure, I'm not saying it's easy to use this one, but any assumption that someone uses this driveway sometime.
I wouldn't think ever.
And up here to the left, you see there's some stuff on the, I'm gonna call it left side of the road.
Mhm.
What is that?
That is all just being up there. It's a bunch of recycled road concrete
Someone dumped stuff.
fill.
Someone dumped stuff there, right?
Yes, there was quite an impact from the derecho there.
Yeah, a lot of asphalt, rubber concrete.
Actually, yeah, I would call it roadway materials or something put there for fill.
You know what that issue does that?
I do not know.
Anybody interview who does that?
No.
Seems to be pretty heavily used, right?
That gravel road,
The dump spot.
it had changed, yeah, in the year or so since I've been there last time.
If someone uses that enough to at least keep a pretty sizable dump pipe.
I would say.
All right, detective. Showing now State's Exhibit 105. This is the, is this the website you put up? Or a flyer you put out asking for help?
Yes.
Okay. When was that posted?
I don't know the exact date off at this moment.
Can you estimate for me a week, a month?
I don't know on this particular one. There were multiple media releases put out, and were all contained within that web address. So as updates became known, this particular one would not be immediate because of the positioning of these vehicles and where they're at that time.
So how many media updates did you put out? How many flyers did you put up?
As far as consistency in that, I do not know how many went. Our public relations people handled all of those details.
Can you indicate to me when the first would have gone out of any type?
In the July 10th, there was information that was disseminated specifically that we had this missing person and missing child case.
And on July 10th, did that public post include Henry Dinkins' picture?
I don't know without seeing it, what all the details around that one.
It's fair to say that within a week, Henry Dinkins' picture is on the website, though, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Henry Dinkins' picture remained on that website and remained in the public view until Raja Terrell was found.
Yes.
And that made him a suspect.
At that point, yes.
And you had no other suspects, right?
None.
He was the focus of your investigation.
Yes.
And now one of these flyers included his mother, or her mother, Raja's mother, Aisha Langford.
No, they did not.
When you write reports yourself, that's kind of policy in the Davenport Police Department, right? When you get information, you write a report.
Or it's assigned to someone else, or it's notated where appropriate.
Tell us what you did when you learned that Raja Terrell's remains had been found. Did you have any responsibility, for instance, to tell Aisha?
We communicated that there were remains found.
Okay. Was there a detective who talked to Aisha about where she was found?
So I'm not sure on the timeline that you're speaking of, because recovered remains were not identified as Raja for several days. And Aisha had reached out to me once the media was propagating that there was remains found in Clinton. I did not have to find her. She found us.
Well, there was a point where you interviewed the child, DL, right?
Correct.
And the child DL's story changed, didn't it?
He had various versions of things, yes.
Well, the last version he had was that he was present for the killing, right?
He said something that he had heard that, yeah.
He had said that he saw his father shoot his sister and that Andrea had been there as well, hadn't he?
To that question, the way the question's phrased, it's suggesting that Aisha was there when the child was shot, and I don't think counsel phrased it well.
So Andrea, I thought.
I'll ask that you rephrase the question, please.
He made a statement saying he was present when his sister was shot, correct?
Yes.
They also said that Andrea Culberson was there when she was shot.
Your Honor, if I could, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. The child has not testified. Counsel is attempting to impeach somebody who hasn't even got on the stand to testify, and this is inappropriate.
Sustained.
Did you write a report about the interview with Notorious or DL?
I believe so, yeah.
If the prior county attorney, Mr. Walton, indicated to me that you had not, would that be comport with your recollection?
He and I discussed it. I believe there was one done.
We assume for a minute that the facts I just recited to you were in fact true. That is not in fact true, correct?
Again, Your Honor, the state's going to object to this line of questioning. The child has not testified, and that testimony has not been offered.
Sustained.
These flip-flops we heard about earlier, what trace analysis was done on those?
Which flip-flops?
The ones that were found on Credit Island.
There was nothing done with the ones on Credit Island because they weren't the color described to us.
Were the flip-flops found at the site where Breage's remains were found?
Yes, it was.
And those are the ones that more accurately were Breage's?
Yes.
Subject to Ms. Cunningham's statement that this witness is subject to be recalled, I will have no more questions this time.
Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. Sergeant Pfeiffer, let's go back to the video surveillance footage collected from the quick shop. At what time was the defendant described arriving at the apartment with little Breasia Terrell standing outside by the maroon Chevy Impala?
Without seeing, I don't recollect the exact time.
Okay. At any rate, does Andrea Culberson give us a specific time when they are at the apartment?
She did provide
Okay.
time.
And then the video of the defendant at the quick shop, did that event occur just shortly after he had been at the apartment and little Breasia Terrell had been standing out by the maroon Chevy Impala in the parking lot?
Yes.
All right. And so was that a very short span time from when they were there at the apartment versus when he arrived at the quick shop?
Yes.
Okay. When Mr. Dinkins arrived at the quick shop, what vehicle was he operating?
The maroon Chevy Impala.
Was that the same vehicle that Breasia Terrell was noted standing by?
Yes, it is.
Where did he park when he came into the quick shop parking lot?
At the gas pump.
Okay. And then so by virtue of that, with this being in the middle of the night and the tent on the windows being dark, did the video surveillance give us any perspective of who may have been located inside that vehicle?
Objection, narrative, and leading.
Your Honor, it was not narrative. I just asked, did it give us a perspective? Could you see who was inside the vehicle?
It was the 12 words
Okay,
recorded.
Ms. Cunningham, I'll sustain the objection if you'd rephrase, please.
I will, thank you. What time of night would this have been when he arrived at the quick shop?
It was in the 3 o'clock in the morning time frame.
Okay. What would the lighting be like at that time of the day?
Ambient, its light is dark.
Okay. Were there specific characteristics that law enforcement had noted about the maroon Chevy Impala?
It had tinted windows.
Okay. And how dark was the tent?
Dark enough you could not see through it.
Okay. Was the vehicle parked some distance from the quick shop itself, the actual store?
Yes.
Where was it parked?
It was parked at the gas pump.
Okay. And then was there video surveillance feed that was collected that showed the vehicle parked at the gas pump?
Yes, there was.
With the dark tint on the window, could you see into that vehicle to see who was inside the vehicle?
No, I could not.
All right. And then was there video feed collected to show the defendant inside the quick shop?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you have a chance to watch that video feed when he was inside the quick shop?
I did.
And as you watched him inside the quick shop, was there something of interest to you as you observed his behavior?
Yes.
Describe.
When the defendant was paying for his items, it was noticeable that he continually looked out at his vehicle while at the register. I don't know how many times, but it was a very frequent turning of the head to look out to the gas pumps and engage the clerk. And it appeared to be nervous behavior based off of watching a lot of video of people over the years. And I would take it to the point of he was walking out of the store without his change and considerable amount of money that he was frantic and just walked away without collecting his change until prompted by the clerk.
All right. Let's speak to the topic of investigator Tina Noe over at the Rock Island PD. Was Tina Noe involved in this investigation at all?
No.
So would she have known any of the information that was gathered from witnesses that the Davenport Police Department was interviewing?
No.
Was she a part of the interview that was conducted of Andrea Culberson?
No.
Was she a part of any interviews conducted of Andrea Culberson?
No.
Was she a part of any interviews conducted of Aisha Langford?
No.
Was she a part of any interviews conducted of DL?
No.
Was DL driven around Davenport and even taken out to the area of Clinton to show law enforcement where he had traveled to with his father when his father picked him up in the early morning hours of July 10th?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And then so was she in the vehicle when that happened?
No.
Okay. So did she have any investigative knowledge about the facts that were being gathered during the course of this investigation?
No.
Okay. Now speaking to CS, how old is CS?
At the time, I believe he was 12.
Okay. So at 12, is this an individual, a child who's even old enough to drive a vehicle?
No.
Okay. And so then relative to what issues she was looking at, was this an issue that had occurred after what had happened with Briasia coming up missing?
I don't know the time span of the particular incident she was
Absolutely.
speaking of.
But at any rate, did this have any bearing on the investigation of Briasia Terrell missing?
No.
All right. You know, much like the public calling in and offering up, you know, some information that they think might be helpful. Is that simply what was happening with Investigator Noe?
Yes, sir.
And of course, you were involved in the investigation from the very beginning. Is that true?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to determine that the information that she was calling with was not, had no bearing on this investigation?
Yes.
All right. Let's speak to the topic of Special Agent Rick Ron with the DCI. Now, did the DCI become involved fairly early on in this investigation?
Yes, they did.
All right. What was Briasia Terrell identified as wearing when she went to bed that night?
She was identified as wearing a large white t-shirt.
Whose t-shirt was that?
Henry Dinkins.
What size of t-shirt did Henry Dinkins wear?
4X.
And are we talking about a 4XL, a man's 4XL?
Yes.
All right. Is there a distinct difference between a man's white 4XL t-shirt versus a youth's white t-shirt?
Considerable difference.
All right. Now, was there a homicide that occurred in Clinton shortly after the situation with Briasia coming up missing?
Yes, there was.
All right. Did that particular homicide and the details of that homicide have any relationship whatsoever with the investigation involving Briasia Terrell?
None.
All right. Was law enforcement looking for clothing that Briasia would have been wearing when she came up missing?
Yes.
And in fact, when her remains were found, was there clothing found with her remains?
Yes.
What would that have included?
A white 4X t-shirt.
Okay. When Special Agent Rick Ron was involved in the homicide there in Clinton, and he had gathered that youth-sized t-shirts together, is that something that law enforcement will do as a general rule?
Yes.
All right. And just, I think, to set up a perspective, when the canvassing was done out in the area of Clinton, were there various items that were located out in the fields?
Yes.
What types of items were located out in the field?
Flip-flops, white t-shirts, socks.
Okay.
White tank tops are pretty common.
Were those all gathered?
Some were.
Yep. And why would you gather it if it didn't appear to be relevant?
To rule any possibilities out and to also remove it from where it was.
Okay. Was there ever a cell phone that was found out in one of these canvases?
There was.
And just by way of example, was there follow-up on that cell phone to see if it might be connected to Henry Dinkins, Briasia Terrell, or any of the involved parties?
Yes.
All right. What was determined about that cell phone?
No connection.
Okay. In fact, was it determined to belong to a teenage girl?
Yes.
All right. So does law enforcement just paint with a broad brush, collect anything and everything, and determine what's relevant?
We do.
Okay. Was that t-shirt actually sent into the DCI lab with the DNA of Henry Dinkins?
Yes, it was.
All right. Were you involved in the collection of DNA from Henry Dinkins?
No.
On July 10th, let me rephrase that question. On July 10th, later on in the evening, was Henry Dinkins taken to Genesis Hospital for the collection of various samples?
Yes, on that date.
Were you involved in that?
Yes, I was.
Explain.
There was a search warrant prepared to photograph and collect any biological trace evidence from the person of Henry Dinkins.
Okay. Now, crime scene technician Jill Foster had indicated that there had been an earlier search warrant obtained to collect buccal swabs and swabs of his hands and underneath his fingernails. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. We understand from her testimony that a decision was made not to do that because there was a decision to do the penal swabs as well.
Correct.
Was there another search warrant obtained then so that all of that could be collected at one time?
Yes.
Did that happen at the hospital?
Yes, it did.
Was Henry Dinkins' DNA submitted to the DCI laboratory to be compared to any DNA that would have been collected off of that child's youth T-shirt?
Yes, it was.
And did it come back that it was not his DNA?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the topics of the vehicles being searched and the vehicles being processed for any type of blood or any type of DNA evidence. First of all, relative to processing the vehicles for DNA evidence, was Breasia Terrell in that black Dodge Charger?
It was a black Camaro.
I mean, the black Camaro.
Yes, she was.
Was Breasia Terrell in that maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, she was.
All right. So then, knowing that she was there, would there be any need to establish her DNA in there because we knew that she was there in the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. Is the establishment of DNA something distinctly different from looking for any type of blood?
Yes.
All right. During the morning hours of July 10th, after Henry Dinkins called Aisha Langford at 8:08 a.m. to report that Breasia was missing, did he go out to the apartment complex at Jersey Meadows?
Yes, he did.
Did he have some brief contact with a patrol officer out there?
Yes, he did.
Who was that patrol officer?
Officer Burkle.
Did he leave that apartment complex?
Yes, he did.
After he left that apartment complex, was his movements unaccounted for the rest of the morning until he showed up at the Davenport Police Department?
That's correct.
Was that of concern to law enforcement that his movements were unaccounted for?
Yes.
And during that period of time when his movements were unaccounted for, had law enforcement seized the RV?
Yes.
No, prior to noon when he came down. Had
No.
law enforcement seized the RV?
No.
Had law enforcement seized the black Camaro?
No.
Had law enforcement seized the Chevy Impala?
No.
All right. Were those vehicles seized then later on in the day?
Yes, they were.
All right. With Mr. Dinkins going to Clinton and purchasing Clorox around 7 a.m., was that concerning to law enforcement?
Yes.
All right. Now let's talk about the bottles of bleach. What size bottles of bleach did he buy at the Walmart in Clinton?
I believe they're 80 or 82 ounce,
Okay.
less than the gallon size.
Okay. So is it the smaller bottles that we can now purchase?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a bottle of bleach located at Andrea Culberson's apartment there at Jersey Meadows?
Yes.
Okay. Was it the two smaller bottles of bleach or was it a larger bottle of bleach? And if you're not sure, should we red flag that and look for that?
I don't remember the exact size of that one.
Okay. At any rate, even during canvasses that were conducted out in Clinton and even around the area of Breasia Terrell's remains, were there any bleach bottles located out there?
There was one, yes.
Okay. And what did officers note about the size of that bleach bottle as compared to the bleach bottles that he had purchased at the Walmart in Clinton?
It was a gallon jug.
Okay. And so since it was larger, was it ruled out as being a bottle of Clorox that he would have purchased?
Yes.
Okay. Did you actually make a physical trip with DL so that the child could give some perspective of where he would have traveled with his father?
Yes.
Okay. Give us that perspective so that we know what you're talking about.
Detective Hammond and I drove with DL up to the Clinton area to see if any of that area was familiar with him. And as we were traveling down Highway 30, he did recognize that as an area that he was in generally. And when we got to the Walmart, I wanted to verify with him that that was in fact the Walmart that he was at for familiarity purposes.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about that dump pile here in State's Exhibit number, give that to me, Sergeant Piper. Can you see the exhibit number so I don't have to get up and walk over there? 43. All right. So as we look to the bottom of the diagram, yeah, is that where there was a lot of debris, that looked like concrete or stuff from roadways?
It was, yes.
Did you notice that there in July of this year when these images were collected?
Yes.
Was that the condition of that side of the road back in March of 2021?
No,
Okay. And so did any of that concrete or debris exist at that point in time?
no.
Okay. What had happened after July 10th? Well, let me ask you this. I'm going to back off that. At some point in time, was there a major storm that had occurred?
Yes.
What was that storm?
The storm was called a derecho, and that was in August of 2020.
Okay. And then when DL had pointed out the path his father had gone there on Credit Island, was that consistent with the area that the foot impressions were found in the dirt?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze. Detective, you said that the size 12 children's shirts were tested by PCI, right?
The one that you spoke with Special Agent Ron.
And did not have Henry Dinkins' DNA on it, right?
Correct.
Whose DNA was found on it?
It was unknown.
And just to clarify, that shirt was found 10 days post the disappearance of Agent Terrell, right?
Correct.
And so, Special Agent Ron thought it had some relevance to the disappearance because of location and timing, right?
He didn't speak to relevance. He collected it because we were looking for white shirts.
He doesn't make business of wasting your time or giving you irrelevant evidence, right? We can agree on that.
Agreed.
The guy knows what he's doing, right?
He does.
He also knows that when children or people get kidnapped, they don't always get killed automatically, right?
Correct.
So maybe Agent Terrell was not always wearing the size 4X T-shirt of Henry Dinkins. Maybe she changed clothes, right?
Anything's possible.
Okay. So he was following down a possible lead, correct?
If it would to turn into one, it was not a lead at that time.
Okay. When Agent Terrell's body was found, there was no DNA evidence of Henry Dinkins found on her, was there?
No.
Okay. And the county attorney here talked about DNA evidence and not finding it in the cars and stuff because we knew Breasia was there. But what's important was there's also a search done for blood evidence in those automobiles, and there was no blood evidence found, right?
Correct.
That's all I have.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer. Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Pfeiffer, when Breasia Terrell was found, the environment that she was found in, what's significant about that?
With respect to the environment, it was out in the open weather. Her body would have been exposed to the elements up until that particular time, which was just after the snow cap had melted.
And when her body was found, describe the condition of her body.
It's fairly disturbing. Most of her body was just skeletal bones, with the exception of her right leg. Had some mummified skin still attached to it.
Okay. With DNA then being subjected to the elements, do elements destroy things like DNA?
Yes, it does.
I have no further questions.
You may step down at this time. It appears that you may be recalled. You're still under the administrative issue. Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, we are going to take our morning break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll be in adjournment until approximately 11:05. Thank you.
Okay, didn't realize that I was had a live mic all this time. We're just going to skip over this here. Here we go. Oops, let's back up. Okay, there we go.
Mrs. Allen, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Alicia Fritz.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record? Alicia Fritz, ALYCIAFRITZ. And how are you currently employed? As a civilian crime scene technician with the Davenport Police Department. How long have you worked in this capacity with the Davenport Police Department? Since October of 2017. What exactly is a civilian crime scene technician?
So my main job duties are responding to crime scenes, documenting those crime scenes by taking photographs, and searching for, identifying, collecting items of evidence. And I also process evidence in the laboratory, mostly for fingerprints and sometimes swabbing for DNA, collecting trace evidence.
Since civilian is in your title, does that mean you're not a certified peace officer?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe your educational background and any training that you would have received for your position?
Yes, in 2009, I graduated from Ferris State University in Big Rapids, Michigan with a Bachelor of Science degree in forensic biology. And regarding training, when I started with the Davenport Police Department, I did a 4-month in-house training program with 3 different civilian crime scene technicians. And over the years during my employment, I've attended various trainings related to crime scene processing.
Now, Ms. Fritz, when you are called to a crime scene, can you explain generally the process that you would follow once you first arrive?
So generally I try and meet with officers if they're on scene or with a complainant, try and gather some information, kind of figure out a game plan, and then typically take photos if necessary, and then search for or process for any items of evidence.
Now, back on July 17th of 2020, were you working in the same capacity?
Yes.
At some point, were you dispatched to 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment number 8?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time that would have been?
If I could refer to my report, I could let you know.
Would referring to your report help you refresh your memory?
Yes.
Please refer to the report, Your Honor.
She may.
Approximately 1851 hours.
And is that 6:51?
Correct, 6:51 p.m.
And what was the purpose of being dispatched to that residence?
I was asked to meet with detectives who were going to search the residence for items of possible evidence, and they asked that I take photographs of the apartment and assist with collecting evidence.
Now, again, this was July 17th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Now, to your knowledge, had detectives and other search warrants already been executed on July 10th for the same residence?
To my knowledge, yes.
And photographs and items had been collected at that time?
Yes.
But again, you were being asked to go back for further processing?
Yes.
So once you arrived at that location, how did you begin processing that apartment again?
Started by taking photographs.
Fair to say that you took a lot of photographs?
Yes.
During the course of that search warrant as well, is it fair to say that you would have collected a fair amount of items?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 418 through 427. So take a look at those and tell me if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes.
And are these photographs you would have taken of that apartment of certain items on July 17th of 2020?
Yes, I did.
And do they fairly and accurately depict those items that you would have taken photos of?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 418 through 427 into evidence.
Okay. Those exhibits will be admitted.
And may the state publish?
You may.
So, Ms. Fritz, starting with State's Exhibit 418, can you tell us generally what area of this apartment we're in that's being depicted in the photograph?
It's the kitchen area.
And specifically, what were you trying to photograph in this picture?
This one was just a general overview.
And directing you to State's Exhibit 419, what is being photographed here?
That would be a bottle of bleach.
And what was the significance of taking this photograph?
I was asked specifically to document this by detectives.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 420, what's being depicted here?
That's a broom.
And why were you taking a photograph of this broom?
Again, it was something that was directed to me by detectives to document.
Now, while you were in this apartment, did you conduct any further processing on this item, this broom?
Yes.
And what processing would you have done?
I applied luminosity to the broom
And what is luminosity?
Luminosity is a chemical we use to help search for blood evidence that's either extremely diluted or has been cleaned up.
And how does that work exactly?
So the chemical reacts with the iron in blood and it will luminesce or glow a blue color.
And when you're looking for some sort of luminous or blue color, are you able to determine yourself, yes, that is blood that I'm seeing?
No.
Why not?
So this chemical isn't specific to blood. It can actually react with some other items.
So it's essentially a screening tool used by law enforcement to try to pinpoint items that may have blood on them.
Correct.
So after photographing and then using the luminosity on this room, did you collect this item as well?
Yes.
After collecting that item, what would you have done with it?
I would have sealed the item and submitted it to our property and evidence.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 421. What are we looking at here?
This is an overview of the mattress in the bedroom.
And at the time that this photograph had been taken, it's a little hard to see on the photograph, but had already looked at this mattress to try to determine whether you observed any sort of stains or items of evidence?
Yes, I did in this photograph.
And again, what sort of process would you have gone through to try to observe those items?
So in this case, I just did a visual search with my eyes looking for stains. I also used an alternate light source to look for possible blood or bodily fluid evidence.
And if you had seen anything either visually with your eyes or with the alternative light source, did you then mark it using stickers?
Correct.
And are you able to observe some of those stickers, at least in this photograph?
Yes.
After marking those specific places where you had made some sort of observation, how did you proceed then with this item?
So various stains that appeared dark, my thought process was it could possibly be blood. So I tested them with a presumptive test. They all came back negative. And then some of the stains fluoresced using the alternate light source. And ultimately those stains were collected as evidence.
How did you collect those stains?
The stains were cut away from the mattress using sterile scalpels.
Showing you State's Exhibit 422. What are we looking at in this picture?
This is an overview of the toilet in the bathroom, and it had been marked with an evidence sticker.
Why had the toilet been marked with an evidence sticker?
I located a reddish stain on the toilet seat.
And did you do any further processing with that stain while you were at this residence?
Yeah, I swabbed it, the stain, and collected it for evidence.
Showing you State's Exhibit 423. What are we looking at here in this photograph?
This is an overview of the drain area of the bathtub in the bathroom that has been marked with an evidence marker.
And why was the bathtub marked with an evidence marker?
So this area, I had also applied the luminosity, and there was a blue reaction, and so I swabbed that area.
Again, does that blue reaction mean there's potentially blood in that area?
Potentially.
And you then took a swab of that area?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 424. And what are we being shown here?
This is an overview of the top of the sink in the bathroom, and it has also been marked with an evidence marker.
And why was this item marked with an evidence marker?
The top area of the sink had a reaction with a luminosity.
And after that reaction, what would you have done at that time?
Again, I swabbed the area to collect as evidence.
State's Exhibit 425. What's being depicted in this photograph?
That's an overview of the top of the toilet in the bathroom that's been marked with an evidence marker.
And why was this item marked with an evidence marker?
Again, the top of the toilet had a reaction with a luminosity.
And how would you have proceeded at that time?
I also swabbed this area to collect as evidence.
So State's Exhibit 426. What's being shown here?
It's an overview of the toilet seat area that's also been marked with an evidence marker.
And why was the toilet seat marked with an evidence marker?
There was a positive reaction with luminosity.
And would you have taken a swab of the toilet seat as well?
I did.
Showing you State's Exhibit 427.
That's the bottom, an overview of the bottom molding area along the bathtub in the bathroom that's been marked with an evidence marker.
And why was the molding marked with an evidence marker?
had a positive reaction with the luminosity.
And did you take a swab of that area as well?
Yes.
After taking swabs of all those areas in the bathroom, what would you have done with the swabs?
Packaged, sealed, and submitted to our property and evidence.
When you say swab, were you taking individual swabs of each of those areas we just saw in those photographs?
Each of those areas would have been swabbed with 2 swabs, which is a rule per our state lab, but each of those areas was swabbed individually and packaged separately.
Following the execution of the search warrant then of that particular residence on July 20th of 2020, were you asked to, or dispatched to an evidence processing center to look at a Chevy Impala?
Yes.
And why were you dispatched to that area?
I was asked to process the exterior of the vehicle for fingerprints.
What is the process you follow for trying to obtain some sort of fingerprint from an item?
Depends on the situation. In this case, I did overview photographs and I dusted the entire exterior of the vehicle using black graphite powder and then searched for what appeared to be fingerprints and then lifted those areas with tape, put them onto latent print cards and collected them for evidence.
Now, to your knowledge, had search warrants already been executed on this particular vehicle by the FBI?
Yes.
Why were you then asked to follow up again to attempt to locate any fingerprints?
I was advised by Sergeant Pfeiffer that he did not believe the exterior of the vehicle had been processed by the FBI for fingerprints.
Would you have documented that vehicle by taking photographs prior to any examination for fingerprints?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 4-1 through 4-17. So please look through those and let me know if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes.
And what are those exhibits?
These are photographs that I took of the vehicle.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the condition of the vehicle on July 20th of 2020?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 4-1 through 4-18 into evidence.
Okay. Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Fritz, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4-9. What are we being shown here?
This was an area of ridge detail that I had found or a fingerprint that I had marked with evidence marker 1.
Do you make any other observations in this photograph as well?
Just that I see some dry dirt near it.
Now, when you had looked at evidence exhibits, item number 1, you identify those fingerprints or potential fingerprints. How do you then proceed?
I used a clear tape, lifted the fingerprint, placed it onto a fingerprint card.
And what do you do with that fingerprint card once you place the tape on there?
So we fill out the card with information such as the case number, where we lifted it from, where the location is that we're at collecting the fingerprints, and we do a small diagram on it showing the location of the fingerprint.
Ultimately, how many different areas on the vehicle were identified as having potential fingerprints?
There were 8.
So once you collect, or did you collect all 8 of those areas, or try to collect fingerprints like you did with item number 1 with the tape and placing it on a card?
Yes, all were collected the same way.
So once you're done then looking for those fingerprints on the vehicle, you collected those cards, what do you do with them at that time?
They were packaged, sealed, and submitted to property and evidence.
Would you yourself do any further processing with those fingerprints?
No.
Ms. Fritz, I'd like to direct your attention then to March 22nd of 2021. On that day, were you dispatched to Clinton County to 270th Avenue, just north of 218th Street in Clinton County?
Yes.
And why were you dispatched to that area?
I was requested to respond due to human remains being found.
And when you arrived on that scene, what were you asked to do at that time?
I was asked by Sergeant Pfeiffer to document the area and the remains that were found.
And do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you would have responded to that area?
It was evening time. I would need to refer to my report for a specific time.
How do you know that it was evening time?
I just remember it was dark out.
How well were you able to see at that time?
Generally well. There were some extra lighting set up by Clinton County officers.
Sort of like stadium lights?
Yes.
If those lights had not been set up, would it have been more difficult to observe the area?
Yes.
You were asked to photograph or take photographs of that scene at that time. Were you asked to do any further processing?
I was asked to not do any further processing besides photographs.
And why were you asked to not do any further processing at that time?
I was told that the state lab would actually be responding the next day to process the scene.
So while you were on the scene yourself, were you asked to photograph the area surrounding the remains?
Yes.
And specifically branches that were around the remains?
Yes.
Why were you asked to photograph those branches?
It was pointed out to me that several branches surrounding the remains appeared maybe broke or cut.
And additionally, were you asked to photograph a flip-flop that was found?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Fritz, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 428 through 440. Could you please take a look at those exhibits and let me know if you recognize them?
Yes.
And what are these exhibits?
These are photographs that I took on scene.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the condition of this area, the branches, the flip-flop on March 22nd, 2021?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 428 through 440 into evidence.
Okay. Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I apologize, Your Honor?
You may.
So, Ms. Fritz, this is State's Exhibit 428. What is being shown here in this photograph?
That'd be an overview of some of the branches very close to where the remains were.
I'm showing you this is State's Exhibit 430. What's being shown here?
A close-up of one of the branches.
And State's Exhibit 432.
Another close-up of one of the branches.
Again, what was the significance of taking photographs of these branches?
Just showing that there was some sort of disturbance possibly that had happened to them.
This is State's Exhibit 436.
Another close-up of one of the branches.
Again, did the branch itself appear to have been cut?
I would say possibly.
And State's Exhibit 439.
It's an overview of the flip-flop on the ground.
And State's Exhibit 440. What are we being shown here?
A close-up of the flip-flop on the ground.
And are you able to make any observations of the color of that flip-flop?
In my report, I referred to it as teal and white.
And Ms. Ritz, other than those three different areas that we had talked about where you had taken photographs, does that essentially conclude your involvement with this investigation?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters, thank you. Ma'am, I want to start, I'll just do a very brief overview of all three of these things that we've discussed. I'll start with July 17th of 2020. I think you mentioned that you had gone to this apartment at about 6:50 p.m., right?
Correct.
We looked through a few photos that you took, and one of them that stands out is a picture of bleach. You took that photo, right?
Yes.
Did you touch the bottle at all?
I would have handled it some way wearing gloves.
Okay, and then, just for my knowledge, I imagine you were wearing gloves at all three of these locations.
Yes.
Right? Okay, and then could you tell me whether or not that bleach bottle had been used at all? Did you open it up or manipulate it in any way?
The only thing I did was I used a hemostix, which is a presumptive blood test, on a very tiny brown stain that was on the side. Other than that, I didn't do anything further with it.
Okay, and then I'll be very brief about all of these pictures that you had, or you took. You talked about a broom, a toilet seat, the top of the toilet, the brim or the rim of the toilet, a bathtub, a bathroom sink, and a molding area. All of those items were in that bathroom, right?
Yes.
Other than the broom.
Yes.
Okay. And after taking pictures of these and after looking at all these stains, essentially, on all those items, you essentially just submitted them to the evidence and property team, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you would have had no involvement in testing those stains, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you couldn't tell me whether it was blood or semen or any other bodily fluid on those items.
Correct.
Okay. When you were in the bathroom, could you smell bleach?
I don't recall any sort of strong odor of bleach or anything specific.
Okay, so the smell of bleach didn't stand out to you at all in that bathroom?
No.
How about in the apartment at all?
No.
But again, you wouldn't have been involved in testing any of those stains, correct?
Correct. Just collecting swabs.
Then I want to talk about July 20th, 2020, where you showed up and you took some fingerprints and photographs of the Chevy Impala, right?
Correct.
What time of day was that again? And if you don't remember, I don't care if you look at your report.
I would have to refer to my report.
Go ahead.
If that's okay. 16:20 hours, so 4:20 p.m.
This is sometime in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And then you go through this process of photographing, dusting, and getting fingerprints, correct? And then you put those documents, those photographs, and the fingerprints and the dusts, you just give them to the property and evidence team, right?
Correct.
Again, you would have no involvement in testing these fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
You couldn't tell me whose fingerprints they belong to, right?
Correct.
Couldn't tell me whether it was an adult or a child.
Correct.
And then you mentioned that you had or saw some dirt on the side of the Impala, correct?
Correct.
I think your words were it was dried dirt, right?
Correct.
You didn't take a sample of that dirt, right?
Correct.
Right. And then you would have obviously, it begs the question, you wouldn't have tested that dirt.
Correct.
Okay. Then on March 22nd of 2021, took some pictures out at the Kunau implement, right?
Correct, in that area.
Okay. Then you took some pictures of some sticks and then a flip-flop, correct?
Correct.
Last question, you couldn't tell me whose flip-flops those belong to, correct?
Correct.
And that's simply because you didn't take the flip-flop and test it for DNA, fingerprints, anything of the like.
Correct, just photographs.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Just briefly, Your Honor. This French showing you here states Exhibit 418. This bottle of bleach that you see on top of the water bottles, when you had arrived at the apartment there, was that exactly where it was once you first walked in and that's where you saw it?
I believe so.
Okay. And so to your knowledge, you yourself did not do anything with that bottle of bleach. You just walked in and that's where it was.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Nothing further.
You may step down. I believe then it would be appropriate to break for lunch then if the witness would take approximately the same length of time. At this time, then we'll adjourn for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you. Ms. O'Donnell, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dustin Garner.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do, Your Honor. Please have a seat.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Dustin Garner, DUSTINGARNER,
How are you currently employed?
with the Davenport Fire Department.
How long have you worked for the Davenport Fire Department?
Just under 2 years.
Prior to your employment with the Davenport Fire Department, where were you employed?
The Davenport Police Department.
In total, how long did you work for the Davenport Police Department?
Just under 6 years.
Prior to your employment with the Davenport Police Department, did you work anywhere else in law enforcement?
I also worked for the city of Muscatine as a police officer for 4 years, and I was a military police officer in the Army for 8.
So back in July of 2020, were you still working for the Davenport Police Department at that time?
Yes, I was.
And did you have a particular position with the police department?
I was a detective assigned to the Special Victims Unit,
How long did you work as a detective with the Special Victims Unit?
approximately 1 year.
Prior to that assignment with the Special Victims Unit, did you hold other positions within the Davenport Police Department?
I was a patrol officer for a good number of years. I was also a member of the emergency services team. I was a officer crime scene tech for night shift. I was a field training officer as well.
Part of your duties when you were employed as an officer crime scene tech, or what would your duties have been at that time?
Documentation, collection, photographing, processing crime scenes.
And did you receive any specialized training in order to do those parts of your position?
Yes.
And as a detective, were you sometimes called on to utilize that training, even though you're now at the time working as a detective?
Yes.
So back on July 10th of 2020, at some point were you dispatched to 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment number 8 in Davenport, Iowa?
Yes, I was.
Why were you dispatched there?
I was sent to assist with the service of a search warrant at that residence.
And did you assist with the service of that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
What does that process look like?
Knock on the door, announce ourselves, who we are, that we're the police department, we have a search warrant for the scene, secure the residence, anyone inside. The people, subjects inside the residence are typically interviewed by one or more detectives that are on scene or other officers. And then overall documentation, photographs are taken, and a search is conducted of the residence.
And back on July 10th, 2020, before you and other officers began searching this apartment, to your knowledge, were overall photographs taken at that time?
Yes.
And during that search, any items that were seized and collected, to your knowledge, were those items photographed as well?
Yes.
Do you recall who would have photographed those items?
Some of the items were initially photographed by myself, and others would have been CST Stovall.
Now, while you were at this location, at some point, did you have contact with Aisha Langford?
Not at that residence, I don't believe so.
At some point, did Aisha show you her phone?
Yes, I believe that was in the parking lot outside of the residence.
So at the apartment complex, just not inside?
Correct.
Okay. And why did Aisha show you her phone?
I believe it was to show a call log with Henry Dinkins.
And is that something she voluntarily did?
Yes.
Did you take photographs of that call log?
Yes, I did.
Additionally, did she show you any text messages as well?
Yes.
Did you photograph those text messages?
Yes, I did.
And again, did she voluntarily show you those text messages?
Yes, she did.
Were the text messages that she showed you, again, between herself and Henry Dinkins?
I believe so, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7-1 through 7-11. You please take a look at those and tell me if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes, I do.
And what are State's Exhibit 7-1 through 7-11?
These are photographs as captured with my department issued cell phone of Aisha's phone.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the call logs that she voluntarily showed you between herself and Henry Dinkins and the text messages on July 10th, 2020?
Yes, the ones that were on our phone, correct.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 7-1 through 7-11 into evidence.
I would object on the ground of hearsay and foundation or improper foundation.
The objection's overruled.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
So showing you first State's Exhibit 7-1, what is being shown in this photograph here?
This is a contact for, it states to Tori's daddy.
And is that how Aisha related to, was the contact name she had for Henry Dinkins in her phone?
Yes, it was.
To your knowledge, did Aisha Langford and Henry Dinkins share a child?
Yes,
Do you know the child's name?
yes, to Tori's.
So showing you then State's Exhibit 7-2. What's being depicted here in this photograph?
That would have been the call log for July 10th under the Tori's daddy.
Does it show both incoming and outgoing calls and the times associated with those phone calls?
Yes, it does.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 7-3. What are we looking at in this photograph?
That would be a text message history.
And again, is this the same contact to Tori's daddy?
Yes,
And from looking at the messages, are you able to decipher which of the messages appear to be sent from this phone versus the messages that were received to this phone?
yes.
And how do you make that determination?
Honestly, the different colorings.
And what are you able to tell us about the coloring of the messages?
Both persons sent messages back and forth between the two.
So the messages that appear green, do those appear to be messages sent from this phone?
Yes,
And the messages appearing in gray, do those appear to be messages that somebody would have sent to this phone?
yes.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 7-4. What's being shown here?
A further continuation of that text message history.
Now, specifically referring to, and I don't know how well you can see this on the screen, some text messages that appear to be sent, it says yesterday at 9:13 p.m.
Yes,
Was there a message sent to this phone at approximately that time?
yes, there was.
What does that message say?
Good night, Mom.
And was there a response message sent, you can see in green?
Yes, I can't read what it is, but
I approach with this, does that help you in order to read that?
yes, it says, good night, I love you, Bree, and Dink.
And State's Exhibit 7-5. Again, what are we looking at here?
A further continuation of that text message thread.
And labeled there at the top, there appears to be a timestamp that says today at 8:08 a.m. Did this phone receive a message at approximately that time?
Yes, it did.
And what did that message say?
Call me.
And was there a response sent in green?
Just call me. I'm not about to play telephone.
And then at approximately 9:36 a.m., does this phone appear to send a photograph?
Yes,
Are you familiar with who is in that photograph?
yes.
Who is that?
Bree Asia.
showing you then State's Exhibit 7-7. What is being depicted here?
That would have been the call history as captured on the phone.
So previously in State's Exhibit 7-2, there was also a call history listed there. What's the difference between State's Exhibit 7-2 and 7-7?
7-7 is the overall contact history or call history for the phone. 7-1, I believe it was, is 7-2 is strictly the history for the contact to Tori daddy.
And so while you were speaking with Aisha, again, she voluntarily showed you her entire call log that morning.
Yes, she did.
And that was one photograph taken in State's Exhibit 7-7, 7-8. What are we looking at here?
Again, the overall call history for the phone.
And 7-9, again, just a continuation of that call history.
Yes.
7-10.
A further continuation.
So in order to capture the continuation, you had the phone and then just scrolling through the call logs.
Yes, I would leave the last one or two calls from the previous photo at the top of the screen or bottom, depending on which way it scrolled, to show that it was a continuous roll of the actual call history.
And then the last photograph taken, 7-11, again, just a continuation of those calls.
Yes.
And again, Aisha Langford was voluntarily letting you do that.
Yes, she was.
Now, also on July 10th, at some point, were you sent to Danita Gardner's house?
Yes, I was.
And in relation to Aisha Langford, who is Danita Gardner?
I believe she is her mother.
And why were you sent to Danita Gardner's house?
I was informed that I needed to pick up 2 bags of clothing that had been left there.
And once you arrived at that location, were you able to observe those bags of clothing?
Yes, I was.
And what did you do at that time?
I believe I took overall photographs of both and then immediately transported them back to the apartment, where I then turned them over to CST Stovall.
And did CST Stovall take additional photographs of those items?
I believe she would have, yes.
And Detective Gardner, excuse me, what was the significance of those 2 bags of clothing?
I believe they were clothing belonging to Briasia.
At that point, at least to your knowledge, did you have any further information on the significance of that clothing at that time?
No, I did not.
You were just told to go pick them up and you did?
Yes.
Did you yourself make any observations of the clothing and how it appeared?
No, I just collected the bags and took them straight to the CST.
Now, on July 20th of 2020, at some point then were you sent to the Davenport fire training facility?
Yes, I was.
Why were you sent to that location?
I was sent to escort a maroon Impala to Public Works.
Explain what you mean by escort the Impala to Public Works.
Once arriving there, I unlocked the facility that was in. It was a secured facility. You had to have access to be able to get in. I verified that the evidence seals on the Impala were still intact from when they'd been placed in there last, and I photographed those. I was there when the vehicle was then loaded onto a flatbed truck from Fred's Towing, and then I stayed directly behind that vehicle the entire route we took all the way back to Public Works. I had never lost a visual sight of that vehicle at all. And then once arriving at Public Works, I again verified that the evidence seals were intact.
Why was the vehicle transferred to Public Works?
We were going to drop the gas tank off of it to measure how much fuel was left inside.
And did that require placing the vehicle on a device that could lift the vehicle?
Yes, it made it significantly easier to remove the gas tank.
And did you have the capacity to do that at the Public Works building?
Yes.
And what was the point of removing the gas tank from this vehicle?
In my understanding, it was to measure the amount left so we could gauge approximate distances that vehicle had been traveled since it had last been refueled.
Were you present then when the vehicle was raised on the lift?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, did you make any additional observations of that maroon Impala?
Yes, I did. Once the vehicle was raised, stuck in the undercarriage was a few spots of what appeared to be soil and grass stuck in the undercarriage of the vehicle where it normally would not be.
Did you find anything odd about that?
The vehicle would have needed to be driven off-road to get dirt and grass in those areas.
At the time that you made those observations, how did you then proceed?
I then called my supervisor, Sergeant Piper, and informed him of what I had found.
And how did you then proceed with the vehicle at that point in time?
I, again, stayed with the vehicle, and we waited until a search warrant had been drafted to collect samples from the vehicle.
After that search warrant was obtained, did somebody arrive to then collect soil samples from that vehicle?
Yes, it would have been CST John Vance. I should also add in that I also took photographs of the undercarriage of the vehicle with the dirt intact before being disturbed.
So prior to CST Vance's arrival, you took your own photographs?
Yes.
Once CST Vance arrived, did he take additional photographs as well?
I believe so, yes.
Were you present when he took those photographs?
Yes.
At that point, what did you observe CST Vance do?
He had donned gloves and he collected soil samples from the different areas on the bottom of the car.
Did you observe where he had collected those soil samples from the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes. And once the samples were collected, I watched him put them inside a manila envelope.
Where then did he take those soil samples from the undercarriage?
It's my understanding he transported them back to the police department.
And let me clarify, when you observed him collecting the soil samples from the vehicle, you previously testified that you watched him do that, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to determine where on the vehicle he collected those soil samples?
Yes.
Where on the vehicle then did he collect those soil samples?
From the undercarriage.
And what did he do then with the soil samples once he collected them?
Secured them in his vehicle before, I believe, transporting them to the police department.
I believe you previously testified he placed them in a manila envelope,
Yes.
and then he placed that envelope securely in his vehicle
Yes.
before he transported them to the Davenport Police Department.
Yes. His vehicle had been pulled into the parking garage, so it was right next to where we were working.
After the soil samples were collected and placed in CST Vance's vehicle, were there steps then taken to remove the gas tank?
Yes.
How did you go about doing that?
The main, we'll call mechanic for lack of a better word at this point, lowered the actual gas tank. Once the gas tank was down on the ground, we then siphoned all of the gas from the tank to get an approximate measurement of or to get an exact measurement of how much was left in the tank.
So when you say siphon the gas out of that tank, essentially was it poured into some sort of bucket?
I believe we used tubing and a siphon to pull it out.
At that point, then, were you able to determine how much gas had been left in that tank at the time?
Yes.
And do you recall how much gas?
I'd like to double check my report to give you the exact number.
Would reviewing your report help refresh your memory?
Yes.
May you review his report?
You may.
It was 4 gallons and 47 ounces.
And to your knowledge, was that process also photographed by CST Vance?
Yes, he took photographs of the fuel ones that had been taken out and I believe the empty fuel tank.
And that was something you observed him doing?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, I'm handing you first what's marked as State's Exhibit 43. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 143?
It is a manila envelope containing the, what I believe to be soil samples collected from the underside of the maroon Impala.
And the State's Exhibit 143 appears to be the same soil samples you observed CST Vance collect from the undercarriage of the maroon Impala on July 20th, 2023, and then placed into this envelope.
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 143 into evidence.
I don't object. Exhibit 143 will be admitted.
Handing you next State's Exhibits 18-1 through 18-6. I'm also going to hand you then State's Exhibits 19-1 through 19-13. So starting with State's Exhibits 18-1 through 18-6, did you recognize those items?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are photos that I took of the maroon Impala and the soil on the underside of the car.
In State's Exhibits 19-1 through 19-13, did you recognize the items in those photographs as well?
Yes.
And what's being depicted in those photographs?
The same vehicle, the fuel from the tank, the debris or the soil on the bottom of the car, and the empty gas tank.
And in both 18-1 through 18-6 and 19-1 through 19-13, do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the soil and dirt on the undercarriage observed by yourself on July 20th, 2020, as well as on the gas that would have been removed and siphoned into on the colored bucket on July 20th, 2020?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibits 18-1 through 18-6 and 19-1 through 19-13 into evidence.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
I have one more to ask you about. This is State's Exhibit 18-7. Do you recognize that item as well?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 18-7?
This is another photo of the underside of the vehicle that was taken with my department issued cell phone.
And again, does this fairly and accurately depict that soil on the undercarriage of the Impala on July 20th, 2020?
Yes, it does.
We also move to admit 18-7 into evidence.
Exhibit 18-7 will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Starting here with State's Exhibit 18-1 What's being shown here?
The rear license plate and a partial angle of the underside of that maroon Impala.
Showing you 18.2.
That is an overall the underside of that same maroon Impala.
It says 18.4. What's being shown here?
The underside of the maroon Impala.
This is State's Exhibit 18.5. Again, what's being shown here?
The underside of the maroon Impala.
Then 18.6.
Again, the underside of the maroon Impala.
And specifically, were you trying?
Lewis. I'm in receipt of Court's Exhibit 9, which is a question comment from the jury. It reads as follows. Your Honor, we, the jury, currently sit at 8 guilty, 4 not guilty. The same position we were after 1 hour of deliberation yesterday. We have concluded that we are officially not unanimous. Mr. Umberg, please show Court's Exhibit 9 to both sides. All right, so let me perfect the record as best I can. We commenced the jury trial on Monday, August 7th, 2023. We took that entire day for jury selection. The jury was sworn in on Tuesday morning, August 8th. They heard evidence on Tuesday and Wednesday and part of Thursday morning. The defense finally rested on Thursday morning, which would have been Thursday, August 10th. After closing arguments and charge of the court, the jury began deliberating on Thursday at about 2:10 p.m. They recessed for the evening on Thursday at about 5:40 p.m. They resumed deliberations today on Friday, August 11th at about 9:15 a.m. But from 9:15 to 10:15, they reviewed a video recorded statement of the defendant. So essentially, they didn't begin deliberating until about 10:15 this morning. They deliberated from 10:15 to noon and took a lunch recess from noon to 1. They resumed deliberations today at about 1 o'clock and have been deliberating from 1 o'clock until about 3:40. All right, just perfecting the record on the length of the trial and the length of deliberations at this point. What is the state's position?
Your Honor, at this point, they still, I suppose it's not a written rule, but they still have not deliberated as long as it's a day and a half, and they've had just short of a day and a half. I think the appropriate thing to do at this time is to tell them to continue the deliberations with the goal of reaching a verdict.
Defendant's response or proposed response?
Judge, I don't have a proposed response that you can give to the jury. I would object to the state's response in giving you the short answer to the question that you posed to me. I don't have a response. What I think the court should do, and I don't know if the court wants to hear from me in that regard, that's not what the court asked me. They indicated that they are at the same place they were, by my calculations, 8 hours of deliberations. They were where they are after 1 hour of deliberation. So they've been discussing the case. I'm talking about, if you believe what's in the note, they've been actively discussing the case for 7 hours, accounting for all of the time that the court is subtracting from the viewing and the questions. They've been actively deliberating for 7 hours, and they've had absolutely no movement. So I think that that calls for a hung jury mistrial, but that's not the question that the court put to me. So I don't have any response for the jury. I don't think holding them hostage for another 7 hours, if that's what the state is asking for, holding them hostage for another 7 hours to see if they move from that position, when I think 7 hours is a long time to be talking about a case that is relatively simple. They have to make a simple decision about who they believe was holding the gun when the gun went off, because that's the only thing in debate. They haven't moved for 7 hours. I'd ask the court to declare mistrial, and I'm available starting Monday for trial number 3.
Well, if I take the jury's note at face value regarding the timelines, when they are saying that they are in the same position that they were in now as they were after deliberating for 1 hour yesterday, that would put them in the position that they currently are in now with the verdict as they were at about 3:00 p.m. yesterday. So no movement in reaching a unanimous verdict since 3:00 yesterday. Does either side want me to give them the Allen charge? I'm asking the state first, please. That's fine. Let me just hear from the state first. I mean, my options are at this point to tell them to continue to deliberate, to give them the Allen charge and tell them to continue to deliberate, or to declare a mistrial. So I think those are, I'm going to hear from the state first always. So those are the 3 options that the court sees. Am I missing any other option that needs to be considered?
No, Your Honor, the state's position is that the first option, to tell them to continue deliberating without giving them the Allen charge, is the state's preference and request of the court.
Defense response.
I think the option you're missing is do nothing.
Well, I mean, I have to respond. So do nothing means continue to deliberate. I mean, do nothing is.
Well, when I say they sent you a note, they told you what the status is. The court is saying the court has to respond. I don't know that the court has to respond, but I accept that you believe the court has to respond. And in that scenario, if to the extent the court has to respond to the note, I guess what the prosecutor suggested in terms of a response. See, my position in terms of declaring mistrial doesn't require any response. If the court is going to respond, if my choices are, we're going to respond, number one, and I'm going to tell them something, which means I'm not going to declare mistrial, then I would say continue deliberating, because I would oppose the Allen charge. My preference would be declare mistrial since there has been no movement. And that's a little bit different. The way the court framed it is a little bit different than the way I framed it. I said 7 hours of deliberation in the room with the other jurors. The way the court framed it, which may be a better way to frame it, this has been on their minds for 24 hours and nobody's moved. I understand they haven't discussed it with their fellow jurors, but human beings, you may say, put it out your mind. You've made certain arguments to me in the first 2 hours of deliberation. I'm at home. I'm not discussing it with anybody, but I'm still thinking about it when I come back in the next day. So I didn't give the court that argument or that interpretation. That's a different interpretation. I've been living with this 8-4 and thinking about the
case to myself for the last 24 hours, which is a little bit, and I'm not saying that did happen, but that certainly could have happened, versus the 7 hours that I think that they've been actively deliberating, which I think is actual factual. And so just based on the 7 hours that they've been deliberating without any movement, I would ask for mistrial.
And my view is not as expansive as your interpretation. I am merely stating that based on the letter, the note, it says that we are in the same position we were after 1 hour of deliberation on yesterday. So 1 hour of deliberation yesterday would put them at about 3:00 p.m. yesterday. So I'm not expanding it into overnight and thinking and all of that. I'm just saying that they were apparently, based on courts 9, at the 8-4 split at 3:00 yesterday, and there's been no movement from the 8-4 split since 3:00 yesterday. All right, so it appears that both sides are opposed to the Allen charge, and so I will. Do you want it as simple as please continue to deliberate? Hearing from the state always first. Please continue to deliberate.
Yes, Your Honor, that suits the state.
Do you want the response to be that simple, Mr. Lawrence Lewis?
If there is a response,
there will be a response.
Yes, yes, Judge.
All right, that is my response, signed and dated at 3:50 p.m. Let me have Mr. Umber show the jury my response to Court's Exhibit 9 and bring it back. We will await to see if it brings any further notes or if they will just simply continue to deliberate.
No additional questions, Your Honor.
All right, then Court's Exhibit 9 will remain with the court reporter, and we will be in recess until any further questions or a verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're in recess. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's the risk on a retrial from a hung verdict, is that the new jury is going to have the same issues. And a lot of them are going to say, you know, I don't want to send him away for the rest of his life because he might not have done it. They might be thinking, you know, well, he most likely did it, but there's a little room for doubt, as opposed to saying, no, he didn't do it. Just that there's some doubt. So, okay, well, I guess we'll go back to Henry Dinkton's in Iowa.
Trying to capture when you were taking these photographs of the undercarriage.
The dirt and grass stuck in the, what appears to be metal of the underside of the vehicle.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 19.5. What's being shown here?
That is another section of the soil and grass on the underside of the vehicle captured by CST Vance's camera.
19.6.
A different spot on the undercarriage, but the same as 19.5 was.
$19.7.
The same as the previous two.
More soil and dirt and grass.
Yes, more soil and dirt and grass.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 19.10. What are we looking at here?
That was the first bucket used, filled up to 128 ounces of fuel from the tank that was dropped from the Impala.
And then this is State's Exhibit 19.11. What's being shown here?
A bucket with approximately 47 ounces of fuel left in it.
This is State's Exhibit 19.12. What is being shown here?
This is the empty gas tank that was dropped off of the maroon Impala after having the fuel siphoned out, as well as the two green buckets that the fuel was then dumped into out of the measuring bucket.
After the gas tank was removed from this vehicle, was the Impala lowered to the ground?
After the fuel tank was then replaced, yes.
So you replaced the fuel tank and then it was lowered to the ground?
Yes.
Did you stay then with the Impala and observe any further processing of that vehicle at the time?
Yes, I then escorted the Impala back to the secured facility it had been in earlier that day.
After that vehicle, the Impala was lowered back to the ground, is that when CST Fritz would have then attempted to locate any latent fingerprints on the vehicle?
Yes.
Were you also present then when she would have photographed the vehicle and made any observations of that time, during that time?
Yes.
Showing you then what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 4.3. Do you observe any dirt on this portion of the vehicle that's being shown?
Appears to be some on the rear lower quarter panel.
And would you agree this is the passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 4.4. Again, do you observe any dirt or mud again, on the passenger side of the vehicle in this photograph?
Road dust and the like, but no major spots.
Then on State's Exhibit 4.5, again, fair to say this is the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Does there appear to be less mud or dirt on the driver's side of this vehicle than on the passenger side that we previously just looked at?
Yes.
So Detective Gardner, your other involvement in this investigation, fair to say that you would have retrieved a lot of surveillance video?
Yes.
Any other involvement then after that, essentially?
As far as entering electronic evidence and things like that, yes. Followed up on a few tips, yes.
Did any of the tips you followed up on turn out to be related at all to this case?
No.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters. Sir, I want to start with talking about July 10th of 2020. I think you had mentioned you had gone to the Jersey Meadow Apartments, right? And that's where you spoke with Aisha Langford, and you took these pictures of her phone, right?
Yes.
Now, these text messages that we saw and this phone call log, you took those pictures, and then those are the exhibits that we just looked at, right?
Correct.
Okay. You couldn't tell me whether there were any text messages deleted or any phone calls deleted from that phone call log, could you?
No.
Okay. And then I want to focus on July 20th on 2020 when you're transporting this Impala back and forth. Just so I understand, where was the Impala before you had brought it over to this place where it was observed?
Where it was stored, you mean?
From where to where?
That at the time was the fire department training center in a secured garage.
Okay, where is the fire department training center?
It is no longer there. It was on West 83rd by where Wacky Waters used to be.
Okay, is it full of gravel and dirt and mud?
No. Okay. It was a concrete poured floor with metal walls.
And how was it transported there, if you know?
On a flatbed.
Okay, did you observe it being transported to?
I would have to refer to my reports on that one to verify.
Just from your memory, do you remember being transported to that place prior to you transporting it, or watching it being transported to the next place?
Yes, it was transported on a flatbed. Our policy is that we do not use a tow behind tow truck. We want the vehicle up off of the road so there is no road dust that kicks up from the tires onto the undercarriage.
Was it covered in any sort of tarp or anything when it's being transported?
No.
Okay. And then your involvement with this dirt, is it simply what you're telling us is you photographed the dirt on the undercarriage and then collected it and put it into a bag, or somebody else had collected it and put it into a bag?
Yes, it was collected by CST Vance, and I was personally there through the entire process.
And then you took those photographs we just looked at, right?
Yes.
You didn't have any involvement with testing or comparing that dirt, did you?
No.
Okay. And then I think you testified that you took some pictures of this gasoline that we just looked at, right?
I did not take the photographs. CST Vance did.
But you were there?
Yes.
Okay. And you watched him take these photographs?
Yes.
And then you personally observed the amount of gas that was in those two containers we just saw, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that was on July 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Sometime in the afternoon?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And I don't mean to trick you, but the last time from what you're aware is that car was driven on July 10th of 2020, right?
Yes.
I mean, if this car is just being transported by flatbed, it's not being driven, right?
Correct.
Are you aware whether anybody turned the ignition on of that Impala between July 10th of 2020 and July 20th of 2020? After the car was seized?
To my knowledge, no, but I was also not there when others processed the interior of the car, so I cannot speak to their actions.
To your knowledge, as of right now, there's been no more gasoline put in that Impala, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then since this car had not been driven, from your knowledge, from July 10th of 2020, are you aware, or rather you're not aware when the last time that car was fueled, are you?
No.
Okay. You couldn't tell me then, since you can't tell me when the last time that car was fueled, you couldn't tell me how much fuel was put in it the last time it was fueled?
No.
Okay. You couldn't tell me a date when the last time it was fueled at all, could you?
No.
Then lastly, I think you said you went to Danita Gardner's home, and that's when you collected the clothes of Reasia Terrell's?
Yes.
Okay, but that was prior to July 20th of 2020, right?
Correct. That was on July 10th.
Okay. And that would have been after you talked with Aisha Langford, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Simply all you did was gather those clothes. And what I'm getting at here is you didn't take those clothes and test them for DNA, did you?
No.
Okay. Other than just transporting the clothes to, I think it was a special agent you gave it to. Who was that?
Crime scene tech Stovall.
You haven't seen those clothes since, have you?
No.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Garner, on July 20th of 2020, when the vehicle, the Impala, was being towed to the Public Works building, do you recall what the weather conditions were like that day?
I believe it was sunny and dry. There was no rain.
Do you recall if it was particularly windy or anything like that?
I believe I put the weather notes in my report. If I was to refer to that, I could tell you for sure.
Would referring to your report refresh your memory?
Yes.
May he refer to his report?
He may.
I did not make a note of the wind in my report, but it was as sunny skies and 82 degrees was the high that day.
Now, you were asked about the photographs taken of Aisha Langford's phone. From looking at that call log, you testified you're unable to determine whether anything had been deleted. Fair?
Correct.
However, to your knowledge, did Aisha Langford then consent to having a full download done of her phone?
Yes.
And typically, would a full Cellbrite download potentially show whether call logs had been deleted?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters? That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you. You may step up.
Your Honor, the state calls FBI agent Richard Fenner to the stand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Richard Fennard, Richard, last name F as in Frank, Ennern.
What is your occupation?
I'm a special agent with the FBI,
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
14 years.
Describe your prior educational background.
I have a criminal justice degree, associate's degree from the United States Air Force, and a bachelor's degree in accounting from Metropolitan State University in Minnesota.
When did you complete your formal education?
2006.
And then what did your career path look like before you joined the FBI?
Immediately prior to the FBI, I worked at a CPA firm and obtained my CPA license. Prior to that, I was an activated guardsman with the Minnesota Air National Guard.
Okay. How is it that you became employed with the FBI?
I applied after obtaining my CPA license and was subsequently hired in 2009.
Okay. Now, do you serve the FBI in some type of specialized capacity?
Yes, I'm a member of the FBI's Cellular Analysis Survey Team, referred to as CAST.
Where are you stationed out of?
Currently, I'm out of Mexico City.
Define what you mean when you say that you're a part of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
The Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST, is a group of FBI agents and task force officers that receive extensive training in cell phone technology and cell phone record analysis.
And what is it that you do with these cell phone records?
We assist in state, local, federal, and international investigations, focusing on the records that are generated by the use of a phone to assist the investigation.
Okay. In what ways can cellular phone records assist in criminal investigations?
In criminal investigations, one type would be a fugitive. We would review cell phone records to locate an area of interest to search for those people and find them. Also, in a historical capacity, you'll have an event that'll occur, a robbery, a homicide, and we'll obtain records from people that are identified as suspects. We'll review those records and include or exclude people in investigations.
So describe the process of an historical cellular record analysis. How does that work?
Well, in a historical capacity, we usually get contacted by someone that says they have an event that occurred. We advise to obtain cell phone records from the cell phone company, which usually involves the process of getting a search warrant. We get those records back. We match those with cell tower lists from the phone companies and basically take Excel spreadsheets, put them in a mapping software, and create visual depictions of what those records represent.
Okay. Describe the type of training that you've received in order to conduct historical cell site analysis.
My training began in, I'd say, 2011 with a course from the FBI. It's a 2 or 3 day course. From that, I obtained an interest in that and went through the certification process for CAST, which I completed in 2013. That training is about 300 hours of training with the engineers from the cell phone companies. So we bring Verizon engineers, T-Mobile, AT&T, at that time, I think Sprint and Cricket. So we learn how each company creates their networks, what records are created when a phone is used in their networks, and then what we can do with those records.
And then do you have continual training that you participate in to keep up with any changes in technology?
Yes, at least yearly, we have another week of training where we bring in, again, the engineers and other companies that deal with location information for cell phones and obtain additional knowledge about any updates that are occurring.
Are you yourself involved in training other law enforcement officers in how to conduct historical cellular site analysis?
Yes, I've provided training throughout the U.S. as well as overseas, and I was also I'm in charge of the FBI's CAS training program for approximately 5 years.
Help us understand the breadth of your experience. How often do you analyze call detail records?
Essentially daily for the last decade.
Okay, and when we talk about call detail records, what specifically does that mean?
Well, there's various forms of it. The most basic level is when a phone is being used, so you make or receive a call, there's records that are being created. So think of your cell phone bill. You'd see the numbers you're calling, the numbers that are calling you, how long that lasted. You'll see that on your bill. But additionally, when we get a warrant, we're able to see the cell tower identifiers for those records. So on the basic level, that gives us a tower and sectors that's used. Okay. Additionally, there's records that are created when you use a cell phone that are kind of referred to as engineering data, which allows us to have even more detailed information about that phone. Essentially, it can tell us how far the phone is actually located from the cell tower.
Now, when an individual is utilizing a cell phone, explain the relationship between the cell phone and a cell phone tower.
Well, for a cell phone to operate, it needs to connect to the cell tower. So cell towers are strategically placed throughout our environment from the cell phone companies to provide seamless coverage. So in order for your phone to work to make a call, it's scanning, looking for the cell tower from its company, and it's looking for that strongest, clearest signal from that tower, and that's going to be the one that it connects to make a call.
If you could, give us a perspective of cell tower locations within the context of a metropolitan area.
Essentially, it comes down to where there's more people located, there are more cell towers. So in a dense populated environment, you can have cell towers that are blocks apart. So they have a smaller footprint. So there's a smaller area a phone would be. Versus you can go to a rural area and you can see cell phones that are much farther apart, 5+ miles.
In a metropolitan area where you have cell towers that are in close proximity to one another, then if a cellular device is being used, can it then feed off more than one tower?
Yes, essentially a phone is designed to see more than one tower at a time.
Okay, and how would that work then?
Well, as your phone is on, it's constantly scanning and communicating with the network. And in that environment, it's not necessarily the strongest, clearest signal. It's just essentially a feeling of where the phone is. It's then once you make that call, that's that strongest, clearest signal that it's going to connect to. But there's other towers that are also seeing that phone at the same time.
Okay. Have you had a chance to validate the location of a phone after an event has occurred?
Yes.
Explain how that would work.
Well, in multiple capacities. One, I've worked a lot of missing persons cases. So we would obtain records from a missing individual. The last time the phone was used was yesterday, so it's historical. We'll go and look in that area and find the individual, unfortunately, many times deceased in those scenarios.
Okay.
Also,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Also in a case like this, we utilize those historical records to go to areas to search for surveillance video or other evidence that can show where an individual was. So we do that to put together a timeline in criminal investigations.
Okay. Are timelines really critical in criminal investigations? For example, in a situation where there has been a child reported to be missing?
Absolutely critical, yes.
And why is it important to establish a timeline?
Because it allows you to focus your investigation where you need to. So it's always about what you know in search of what you don't know. So it's so important to find out what you know before you can find out what you don't know.
Absolutely. Now, then let's just go back to an earlier statement that you had made. If you are able to locate a cell phone as having pinged off a particular cell tower, then does that identify an area where law enforcement would want to focus their efforts?
Yes.
Okay. And then once that location has been identified for law enforcement to focus their efforts, is that where they then go through the process of looking for any type of video surveillance footage that may help to develop a timeline and establish what was going on during that period of time?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you participate in the investigation being conducted by the Davenport Police Department involving a report of Breasia Terrell, who had been reported missing on July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
How did you initially become involved in that investigation?
Initially, I believe beginning on July 10th, there was FBI agents were in contact with Davenport Police, and questions started to develop over some cell phone records that they obtained for Mr. Henry Dinkins. And they subsequently called me for questions, and that kind of slowly began my involvement before I physically came to Davenport.
Okay. At the time that you became involved in the investigation, were you aware that Henry Dinkins had been identified as the last known individual to be present with Breasia before she was reported missing?
Yes.
All right. By virtue of that, then, did that make him a subject of interest?
Yes, always the last person that's with somebody is where you're going to start with, especially with the record analysis, and you're going to continue to work your way out from that.
Okay. Being a subject of interest, then, did his cell phone then also become an item of evidence that was of interest?
The physical device, I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in doing a cellular record analysis of Henry Dinkins' cell phone?
Yes, of the records associated with that cell phone.
All right. Now, during the initial stage of the investigation, is that what you were primarily tasked with?
Yes.
At some point in time, did your duties in this investigation evolve?
Yes.
And how did your duties with this investigation evolve?
Well, once I came to Davenport and came to the command post, started focusing my efforts on the assisting with the overall investigation of putting the timeline together, and analyzing additional records of other people that we came into focus of the investigation.
Okay. With respect to those additional responsibilities, had there been a search warrant issued for the cell phone of Henry Dinkins?
For the cell phone records, yes.
I'm sorry, yes, the cell phone records of Henry Dinkins. And then did you have the ability to conduct a review of those cell phone records?
Yes.
Who is the service provider for his phone?
Verizon.
And so would the search warrant have gone to Verizon?
Yes, it would.
Okay. When those records then were supplied by Verizon, what types of information was contained within those records?
The normal historical records we see of the calls and text messages that were completed, as well as the engineering data that had some distance from tower association and some data records.
Okay. And that engineering data, would it give us an idea of where that cell phone was located at during times of interest?
Yes.
All right. All right. Now, did you go through and look at the call logs to see what type of activity there was relative to incoming calls and outgoing calls?
Yes, that was part of the analysis.
Okay. Would that have included incoming and outgoing calls during the time frame of July 9th and July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And then speaking in relation to that, were you aware then at 12 o'clock p.m. on June 10th, he would have presented himself to the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. That being said, if there was any contact with any individuals prior to that time frame where there could be some type of contact through incoming calls or outgoing calls, was that something that you looked at?
Yes.
Did that form the basis then for other individual cell phones, and I should say the cell phone records of other individuals who had had contact with him?
Yes.
Okay. Beyond that then, were there text messages that was a part of the documentation provided by Verizon?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that you would have reviewed as well?
I've seen them. I don't review those as much as those don't actually for Verizon have cell tower locations with them. So I focused more on the call side of it, but that was part of the overall records we obtained.
Okay. Now speak to this issue. When you had identified various numbers that he had had contact with either through incoming calls or outgoing calls, what was it that you were interested in determining about those individual cell phones?
Well, in that case, you obviously want to interview those individuals to see what they say. And we obtained cell phone records then essentially to corroborate interviews. So it allows us to kind of fact check where people say they were at various times. We can look at those records and see if it's consistent or not.
Okay. Was Aisha Langford an individual that was interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
Was Andrea Culberson an individual that had been interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
And I think it's clear, but for purposes of our record, what relationship did Aisha Langford have to Breasia Terrell?
She's her mother.
What relationship did Andrea Culberson have to any of the involved parties?
She was or is the significant other of Mr. Dinkins and was also, I believe, rented the apartment where this began.
All right. And then outside those two individuals, was law enforcement interested in associates or family members of Dinkins that they would want to be able to interview and look at their cellular records to identify where their cell phone had been during times that were of interest?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 144. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 144 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 144?
Yes.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 144?
These are the names and some of the records that I analyzed in this case.
Okay. How is this document captioned?
It's captions parties of interest and associated telephone numbers.
And then does it give us a listing of the names for individuals that you would have analyzed their cell phone records?
Yes.
And does it also give the numbers associated, the telephone numbers, I should say, associated with the cellular devices of each of those individuals?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 144.
Exhibit 144 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish that?
You may.
Special Agent Fennerin, for purposes of our written record, let's go through and let's identify what we have. And let me just get that document set up correctly there. And I'm going to grab my glasses. All right. As for parties of interest and associated telephone numbers, how many people do we have on this list?
We have 7.
Who's the first one?
The first is Henry Dinkins.
What is the telephone number that is associated with the cellular device that you would have done an analysis of?
563-726-4939. 4078.
Who is the second individual?
Aisha Langford,
What is her associated telephone number?
563-676-4247.
Who is our third subject?
Andrea Culberson,
What is her associated telephone number?
563-639-8716.
Who is the fourth individual on that list?
Nita McQuay,
What involvement or relationship does Nita McQuay share with any of the involved individuals?
it's my understanding she is Mr. Dinkins' sister.
What is her telephone number?
563-484-6834.
Who is the fifth individual on that list?
Helen Mosley,
What relationship does she have to any of the parties?
Mr. Dinkins' mother.
What is the telephone number that was associated with her?
563-459-7791.
Who is the sixth individual on that list?
Fornell Lang,
What is the associated telephone number for Mr. Lang?
an associate of Mr. Dink, oh, I'm sorry,
Okay.
563-200-3015.
And what relationship does Fornell Lang have to any of the parties?
An associate of Mr. Dinkins.
And finally, who is the seventh individual that was listed on this exhibit
Genesis Johnson,
with the telephone number of?
312-597-5484.
With that being said, explain to us why there would be an interest in Nita McQuay or Helen Mosley.
Based on telephone calls that happened during the time of interest.
Okay. Why was there an interest in Fornell Lang?
Again, communication with Mr. Dinkins as well as result of interviews.
Okay. And then why was there an interest in Genesis Johnson?
Same reason, calls and results of interviews.
All right. Now, did you generate a report of your cellular analysis of Mr. Dinkins' cell phone?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may the record reflect may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's remarked as State's Exhibit 62. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 62 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 62?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 62?
This is the final cellular analysis report I created for this case.
Okay. Whose cell phone is this report attached to?
Mr. Dinkins.
And is that telephone number listed on State's Exhibit number 62?
Yes, it is.
And if you could read that into the record and identify the service provider for that.
Yes, it's 563-726-4078, and it's a Verizon phone.
And what date was this a final, well, I guess, well, okay, let me go ahead and move on. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 62.
Exhibit 62 will be admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, may the state introduce State's Exhibit number 62 into the record, or publish it, I should say.
You may.
All right. All right, Special Agent Fennerin, if you could walk us through this exhibit and explain to us then what you were able to determine by virtue of your analysis of Mr. Dinkins' cell phone records. First of all, what were the dates that we were looking at?
July 9th and July 10th of 2020.
Why were we interested in July 9th?
That is when Breasia first came in contact with Mr. Dinkins.
Okay, and then July 10th, just to state the obvious, why was law enforcement interested in the date of July 10th?
That's when we no longer knew where Breasia was.
Okay, all right. What do we have here as an opener?
This is just a cover sheet. And obviously list my name and the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team. I was assigned to the FBI Criminal Investigative Division at the time. The case number is listed as 7C-OM-329-0265, which is our FBI case number associated with this. Subsequently, we have the number of Mr. Dinkins, 563-726-4078, and May 12, 2022, which is when this final draft was created.
Certainly. Now, your FBI number, is that distinctly different than from what the Davenport Police Department would assign to their reports as an investigative number?
Yes.
Okay. Does each agency have their own investigative number?
Yes.
All right. Explain to us what we have on page exhibit or page 2 of this exhibit.
In general, this is just an overview that we provide with a report that says we were requested, or I was requested by the Davenport Police to analyze the cell phone records for the target number in relation to Breasia Terrell missing on July 10th, 2020. Methodology talks about we obtained the cell phone records from the cell phone company. We matched those with the cell tower locations provided by the company at the time the event happened. And we merged those together to provide the visual depictions that we'll see in subsequent pages.
Page 3 of your report.
Page 3 is just showing an overview kind of cell tower examples. So the point of this is to understand that cell towers are all around us. So we may not identify them clearly as cell towers, but they are. In this case, the top left of the screen might be what we traditionally think of a cell tower, a large pole with the antennas on it. That is what most of the cell towers in this case look like. They're much of the larger towers.
Page 4.
Page 4 is now getting into understanding how cell towers operate and how they look. So this, if you see the top left cartoon illustration, is showing kind of that traditional cell tower. Now the circle, if you look down, you see a triangle. That's like if you look down onto a cell tower. So essentially that tower location is divided into 3 different sectors, each of them being approximately 120 degrees. So 360 degrees in a circle, cut it in thirds, and we have a 120 degree sector. So a way to think of this is if I was standing on the cell tower with a spotlight. I'm going to spotlight that in the sector 1 at 0 degrees. So that's where my spotlight's focused. That's going to be where the antenna is focused for the cell phone signal. It's going to fan out left and right to provide approximately 120 degree of coverage, just like a light would do.
Okay, and then when a cell phone is hitting off of a particular cell tower, does the location of that cell phone dictate where it's going to fall in either sector 1, sector 2, and sector 3?
Yes, that's going to be captured in the records.
Okay. Will that be illustrated as we go through this particular exhibit?
Yes.
Page 5. Explain to us what is on page 5.
Page 5 is now just taking this a little step further, removing kind of the other illustrations. So this is showing you those same left and right limits in the right arms. Those are approximate. And then you see a shaded area in that. That's just depicting the area of the coverage. Each tower has its own coverage, so we would need to look at the other towers in that area to see how far the coverage would be.
Say, for example, a cell phone is hitting off of this tower, and it's in sector 1. Any type of indication of that, if you were to apply it to an aerial map, will it show these arms that we're seeing going off to the left or the right as the coverage area for that sector?
You mean in the depictions that I have?
Yes.
Yes, you'll see that.
Okay. Going to page number 6. What do we have in page number 6?
This would be kind of describing what you just referred to. This is how you'll actually see it when we look on a map. You'll have the left and right arms, and then you'll see the coverages going in the direction of that shaded area.
And like, for example, here, if we were to think of sector 2 and sector 3 as being below, what would be the point of that be? The portion that's that arced circle, would that illustrate the area where the cell phone was sitting off?
Yes.
Going to page 7. What do we have in page 7?
Page 7 is now getting into the engineering data I referred to. This is commonly referred to as timing advance through all the companies, although each company has their own name for it. With Verizon, it's referred to as the real-time tool, or RTT. But essentially, this is the information that happens in the background where the cell tower is communicating with the phone and measuring how long it takes the signal to go from the tower to the phone and back. And from that, as you see in this illustration, we'll get a distance in the records. This dotted line represents the distance of what we get back from the phone company. And then you'll see a shaded area on each side of that, which represents then, based on that distance, where we'd expect to find the phone.
Okay. Now I want to direct your attention to the blue arrow that's shooting toward the top of the page, and then the blue arrow that's shooting back toward what I'm going to call the center of the cell tower. Take that back to what you described in terms of being able to determine distance of that cell phone from that tower.
So those blue arrows are essentially illustrating the signal going out and the signal coming back. So from that, there's going to be a time that you get with the records. Now, we know a rate for that signal. So when we know the rate and we know how long it took, we can combine those to calculate the distance of where the phone would be located.
Going to page 8. Explain page 8 and what you've got documented here.
Just a further illustration now of, you see the cell tower and sector. So if we didn't have the timing advance, we'd expect the phone somewhere to be from there to the next tower to the north. But when we have timing advance, you're going to see the arc on the screen as you do here, which means where that arc is going to be where that phone is going to be located.
Okay. So from that arc moving toward the what I'm going to call the center of the cell tower, is it within that region?
It's going to be within the shaded area of the actual arc. If I can.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, you've got, you know what, no, it's not showing up there, but we do have one of these pointers that you can help us understand.
So essentially, when we're looking at this illustration, the phone's going to be in this shaded area up here.
Gotcha. Page 9.
Page 9 is now getting into the analysis for this case.
All right. What date do we have set forth?
This is showing July 9th, 2020,
Okay. And what is the time frame that we're talking about?
12:56 a.m. to 11:05 a.m.
If we take the time frame of 11:05 a.m., what does that correlate with relative to the investigation and Henry Dinkins and his initial contact with the children?
Is my understanding sometime between 11 a.m. and noon was the time that Breasia and her brother became in Mr. Dinkins' custody.
Okay. Now, up to the top portion of that, I'm going to call picture, there appears to be a legend. Can you explain that legend to us?
Yes, on the top left, you see a red circle, and then it says Verizon cell towers. You're going to see that on every page that we have on here. That's going to represent where Verizon cell towers are located.
So anytime you see a red dot on any of these particular pages of this exhibit, that would represent a cell phone tower?
Correct.
Okay. And then the next entry on that legend, what is that?
That's now you're going to see a red tag. That's identifying the address of 2744 East 53rd Street, which is the residence of Mr. Dinkins and Andrea Culberson.
Okay, so between midnight going into the morning of July 9th to 11:05, generally, where is that cell phone located at?
So what this is showing is the phone would be consistent with being at that residence. And what that means, essentially, the phone could be located anywhere along that arc that we see. We see the two distances during this time frame. So it could be anywhere along that when you take it by itself.
Okay.
Again, when you apply it with knowing a known address, that information is consistent with the phone being located there.
Can you show us then too on page 9 where 2744 East 53rd would be represented?
It is represented down here at the bottom right of the page with the red icon.
Now, as we go through this next series of pages, I note that there is a box. It's got the coloring of red at the top, and then below it white, and then there are several entries. Can you help us understand the nature of those entries?
Yes, here where it says E and B, it's represented at E node B, which is just another way to say the cell tower. So that's the identifier for the cell tower and sector. And then you're going to have the date listed in there, and then the time of specific events. Or in this case, it's showing just a series of events from a block of time. So it just says 12:56 a.m. to 11:05:22 a.m. with the distances 1.26 miles to 1.31 miles.
Okay, and since you just got that range of times there, does that suggest that that cell phone is hitting off that tower within that entire window of time?
It means there's various times within there that it's hitting. I don't have the exact one spelled out, but it means there's no other activity showing the phone anywhere else.
At this time, we'll take our mid-afternoon break. We will reconvene at 3:10. Thank you.
I note that there is a box. It's got the coloring.
Very good, Kim. You may proceed.
Thank you. Explain the data that is on page 10.
Yes, we're now looking the next activity on July 9th by Mr. Dinkins' phone showing 11:32 a.m. to 11:34 a.m.
All right. Now, between the timeframes of 11:32 a.m. and 11:34 a.m., does it show some type of movement of his cell phone?
Yes, it does.
If we go up to our legend, then is there an entry in the legend that we want to be interested in?
Yes, in the green color tag, we have the address of 509 Taylor Street.
Was 509 Taylor Street an address that was subject to the investigation conducted by the Davenport Police Department?
It ended up being yes.
Okay. And then what was that address associated with?
I believe it was an associate of Mr. Dinkins where he spent some of the day on July 9th.
Okay. And then would that be in accord with information that Mr. Dinkins provided in his interview and the child DL who talked about the activities between he, his father, and Breasia on July 9th?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So then if we look at that bottom box at the lower portion of the diagram, what essentially is that telling us there?
So at the bottom, we have again the cell tower identifier and the date and time. So what we're seeing on here is from 11:32 to 11:34, we see movement from the top right of the screen to the middle of the screen as I have an arrow depicting that movement.
Okay. And then if we go to that top box, then essentially what is it telling us?
That's showing the earlier activity, 11:32, 11:34, the distances that are being hit in progression as it moves.
And if we focus on 509 Taylor Street, then is Mr. Dinkins' cell phone consistently hitting off the same tower?
As 509, it would not be at 509 yet until the next activity we see on the next slide.
Okay, all right, but it's coming within that area. Would that be fair to say?
It's moving towards that area, yes.
All right, let's go to page 10 of our exhibit. What are we seeing in page 10 of our exhibit?
Now we're seeing those two cell towers that are activated between 11:34 a.m. and 2:04 p.m. And you see the various distances from those two towers. You'll notice there's two areas that correlate to overlap between those two. I'm going to point one is going to be right here by 509 Taylor Street. And then we have another area to the left that also overlaps.
Okay, does that give us an indication of the cellular device being fairly stationary or being stationary there at 509 Taylor Street?
It is consistent with that, yes.
Okay, and then you had talked earlier when we had discussions about metropolitan areas with a larger concentration of cell phone towers. Is this an example of where a cell phone would hit on towers within an area that are fairly close to one another?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, now let's go to page number 12 of the exhibit. What are we seeing in page 12?
Page 12 is now taking from that 2:04 time period where we ended the last slide to now 2:16 p.m. on July 9th, showing now the activity begins at the bottom middle of the screen near the address of 509 Taylor Street. And then we see, if this was in motion, we'd see activity going from that bottom left to the top right, going to the area of 2744 East 53rd Street.
Okay, so to be clear then, is there movement then, a transition from the location of that cellular device heading toward 2744 East 53rd Street?
Yes,
And then what is the time frame associated with that again?
that's 2:04 to 2:16 p.m.
Going to page 13. What do we have happening here?
This is now after that activity at 2:41 p.m. The only activations that we see on this phone from July 9th at 2:41 until 5:54 a.m. on July 10th are the same cell tower and sector we saw the first slide, and the same distances again that would be consistent with the address of 2744 East 53rd Street.
Okay, and is 2744 East 53rd Street in our legend?
Yes, it is in the red.
Okay, I'm sorry, excuse me. So then if we look at 2:41 p.m. on July 9th to 5:54 a.m. on July 10th, does that give us any indication that that cell phone was within that region that entire time?
We don't know for sure for the entire time. There's only little activations that happen at this time. So there's activations at 10:45 p.m. and then next activation with data is not until 3:32 a.m.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
But then what I do see during this, if I'm looking at the overall records, there are two calls that take place at 3:11 and 3:12 a.m. Those are incoming calls that come to the phone that do not register as cell tower, which would be consistent with the phone being powered off or on Wi-Fi only. In other words, not connected to the cellular network.
Okay. You had an opportunity to look at Andrea Culberson's cellular phone data.
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware that Andrea Culberson worked for AT&T?
Yes.
And were you aware that Andrea Culberson actually worked from home and had a desk with equipment associated with her responsibilities for AT&T at the home?
Yes.
Okay. If Andrea Culberson were to testify that she woke up at 3 o'clock and had tried to call Mr. Dinkins and found his phone there at the apartment, would that be consistent with her statement to law enforcement?
With her statement and her cell phone records, that would be consistent, yes.
Okay, all right, and then go ahead and explain the other entries that we're seeing at 3:37 a.m. and then at 5:54 a.m.
Yes, so then there's only activity that short period, 3:32 to 3:37. There's a kind of a burst of activity, be consistent with the phone essentially being powered on. And then again, there's no activity again until 5:54 a.m. So between that, there's no calls that take place between that time frame. So I can't say for sure that the phone would be powered off or not. It's not communicating with the network.
Okay, all right. If a cell phone is plugged in and being charged, take that scenario and apply it to these variables.
It can be, if it's plugged in and being charged, if it's not on, it's not going to register with the network. So just being plugged in is not going to register with the network. It has to be turned on.
Gotcha. Going to page 14. What are we seeing on page 14?
Now 14, we kind of see an overview of some activity that happens for a short period of time from 5:54 a.m. to 6 a.m. What you're going to see is you see numbers listed here. It has 1 at the bottom right and an arrow going to the left where it has number 2. And it has an arrow going towards the top, number 3, again to the right, number 4, and then back down to number 5. What that shows is during this time period, we see activity where the phone hits towers and distances here, moving to the left, moving north, back to the east, and then back south. So by how each of those arcs interact, you can tell that there's movement that happens with the phone.
Okay, show us on page 14 of this diagram where 2744 East 53rd Street is located.
It's going to be right here where the number 1 is, as well as right by the number 5.
All right. Were you aware of law enforcement having done a canvass looking for locations where there were video cameras that would pick up the movement of that maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, during the time of creating this was the point of what I was putting together as we were using it in the investigation to focus efforts to pull video.
Okay, all right. So were you aware that there was video feed collected from Quickstar on 53rd?
Yes,
Were you aware that there was video feed collected on Eastern going north from a residence at Judson Court?
yes,
Okay, so 1 to 2, would that go past Quickstar?
yes, it would.
2 to 3, would that go down Eastern heading north past Judson Court?
Yes, it would.
And then were you aware that there was video collected at Woodland Avenue coming back south toward the apartment?
Yes,
Would that correlate with point 4, number 4 to number 1?
4 to 5. Yep, yes,
Okay, and then between 3 and 4, is that the area of Veterans Memorial Parkway?
I believe so. Yes.
All right, so this path of travel, what is the time frame associated with this path of travel?
This is 5:54 a.m. to 6 a.m.
And so with that being said, are we going to want to pay attention to video feed that comes in later on that explains this activity?
Yes, and also the phone number, we see that, so 5:54 is when the travel begins. There's then an incoming call to this phone at 5:55 a.m. from Andrea Culberson's phone.
Okay. Did you have information about Henry Deacons having left 744 East 53rd Street around a little before 5:54 a.m. with the Tories?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And did you have any information about Andrea Culberson calling him, which brought him back to the apartment?
Yes.
And what was the purpose for that call?
The purpose was to come back to get something. I don't recall exactly what that was.
Okay, all right. So would this be consistent if that testimony is offered?
Yes.
Okay. Going to page number 15, what do we see here?
This is now the next activity between 6 a.m. and 6:04 a.m., utilizing the 1 tower and distance we normally see associated with the residence of 2744 East 53rd Street, and then another tower just to the south of that has distances again in that same neighborhood of the of 53rd Street.
Can you point out those 2 towers?
Yes, we have the normal tower that we see with the larger distance at the residence, and then the next tower here at the bottom right. We're hitting off 2 different sectors at basically the same distances.
Okay, so is that cell phone hitting off the 2 towers basically at the same time?
Essentially, yes.
All right, and then from what you know here, what else can we deduce from this?
So what we know based on a 4-minute period and these hits happening, that the phone is going to be located in that immediate vicinity of the apartment complex.
Okay, now is there a call that is documented between Henry Deacon's phone and another cell phone?
Yes.
What is that cell phone number?
It's again 563-639-8716.
Whose telephone number is that?
That's Andrea Culberson's.
And what time is that?
6:01 a.m.
Going back to our earlier discussion, then does that activity correlate with calls relative to him coming back and picking up some item?
Yes.
All right. Going to page 16. What are we seeing on page 16?
This is now the next activity. At the bottom right, you see that last 6:04 a.m. activity with an arc just south of the address location. And then we have 6:05, another distance just to the west of the apartment, which again would show that the phone is now moving.
Okay. Is the phone moving westward?
West and north.
West and north. Okay. I want to take you to State's Exhibit number 38. So in looking at State's Exhibit number 38, if you would, on this particular diagram, does it give us areas that would correlate with this movement? For example, 53rd Street?
Yes, I believe we're looking at this bottom right area that we see here.
Okay, and then do you see Highway 61?
Yes, in the larger overall view, yes.
Yes, okay. And then so Highway 61 movement north, does Highway 61 actually run north?
Yes.
All right. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about relative to this, does that cell phone stay powered on so we can track its movement?
There's no activity after this 6:05 a.m. until 7:02 a.m., which we'll see is a completely different area.
All right.
As we've seen for the previous, when this phone has been moving, we are seeing activity in the records showing that movement. So that would be consistent with the phone then being powered off at approximately 6:05 a.m.
Okay. So if it's powered off between 6:05 a.m. and 7:02 a.m., without the benefit of video surveillance, would we have any idea where that phone had traveled to?
With that, no.
All right. Going to page 17, explain what we've got on page 17.
Page 17 is now the reason I originally became involved with this case, and that's this data activity that occurs at 7:02 a.m.
What happened at 7:02 a.m.?
We had a burst of essentially activity for a very short period of time showing the phone on the network.
Okay.
And that was a considerable amount of distance away from the previous activity, which we saw in Davenport. We're now in the area near Comanche. And this activity became significant because this was the only time this phone had ever essentially traveled, into that area or even to the nearby area to the left of there.
Okay, I want to come back and revisit that topic of discussion, but for the time being, let's go to our legend. What entries do you have in the legend?
What we have first, obviously the red circles again being the Verizon Tower locations. You see more of them in the area, excuse me, more of them again, you see more populated area of Davenport, there's more towers. We then have, again, in the red down here is 2744 53rd Street, which is the area of the previous cell tower hit. We then have the blue, the Walmart, which became important after we began investigating this cell tower hit. And then also on here, at the top here, we have the location of where Breasia eventually was recovered.
Okay, now the Walmart, which community is it located in, Comanche or Clinton?
In Clinton.
Okay, the cell phone tower that cell phone hit off, does it lie between Comanche and Clinton?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and then so when that phone, Henry Dinkins' phone, hit on that cell phone tower, directionally, where did it place that cell phone?
To the north of the tower.
Okay, so did that then provide information for canvassing conducted by law enforcement on July 10th and thereafter in the area of Highway 30 going into and out of Clinton?
Yes.
All right, and did that produce some valuable information?
Yes, it did.
What type of information did it produce?
That allowed investigators to canvass for video, and they found video of Mr. Dinkins at a Walmart at the time of the cell tower hit.
Okay, now when you were going through and you were doing the analysis of his cell phone records, recognizing that he's at this location on July 10th, did you go back through those cell phone records to see if this was an area that his cell phone would regularly be located in or about?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you find?
This was the only time the phone had ever been anywhere near that area.
And how far back did you look?
6 months.
Going to page 18, tell me what we have on page 18.
Page 18 is now looking at a closer up view of that cell tower and sector in relation to the Walmart and Clinton.
Okay, and what time do we get that very limited hit on that cell tower?
7:02 a.m.
Tell us what you mean by that. So it's coming on at 7:02 a.m. Then is the cell phone powered off after that, or what's going on?
It's consistent with that. It's just we get say a blip of data at 7:02 a.m. and then we don't get anything again until I believe 8:05 a.m. So it would be consistent with a phone being turned off and then turned back off.
What if the battery had been removed from the cell phone?
We would have no data when that battery is removed.
Going to page 19.
So page 19 is now showing additional efforts that we did when early on in this investigation. When this hit took place, I had a colleague who went out and did what was called a drive test. So we have survey gear that goes out and measures a cell phone signal. So what that entails is that agent went up and down every road they could in this area where the cell tower was to get a overview of where this tower could possibly have coverage. Not just the strongest, clearest for a phone connection, but total any possibility of where that phone could connect for that blip. So then we use that to send out search parties to search that area. As I said earlier, we know what we know, and this was the only known we had at the point of where to search for Breasia.
I want to direct your attention to events of July 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. Was there a major search conducted up there in the Clinton area by virtue of this blip that occurred at 7:02 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now going back to State's Exhibit number 38, I believe. Let me just pull that down. Yes, going back to State's Exhibit 38. On this particular map, can you show the jury, or not the jury, can you show us what area that was encompassed within that search that was conducted?
The areas I point with the pointer up to the top right of the board here of the exhibit, you see the cell tower, and then you can kind of see how it lines up with the presentation as far as the search areas that are broken out to cover the coverage area of that cell tower.
Okay, now, those areas that were searched, is that all encompassed within those pink blocks that look like they've been divided up into grids?
The main focus of that tower is covered in there, yes.
Okay, all right. Going to page number 20. What information can we glean from page 20?
So now, based after 7:02 a.m., we had no activity now until it's 8:09 a.m. I believe I said 8:05 before. So at 8:09 a.m., the phone is now back on. However, it is now in the southwest of Davenport area. So now again, considered it traveled a considerable amount of time in an hour and 7 minutes since the previous transaction.
So between 7:02 and 8:09, do we have any information about the location of that phone?
No, we do not.
And what are the reasons why we would not be able to locate or gather location information? What would have to happen?
Well, there's a couple things. One is just simply no activity, which I would find unlikely based on the movement of the phone. The other would be the phone is powered off in some sort of state or in Wi-Fi only.
We're going to circle the wagons again and go back to what you talked about when you were talking about engineering data. So even if there aren't telephone calls being made or received, as that phone is moving, are we still going to have that engineering information generated that would give us location information?
That stuff is happening in the background. It's not a guarantee, as I said, like that it would be necessarily recorded. But as we see on the other activity of the phone, when the phone has been moving, we do see that activity.
Okay. Let's go to our legend. And what entries do we have in our legend on page 20?
We again have the red for the Verizon cell towers, and we now have a blue tag identifying a trailer or a motorhome that was located on Schmidt Road.
Okay. What association does that motorhome have to Henry Dinkins?
My understanding it is Mr. Dinkins' motorhome, and it was also a surveillance video associated with activity at that motorhome.
Certainly. Was that the location of that motorhome near the island of Credit Island?
Yes, just north of there, yes.
Okay. All right. So now tell us what happens then at 8:09 a.m.
So now is the first time we're getting a flurry of activity that takes place. And I have noted on here, this activity includes incoming and outgoing calls with 563-676-4247, which is the cell phone of Briaja's mother, Aisha Langford, I believe.
Okay. Give us, have you documented then the times of any type of activity between Mr. Dinkins' phone and Aisha Langford's phone?
I have notes here that detail which calls are for which, but I do not have them on this presentation.
Can you go ahead and give us that information?
Yes. So beginning at 8:09 and 8:10 a.m., there's two calls that are incoming from Aisha Langford that are forwarded, meaning they hit a cell tower, so it rang, but they were not answered. After that, there's an outgoing at 8:11 from Mr. Dinkins back to Aisha Langford, lasting 117 seconds. Then there at 8:15 a.m., there's an incoming call from Aisha Langford for 92 seconds. After that call ends, there's an incoming call now from Andrea Culberson that lasts 147 seconds. And then finally, there's another 8:19 call with Aisha Langford that I believe only lasts for a second, so not really completed call.
All right. Would it be fair to say then there was quite a bit of communication going back and forth or attempted by Aisha Langford with that telephone number or things that were coming in from Henry Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay. Now, would her cell phone records then speak to that?
Yes.
All right. Going to page 21. What do we have in page 21?
21 is now the next activity, which is 8:25 a.m. That is now just using another cell tower in that same area, but now across the river, pointing back to the southwest towards Credit Island.
Does that suggest that the phone had crossed over to the Illinois side of the river?
No.
Just simply hitting on a tower over there?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any type of calls coming in or going out during this period of time?
At that time, this is an incoming call from Aisha Langford again for 59 seconds.
And what time was she calling in again?
8:25 a.m.
All right. Where does that place Mr. Dinkins' cell phone?
So I'll use this, that again, this tower is shooting back across the river. So you have Credit Island right here. And then just to the edge of that, to the north, you also have the trailer location.
Okay. Were you aware of information reported that Mr. Dinkins had represented to Aisha Langford that during this period of time, he was heading down to the Davenport Police Department?
Objection leading, false hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Well, to be clear, let me ask you this. Does his cell phone stay in this area?
After this period, no.
But up to this point in time, is his cell phone in this area?
Yes, the previous activity across the river near Schmidt Road and this all in the general southeast part of Davenport, southwest part, sorry.
Page 22, what do we see?
Page 22 is now taking the next activity at 8:32 a.m. to 8:44 a.m. And what we start is the bottom left of the screen. I have arrows again to help with movement. They're not identifying specific roads, just the general movement of the phone that goes to the north, then it goes to the east.
Okay. Is the cell phone traveling?
It is.
Okay. Now, so if it's heading north, is it going from our southern border down by the Mississippi and then starting to travel through Davenport, heading north?
Yes.
And then as it's heading east, then would that start to take us more toward what would be our eastern border of Bettendorf?
Yes.
Okay. Is there something significant about this movement that correlates between contact that occurred between Henry Dinkins and Aisha Langford?
Yes.
Explain.
Sometime after this, I believe closer to the next time frame, 8:44-ish, Mr. Dinkins and Aisha Langford meet up and exchange the brother of Breasia at a McDonald's located, I believe, Eastern and Kimberly.
Is there any calls taking place during this time frame?
Yes.
Okay, what's the nature of the call activity?
Again, there's 2 outgoing calls to the number ending in 8716, which is Andrea Culberson. And then there's again a flurry 5 incoming and outgoing calls with the number ending in 4247, which is going to be Breasia's mother, Aisha Langford.
All right. And then there's a third number that you have up there. Do we have any idea who that is?
Yes, the number 563-888-3444 is a number that represents the Davenport Police Department.
Communication specialist Mona Varelli had testified that she had contact with Aisha Langford at 8:29 a.m. And then subsequently thereafter, she had called Henry Dinkins from the Davenport Police Department. Does that correlate with the 563-888-3444 number?
Yes, it does.
And then what time does that call come into Mr. Dinkins' phone?
That call is the one that takes place at 8:38 a.m.
8:38 a.m.
Last.
Going to page 23. What does 23 tell us?
23 is now picking up for the next activity, 8:44 a.m. to 8:48 a.m. We see the beginning of that activity is at the center of the page where the McDonald's is located, showing this phone then would be consistent with being at the McDonald's when this exchange occurs.
How long is the phone there in that area?
Only a couple of minutes.
Okay, from there then.
From there, the last hit we see is the 8:48:56, which is the right side of the screen, and the arc just to the east of the McDonald's, which would show that by that time, 8:48, the phone is now moved from the McDonald's.
Is there another incoming call that comes from the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, there is.
What time is that?
That's at 8:44 a.m.
All right. Going to going to page 24. I got to quit saying state's exhibit. Page 24. What do we have happening here?
Now we kind of have a variety of movement that happens after the previous transactions. We have the McDonald's here in the middle right of the screen, bottom middle right. And our first activity is at 8:48, 8:49 with this large arc from the right side of the screen facing back to the left. After that, our next hit is a call at 9:12:08 a.m., which is the center left of the screen facing back to the west. Next is 9:19 at the far left of the screen. And then after that, we have 9:31, a call back to the right of the screen, close to the 2744 East 53rd Street.
Okay, who are those calls between?
There is one incoming and one outgoing with the number ending in 8716 for Andrea Culberson, and one incoming call from Aisha Langford during this time.
Just staying there then, with what we see, is Mr. Dinkins mobile during this period of time? Or I should say, is the cell phone mobile at this point in time?
Yes, it is moving.
Okay. Now, another thing that I want to ask you about, when you were going through and analyzing the phone, were there periods of time where it was shut down?
There is sometimes, yes.
Okay. Explain that to us if you could.
There's the only time where I can tell where a phone is actually shut down. You obviously have the absence of data, but then when you have calls that are incoming calls that are coming that do not connect to a cell tower, that's going to indicate either the phone is off or in airplane mode, in a way that it is untrackable at that point.
Okay. Can you tell us what those timeframes were?
Specifically, I think I have it in a further slide. During this period here, I can't make that determination because there's not those missed calls.
Okay, let's talk about page 25.
Page 25 is now the next activity from 9:35 a.m. to 9:44 a.m. Again, showing the overall movement of Mr. Dinkins' phone. Here, we're going to start at the top right of the screen where we have activity just to the east of the residence. Again, have arrows showing the general movement of the phone to the south and then back to the west towards a residence that's identified by 1321 East 39th Street in orange.
Who resides at 1321 East 39th Street?
My understanding is Mr. Dinkins' sister, McQuay.
Nita McQuay?
Yes.
All right. And did that address then become the subject of a search warrant?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Is that also one of the reasons why her cell phone was analyzed?
Yes.
All right. Page 26.
Now picking up at activity 9:44 a.m. to 9:52 a.m. And this is kind of a zoomed in version of the middle right of the screen. We have the address in orange again. And then we show all the different arcs that are taking place during this 8-minute time frame. And I have it, you see in darker red, meaning there's more activations in that area. So meaning this area that's in the red is an area of interest just to the west and kind of southwest of the orange icon.
Okay, let's talk about just the different arcs so that we understand why there are so many arcs that appear. Explain that to us.
As the phone's on, it's communicating with many different towers, and those are getting at times captured by the network. And when they are, we're able to use them. So in here, it's just consistent with you're in the same place kind of during a lot of this, but there is some movement as well during this time frame.
Okay. Going to page 27.
So this now is picking up the next activity and an answer to one of your earlier questions. So this is showing 10:08 activity at 10:08 a.m. And during this time frame, there's an outgoing call to Andrea Culberson for 167 seconds. After this time frame, there's no other tower activity until 11:10 a.m. During this time, this is one of those times where I can say that the phone is off. During this time, there's 22 incoming calls to Mr. Dinkins' phone that do not hit cell towers and all go directly to voicemail.
Page 28.
We're now looking at 11:14 to 11:26 a.m., where we have, again, a series of calls. I have icons here. So we have two different sectors from the same tower labeled 1 and 2. So we begin at 11:14 with calls on the northeast sector of the tower identified. Again, 11:14, 11:15. All those calls are outgoing calls to Andrea Culberson. And then next we have 11:22 on sector 2. Another outgoing, that's an incoming call that ends up being forwarded. And then after that, 11:24 and 11:26 on the right-hand side of the screen facing back to the left, which is an outgoing call at 11:24 and an incoming call from Aisha Langford at 11:26.
Okay, now we're seeing that phone hitting off different towers. What location of town is this activity occurring in?
This is now kind of in the more downtown Davenport, a little slightly to the west.
And then can you show us the location of where the RV was located at?
The RV would be located here at the middle bottom in the blue.
Going to page 29.
29 is now the next activity from 11:29 a.m. to 11:46 during calls with 8716 Andrea Culberson and two additional numbers listed on the screen, 563-484-6834 and 563-459-7791. This shows first activity at the bottom left of the screen, 11:29, 11:31, and then moving to the right and to the north, going back where it settles in the proximity of 1321 East 39th Street.
All right, beyond Andrea Culberson's telephone number of the 86 or 8716, those other two numbers, are they numbers that belong to any of the individuals on our list?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I believe 7791 appears familiar to me, but I don't recall as I sit here.
Okay, and then I'll hand you State's Exhibit 144 again.
Yes, the 563-484-6834 is the phone for Anita McQuay. And I was incorrect. The 7791, that one ending in 779 is Helen Mosley. So the sister and the mother of Mr. Dinkins.
Okay, and then he's traveling up toward that area?
Correct.
All right, or I should say the cell phone is. And then finally, let me see. Going to page 30.
Page 30 is now the last activity we have for the cell phone as it comes to the police department. This is from 11:49 a.m. to 12:04 p.m. When Mr. Dinkins approximately arrives to the police department. During this time, there's again activity with Andrea Culberson, his mother, and additional number of 8365.
Okay, and then do we know who that additional number of 8365 belongs to?
Off the top of my head, I would have to look to.
All right, and let's just make sure it's whether or not it's on our list of interested parties.
It is not.
Okay, all right. And then so once Mr. Dinkins arrives at the Davenport Police Department, is that essentially the end of the analysis?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to jump out of turn, given what we've got by way of time update, and I know she's going to fly back to Mexico City tomorrow morning. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel as remarked as State's Exhibit 116. I'm handing you what's remarked as State's Exhibit 116. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 116?
Yes.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 116?
This is just another investigative draft that I created for this case for telephone number 563-468-0641.
Did you become aware of an individual by the name of Jared Brink
Yes,
reaching out to the Davenport, well, actually reaching out to Clinton authorities after Breasia Terrell's remains were discovered on March 22nd of 2021?
yes.
Okay. What was your understanding of Jared Brink and any import that he would have to this investigation?
My understanding was that individual was the one that pulled a vehicle out of the area where Breasia's remains were found on the night she went missing.
All right. I know that the gaps will be filled through later testimony, but at the time that Jared Brink was interviewed, did he have a specific date as to when he would have pulled a vehicle of interest out of the area where Breasia's remains were recovered?
I can't recall if it was the specific date. It was around the general time frame of interest.
Okay. Did you then do some type of analysis of cell phone records for Mr. Brink's phone?
Yes.
What was the purpose for that analysis?
Again, when you get information from someone, it's used to fact check to see if there's something that could show that that individual has the right date or not.
Okay. Would it also help to identify if his cell phone was located in a particular area on a particular date at a particular time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive data that would help you make a determination about where Mr. Brink's cell phone was located during the early morning hours of July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
And is that reflected in State's Exhibit 116?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 116.
Exhibit 116 will be admitted.
Okay. All right. May I publish this, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. Handing you or showing page 1 of State's Exhibit 116. What does this document represent?
This again is my cover sheet regarding this case with Breasia Terrell, and it identifies the Verizon number of 563-468-0641. Investigative draft done on April 7th of 2021.
Who does this telephone number belong to?
It is my understanding in the individual that pulled the car out.
Okay, and is that Jared Brink?
Yes. Thank
Okay. You know what I'd like to do? I want you to write Jared Brink on that first page so that it's just very easy just to see who that number is associated with.
Sorry, the spelling of the.
Jerod, and then Brink, Brink. Going to page 2 of that report that you prepared, can you explain what we are seeing on page 2 of this report?
Yes, this is showing the activity on July 10th, 2020 for the telephone number ending in 0641. And it shows that there's only activity at 2 times during this time period. The first is 4:28 a.m., which is going to be depicted in the top here, just above the red tag. The red tag on here, it's not listed. It identifies where Breasia remains were recovered. And then the next activity then is not until 6:59 a.m., which is down here at the bottom of the screen in Southeast Davenport, essentially showing that sometime between 4:28 a.m. and the next 6:58 a.m., the phone would have traveled from the first tower to the second.
Give me a moment. All right. I'm going to hand this to you, and I want you to look up close. For that bottom entry, relative to the direction of how that cell phone is hitting, what community would be right there in that area that cell phone ping would occur?
The area I'm seeing is Buffalo, or I can't really, Andalusia?
Andalusia?
Andalusia, yes.
So Buffalo, Andalusia.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, as we go back then and we look at this particular document, I just want to make it clear, are there a number of red dots spread throughout this document?
Yes.
What do those red dots represent?
Those again are Verizon cell towers.
Okay, so at the time frame of 4:28 a.m., where is that device hitting off of?
That's hitting off a cell tower in the vicinity of where Breasia's remains were found. It's not the closest cell tower, but it is the next tower to the north.
Okay, and so then relative to the direction of where that cell phone would be hitting on the tower, would that encompass a sector that would include the area west along Highway 61?
Yes, it would.
All right, and what time was that?
That's 4:28 a.m.
On what date?
July 10th, 2020.
And then the next time that that cell phone gives us location information would be where?
6:59 a.m. down in the Buffalo area.
Okay. Did you have information of where Mr. Brink was employed during that period of time?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was he employed in an area in Scott County?
Yes.
Okay. Then let's just run through some other things very quickly. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I've shown the council what's marked as safety exhibit number 111. Actually, let me do this in order. 110, 111, 112, 114, and 115. Oh, and 113. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you State's Exhibits 110 through 115. Okay. For our record, what is State's Exhibit 110?
110 is my investigative draft for telephone number 563-459-7791, the phone of Helen Mosley.
Okay. Is the defendant's mother?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 111.
State's Exhibit 111 is my investigative draft for telephone number 563-484-6834, associated with Nita McQuay, the defendant's sister.
112.
112 is my investigative draft for telephone number 563-200-3015, associated with Fornell Lang,
Who is Fornell Lang?
an associate of Mr. Dinkins.
Okay. And why would he be somebody that would even be of interest?
I believe that came up through interviews of some activity during the time frame. I can't recall specifically.
Okay. State's Exhibit 113.
113 again is an investigative draft for telephone number 312-597-5484, a phone associated with Genesis Johnson.
114.
Investigative draft 563-639-8716, the phone of Andrea Culberson.
115.
My investigative draft for telephone number 563-676-4247 for Aisha Langford.
Okay. Let's just talk these very generally. Relative to Helen Mosley and Nita McQuay, when you went through and analyzed their phones, what did the data tell us about their activities during the early morning hours of July 10th and going into the morning of July 10th?
My recollection was the activity was consistent with their statements of being near their residence and then eventually going to the west of the state to a casino.
All right. And did it show either of those phones, individuals' phones, ever being up anywhere near the apartment of 2744 East 53rd Street?
No.
Or even being anywhere near the area where Breasia Terrell's remains were recovered?
No, for where she was recovered. I will say there was some activity that could be up near the residence later after things were being reported on July 10th.
Okay. Fornell Lang.
Again, there was no activity on that phone that raised suspicion or contradicted anything that was known.
Okay. And was there anything about the location of his cell phone that would have tied him down to the area of Schmidt Road near that RV?
1 second. I believe earlier on the 9th, that's possibly down in that area, and the 10th.
Okay.
If I'm correct.
Okay. And actually, let me ask you this. Did his phone stay in a pretty static position during the time frames that were of concern?
Yes.
Did he actually have a residence in the area of Davenport that would be more toward the southwestern portion?
This is my understanding, yes.
Okay. But was there any indications to show that that cell phone was moving around?
Not during the relevant time periods, no.
Okay. How does Genesis Johnson even come up?
Again, I can't recall the specifics. It's been a long time, but through interviews, I believe it was reported that she may have been with Mr. Dinkins on the 9th or the 10th.
Okay. And let me ask you this. Was there a review of individuals who may have called Mr. Dinkins during the relevant time frames where law enforcement was really focused on?
Yes.
Could she have possibly been an individual who called him?
Yes.
Okay. And was there anything in her cellular data that would suggest that she would have been in areas of concern?
No, all the activity was consistent to one specific area.
And what would that area be associated with?
I believe a residence that came up during the investigation.
Okay. Andrea Culberson?
Yes, her records again were consistent with only towers usage that would be consistent with her residence.
Okay, I actually want to go through that one, and let's look at Andrea Culberson. Okay, so page 1 of Andrea Culberson's report. What does page 1 show us?
Again, just a cover sheet of my name, where I belong to, and her telephone number.
And then going to page 2.
Page 2 is now showing the cell tower and sector used by her phone from 12:40 a.m. on July 9th to 11:57 a.m. on July 10th. It's hard to see as this is a black and white version, but here is the cell tower located right next to the apartment complex, if not on it. And here is the tag of where that apartment is located, clearly in that cell tower.
And during that window of time, did her cell phone remain in that area?
Yes.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 115.
115 is the investigative draft for 563-676-4247, the phone of Aisha Langford.
Okay. And in your review of the records for Aisha Langford, did you identify location information for her phone as well?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And then just overall, tell us what you noted just about her movement, if any.
Her movements were consistent with what was being provided to us as where she was, around her residence and her place of work.
Okay. Do you recall where she was employed?
I believe it was a Checkers, if I recall correctly.
Okay, all right. And then was the cell phone hitting on towers around the Checkers that she worked at?
Yes.
And then was her cell phone hitting on areas around her residence?
Yes.
Okay. And then was there any information about her going over to the apartment complex at 2744 East 53rd during the evening of July 9th to drop off children's clothing?
I believe in the earlier, yes.
Okay. And then so was her cell phone movement consistent with that activity?
1 second. Yes.
All right. And then I'm going to address one other question. Did Aisha Langford's cell phone ever travel out of Davenport?
I can't, during this relevant time period, no, I can't recall for the overall records. I don't believe that hasn't been a focus of recently.
Yeah, but it's of July 9th, well, July 10th.
No.
All right. And so then during the hours after midnight going into July 10th, through her contact with law enforcement, was that cell phone ever up in the area of Clinton or where Breasia's remains were located?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions of this witness. Your Honor, did I introduce State's Exhibits 110, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15?
No,
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce those records.
no objection. Those exhibits will be admitted. Mr. Freeze.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, I'm showing you up there on the screen. Hopefully you can see it.
The defendant's position.
Judge, I'd ask that you, I would ask that you take the mistrial if you're going to, I don't know why we're bringing it back Monday. I would keep them deliberating if the prosecutor wants to have them deliberated. I would ask the court take the mistrial.
All right, then I would propose to, over the state's objection, it would be the court's intention to declare a mistrial. I can bring all of the jurors in, declare the mistrial on the record in their presence, and formally excuse them from any further service in this matter. Anyone have any opposition to that procedure?
In as much as the state disagrees with the court's decision, I don't have any opposition with the court carrying out its intention in that fashion.
Defense?
No, thank you, Judge. That's our preference.
All right, then let's bring in all the jurors, including the alternates.
Okay, they are bringing the jury in to declare the mistrial. So,
All right, with all of the jurors now present in the courtroom, it is my understanding from Court's Exhibit 10 that the jurors were unable to reach a unanimous verdict on any of the counts. It is therefore required that I declare a mistrial in this case. So I am declaring a mistrial as no verdict has been reached on any count. I want to thank the members of the jury for your service. I am going to excuse you from any further service in this case in just a moment. When you began serving on the trial, I told you that you were not permitted to talk about the case with anyone or have anyone talk about the case with you. You are no longer under those restrictions. You are free to talk about the case if you wish to do so. You are also free to politely decline to discuss the case if that is your wish. So with that, your service has concluded, and I will excuse you in just a moment to go with the bailiffs. And I am arranging for deputies to escort you all out of the building if anyone wishes to have that. So thank you for your service. Go with the bailiffs. And if the deputies have someone who can meet with them. Okay. Mr. Adderhold, if anybody who wants to be escorted, if they could just wait just a moment in the jury deliberation room, a deputy will be there to assist. We also need all of the evidence back in the courtroom. All right, so that pretty much concludes the jury trial at this point. We do have the matter of the verdict from the first trial in which Mr. Ford was convicted on 3 counts. Obviously, we still are under the pending statutory speedy trial demand that continues to run. And I suppose we will need a decision from the state, which they are probably not prepared to make today, as to whether or not they wish to retry this case in a 3rd jury trial. Because of the time frame running with the speedy trial demand, we're going to gather on this case one day next week to figure out, are we going to go forward with sentencing, or are we going to go forward with scheduling trial number 3? I'm free to do that on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. I know the state will be here whenever I summon them. Mr. Lewis, what's your schedule on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week?
As much as a representative from the state, because I am available Wednesday. I have a medical procedure scheduled Tuesday.
Well, we have court scheduled Tuesday, so somebody from your office will be available in your stead because we already have court scheduled.
Judge, in my mind, Monday the 14th, I do not start a jury trial. I might start one on the 21st and the 28th, but I think I have something on Monday. The better course for me would be Wednesday, only because whatever's going on Wednesday, I can twist it and bend it to make sure that I'm here with you. I can just let the court know, irrespective of whatever other decisions will be made, I intend to file a bond motion because I think my client is in a different position. That you may be in a position to address that bond motion on Wednesday. You may or may not be comfortable addressing it, but I just want to let the court know that's my intention on Monday morning to file a bond motion, so that if we're not going forward with sentencing on Mr. Ford and his trial is not starting on August the 21st, I'd like to be heard on bond. The family under the statute, has a right to be apprised. I put it on the record now, I intend to file a bond motion. I don't know if this acts as sufficient service to let them know that I intend to ask for a bond motion on Monday. If we deal with it on Wednesday, great. If not, then we'll deal with it at a later time. If obviously if the prosecutor makes the decision they aren't going forward, I will be ready on Wednesday for the sentencing on the counts that Mr. Ford was found guilty of from the first trial. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Right, I'm already scheduled to hear the citation for contempt for Ms. Holly on Wednesday at 9:30, so it just makes sense to schedule this on the same date and time in the event that Mr. Holly wants to speak on her son's behalf, should we go forward with sentencing on Wednesday.
That's fine, and I'll twist whatever I have to do to make that happen.
So we will reconvene on this matter Wednesday at 9:30 a.m. in this courtroom. Should Mr. Lawrence Lewis file a motion for bond on Monday, I will address the bond issue on Wednesday. Should the state decide that they are not going to retry the case a third time, then I will address sentencing on Wednesday. If the state decides that they are going to retry the case, then we will schedule the date and time for the third trial on Wednesday while we're all together. I have not done the math, but I think Mr. Lawrence Lewis believes that the speedy runs in this term of court.
Judge,
I don't know. I haven't looked at that.
Judge, respectfully, the speedy trial demand was filed. Let me get the exact date. I think it runs the first Monday, Judge. I had another chance to look at the.
Well, the next term starts the second Monday in September is the next term of court.
Judge, the speedy trial demand was filed on February 21st of 2023, which would have been the December of 2022 term. I believe that term counts, March term counts, and the June term counts. So under the statute, it would be the case would have to be tried by the second Monday in September, or all the charges would have to be dismissed. That's the statute. My reading of the case law out of the Supreme Court of Georgia, I can't give you the site, extends that time period for another term. They have this weird use of the language. It's a weird interpretation of the language, which I interpret to mean it will not run until the first Monday in December. So based on my reading of the law out of the Supreme Court of Georgia, the state would have until the first.
You can continue.
Sorry, they've been excused. Sorry, Judge. They have until the first Monday in December to try the case.
If you get a chance before or by Monday, can you forward that case that you are referencing to Ms. Wofford so we can look at that as well?
Yes, Judge.
And copy,
Yes.
obviously copy the state on it.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Mr. Umberg, you have all of the evidence, and we will ask the state to maintain possession of all of the evidence. I will take the indictment and verdict form and the copies of the request to charge. All right, anything else that needs to be addressed by the court from the state's perspective?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense perspective?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, we are in recess. Mr. Ford is back with the deputies. Thank you. Have a good evening. Exhibit number 10.
Okay, we
You
have.
can just leave all the evidence up here. You can just leave it up here, Mr. Umberg. They'll take possession of everything. Thank you.
We have a second mistrial. I'd say if they go for it again, it's either third time's the charm or 3 strikes, you're out. So.
Period cramps can happen at the worst time.
So let's go back over and finish out the day over in Iowa.
Okay, well enough. I believe this is Exhibit 116. Is that correct?
I can't see the number on it.
Well, let's say it is. This is the cell phone mapping data that you were asked to do, I believe, for Jared Brink's phone, right?
Yes.
And again, on top there says sectors used on July 10, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that the only day you were asked to use or to provide that data?
Yes.
Why not July 9th?
I don't recall.
Well, didn't you just testify earlier that you were asked to do July 10th because that was the date that Briasia was disappeared?
As related to Mr. Dinkins' phone, when he came in contact with her, she was, as far as the witnesses that the investigation, she was last seen at 3:30 a.m. on July 10th.
And then Mr. Brink, I believe you testified that you were pulled Mr. Dinkins out of the ditch on July 10th, 2020.
Correct.
Who told you that?
One of the detectives, I believe, I can't recall, might have been the sergeant.
You don't recall the sergeant's last name?
Jeff Pfeiffer.
Jeff Pfeiffer told you that?
I believe so.
Do you recall when he told you that?
It would be very close to April 7th because he would have provided me the records and asked me to see if this phone was consistent with what he was being told.
April 7th of what year?
Should be of 2021.
So April 7th, 2021, Jeff Pfeiffer tells you that Henry Dinkins had been pulled out of a ditch right there near Kunow Implement, near where Briasia Terrell's remains had been found by Jared Brink.
What I was told is there was a witness that said they pulled somebody out. He had the records. He asked me to look at them and prepare an investigative draft of what that phone looked like on July 10th during that time frame.
But what I'm trying to drive at here is he was certain on the date being July 10th.
I think that's the date of relevance.
Okay. Date of relevance because that's the date she was last seen.
Last seen with Mr. Dinkins at 3:35 a.m. and it was believed it was early in the morning. So July 10th obviously would be the focus of when he was there.
Okay. Let's say that Mr. Brink travels this exact route every day with the same cell phone. His cell phone's on every day. He's going to show this exact same tower every day, isn't he?
He could if he hits off a tower at that time frame, but if that's his route, that would be his route, yes.
So you'd expect that every day, right?
I would expect if his route that he would, if there's cell tower evidence, it would be consistent with that route.
If Mr. Brink were to give us evidence or we hear evidence regarding Mr. Brink's travel route to work every morning at 4 to 5 a.m., that he travels that road every day, then we can stand to expect that it's likely for him to have cell phone data just like this you see in this exhibit, right?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And if that data is what we have, and he pulled Mr. Dinkins out, let's say in April of the year prior, there's no way of connecting those two, right?
No, April the year prior, there wouldn't be any data. Data for Verizon's only for a year.
So the leap in logic is that the officer tells you to get the cell phone data, put Jared Brink at that location by cell phone data, first of all, correct?
No, absolutely not. The question is, this individual says this happened at this specific time. As I said, we use the records to validate or exclude that. So I was given the records. I said, this phone is consistent with that statement.
Okay. You say this witness says this witness being Jeff Pfeiffer.
As far as I know, this is being provided to me secondhand. I did not talk to the individual.
But again, my question, very pointed, is this witness, Jeff Pfeiffer, said that Henry Dinkins was pulled out of the ditch by someone on July 10th.
Okay.
Is that right?
I believe by Mr. Brink, if I'm correct. That's who pulled him out.
And that's the assumption you were operating on, right?
Correct. I don't care who it is. I'm evaluating the records to see if where they are, and this is where they are.
But again, the assumption you're working from is that July 10th was the day it would have happened, right?
The July 10th was the date I was told to analyze, and which from the investigation would be what would be of interest.
Okay. You have no other cell phone data that puts Mr. Dinkins' cell phone anywhere in this area of Kunow Implement. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that a lot of reasons cell phones don't transmit, right? There's airplane mode, number one.
Someone could put it in airplane mode, yes.
Someone could just turn it off, right?
In my experience, people do not turn off their phones, but that is certainly something that could happen.
If you have an 8 or 9-year-old kid who's just a pain in the neck and wants to get on your phone all the time, it wouldn't be unreasonable for a parent to turn that phone off, would it?
I wouldn't give that child access to my phone. It's on my person.
Okay. Phones go dead, don't they?
They can.
And when a phone goes dead, it doesn't transmit, does it?
phones that are on chargers don't go dead, but correct, in a hypothetical world, that's correct.
Okay. Now, the cell phone data analysis that you were doing, after about 5 a.m. that morning, Henry Dinkins never left the town of Davenport until we see him with a cell phone pinging up in Clinton at 7 a.m. Is that correct?
If I'm following correctly. So we had no activity between the 3 o'clock time frame where the phone is at the residence and he's at the gas station, correct?
Correct.
So he's separated from his phone during that time frame. His phone comes back on at 5:50 something time frame. So where he is clearly is separate from where his phone is.
His phone's not transmitting, right?
I'm sorry, I'm talking about what a witness said, or as far as where the phone was located at that time. Yes, it's not transmitting from that 3:37 a.m. to approximately 5:52, 5:54 a.m.
Doesn't mean he's not with his phone, though, right?
I believe we know at 3:30 he is not with his phone.
Okay. Now, you also studied Aisha Langford's cell phone coverage that day, July 10th, 2020, right?
Correct.
Did you also notice phone calls that she was making that day? Was she making a high volume of calls?
I don't recall.
Did you notice any numbers that she was calling repeatedly?
They're called bionic boomers. Seniors once riddled with debilitating arthritis pain, given a new
Why did you want Bree to come with you?
Because I feel comfortable around her.
Do you remember if your grandma was going to allow Bree to go with you?
I think she had called my mom, if I'm correct.
Now, do you have an older brother as well?
Yes.
And are his initials CS?
Yes.
Was he over at your grandma's house that day?
Yes.
Did you want CS to come with you as well?
I did.
Did you also ask your grandma if CS could come?
Yeah.
No, I believe you've stated that Bree did come with you that day, correct?
Yes.
Did CS come?
No.
Do you know why he didn't come?
No, I don't know.
When you and Bree left with Henry, did you guys have any clothing or bags or anything with you?
Not at that moment.
Did you also notice phone calls that she was making that day? Was she making a high volume of calls?
I don't recall.
Did you notice any numbers that she was calling repeatedly?
From her records, I don't recall, as all that was being done at the initial investigation. And then as you eliminate people based on activity, you focus to where the evidence leads you.
You eliminate people based upon activity because they're not moving around, is what you're telling me.
No, the records are a part of it. So there's witness statements, there's surveillance video, all that is a part of the analysis. My part, obviously I focus on the phone records, but I also need to know other information to evaluate that.
Like who she might be calling?
I'm sure the detectives did track down who she was in contact with, yes.
If she were calling people who have a long criminal record, would that be relevant
Your
in
Honor,
your training
I'm going
experience?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There's no basis for this type of question, and just to throw that in is prejudicial.
Sustained.
Henry Dinkins, once the phone came back online at 7 a.m. and came back to Davenport, his phone remained on, correct?
No, that's not correct.
When did it go off?
If I can look at my notes again.
Please do.
The time I can confirm that it was off based on the 22 missed calls that went straight to voicemail was between 10:08 and 11:11 or 11:10 a.m.
And based upon your investigation, apart from that time, do we have any knowledge of Henry Dinkins having anyone else with him apart from his son, Tori, or DL?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Special Agent Fennerin, let's assume that Mr. Brink's cell phone had not hit on that tower on July 10th in the area where Breasia Terrell's remains were found. Would then that be significant?
don't know if it'd be significant. It would just mean we can't tell where his phone is during that time frame. So
Sure.
we can't corroborate it or not.
Okay, all right. But at any rate, are we going to look at the totality of all of the circumstances to understand the importance of that piece of evidence and where it fits into the equation?
Of course.
All right. And if someone doesn't have their cell phone with them, then is the cell phone going to hit on a tower?
If, sorry, how that's phrased.
Let me rephrase that. If someone doesn't have their cell phone with them, then that cell phone, is it going to hit only on towers where it's located?
A cell phone is going to hit where the cell phone is located.
All right. And then if an individual doesn't have their cell phone with them, can we track their movements then?
No.
All right, I have no further questions.
Mr. Reese, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Yes. Ms. Cunningham, you call your next witness.
The state would call BL.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I swear. Please have a seat. Ms. O'Donnell, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please say your first and last name and then spell it for us?
Tori Langford, DETORIOUS LANKFRD.
Okay, you said that awfully fast. Kim, were you able to get all that? Okay. Now, we've been referring to you by your initials. So is it okay if I call you D?
Yeah,
D, how old are you?
11,
When's your birthday?
October 28th,
You know what year you were born?
2011.
D, what's the name of your mother?
Aisha Langford.
I want to talk to you about an individual named Breasia Terrell. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
My sister.
What would you call her?
Bree.
And was Bree older than you or younger than you?
Older.
Do you know how many years older?
3.
Now, I want to go back to the summer of 2020. Back then, did you live with your sister Bree?
Yes.
How was your relationship with her?
Great.
Were the two of you close?
Yes.
How close?
Really close.
Fair to say she's kind of like a second mom?
Yeah.
Did she look out for you?
Very much, yeah.
Do you know someone named Henry Dinkins?
Yes.
In the summer of 2020, did you have some contact with Henry Dinkins?
A little bit.
At some point in that summer, did you go to a cookout and see Henry Dinkins there?
At the river.
At the river?
Yes.
Was your mother there at that cookout as well?
Yeah,
And what about Bree?
I believe so.
And did you see Henry then at the cookout as well?
Yeah.
Did you have some contact with him?
Yeah.
At that time, did you also meet a lady named Andrea?
Yeah.
Had you ever met her before?
No.
Were you able to determine if Andrea knew Henry?
I don't think so.
Okay. At some point, did you come to believe that Andrea was Henry's friend or girlfriend?
I thought she was his friend at first.
Just his friend at first.
Yeah, I thought so.
Now, I know you might not know the exact date, but was there a period in July of 2020 where you and Bree were over at your grandmother or your Nana's house?
Yes.
And on that day, did Henry show up at your grandma's house?
Yes.
What's your grandma's name?
Danita Gardner.
Do you know where she lives, her address?
614 West 63rd Street, apartment number 1.
Can you slow down and say that one more time?
614 West 63rd Street, apartment number 1.
Now, on the day that Henry came over to your grandma's house, did you know he was going to come over that day?
No.
When he arrived at your grandmother's house, what happened?
He came and got us, and we went to his house and we were playing games.
And when you say he came and got us, who are you talking about?
Me and my sister.
Now, when Henry was at your grandmother's house, at some point, did you learn you were going to be going with him that day?
Yes.
How did you feel about that?
Good.
Were you excited about that?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did Bree want to go with you to Henry's house?
No, I asked.
You asked who?
My grandma.
You asked your grandma what?
Can my sister come with me?
Why did you want Bree to come with you?
Because I feel comfortable around her.
Do you remember if your grandma was going to allow Bree to go with you?
I think she had called my mom, if I'm correct.
Do you have an older brother as well?
Yes.
And are his initials CS?
Yes.
Was he over at your grandma's house that day?
Yes.
Did you want CS to come with you as well?
I did.
Did you also ask your grandma if CS could come?
Yeah.
No, I believe you've stated that Bree did come with you that day, correct?
Yes.
Did CS come?
No.
Do you know why he didn't come?
No, I don't know.
When you and Bree left with Henry, did you guys have any clothing or bags or anything with you?
Not at that moment.
Did you get in the car that Henry was driving at that time?
Yes.
What kind of car was it?
A black Camaro.
Was anyone else in the car besides Henry, you, and Bree?
No.
After you left your grandma's house, where did the three of you go?
To his house.
When you say his house, who are you talking about?
Henry and Andrea.
Now I want to back up for a second. Do you recall going to someone else's house and playing video games?
I don't recall.
Have you heard the name Vincent Howard before?
It sounds familiar.
Little Vince?
I don't think so.
At some point, though, you would have gone to Andrea and Henry's house.
Yes.
We're calling it a house. What type of building was it?
It was an apartment.
Had you ever been to that apartment before?
No.
Had Bree ever been to that apartment before?
No.
Once you got to the apartment, what did you do?
I was playing GTA.
And when you say GTA, what do you mean?
I was playing video games.
Does GTA mean Grand Theft Auto?
Yep.
Where in the apartment were you playing GTA?
In the living room.
While you were in the living room, where was Bree?
In the back room.
When you say the back room, what else was in that room?
A bed, a TV, and a closet.
In that apartment, was there only one separate room that had a bed in it?
Yes.
What was Bree doing in the back room?
Playing some type of card game.
Did you say car?
Yeah.
Was it a type of video game?
Yes.
While Bree was in the back room, where was Andrea?
In the back room as well.
Do you know what she was doing?
I believe on her phone.
When your mom came over to drop clothes off, did anybody go outside to pick up those clothes from her?
Me and my sister.
So what happened when you met with your mom?
We grabbed the clothes and then we went back inside after we got done playing with the dog.
That was my next question. Was your mom alone?
Yes.
Did she have a pet with her?
Yes, you did.
Was it your pet dog?
Yep.
Did Bree try to keep the dog?
Yes, you did.
She wanted to bring it inside.
Yes.
Did your mom allow that to happen?
No.
Where was Henry when your mom dropped off those bags of clothing?
He was outside or he was inside?
Can you say that again?
He was outside or inside?
When you say outside, what do you mean?
Standing by the door.
So he was either inside the apartment or outside of the apartment somewhere.
Yes.
Where was Andrea when your mom dropped off the clothes?
Inside.
After your mom dropped off those clothes, did both you and Bree go back inside that apartment?
Yes.
What did the two of you do after you both went back inside the apartment?
We finished playing our games.
And did you go back to the same spots you had been at earlier?
Yes.
And where were Henry and Andrea at those points?
Still in the back room.
Now, the clothing that your mom brought you, did that include pajamas or clothes to sleep in?
Yes.
At some point that night, did you take a shower?
Yes.
Do you know how many bathrooms this apartment had?
1.
Did Bree also take a shower?
Yes.
Did the two of you shower separately?
Yes.
After the two of you took showers, were you given clothes to change into?
Yes.
Were they the clothes that your mom brought for you?
No.
What were you given to wear?
A long white shirt.
Do you know whose shirt that was?
Henry's.
Now, when you say a long white shirt, what do you mean by long?
It's over our fitting. I think that's what it's called.
Can you say that again?
Fitting.
How long on your body did the shirt go down?
Kind of like our knees.
Did you think that was weird?
Yes.
Why?
Because it wasn't our clothes that my mom brought us.
After you and Bree changed into those white shirts, what did the two of you do?
We ate, and then we laid down, getting ready for bed.
Where did the two of you lay down?
In the back room, in the bed.
Did you lay down at the same time?
Yes.
When the two of you laid down to get ready for bed, where was Henry?
In the living room.
Did you notice anything about Henry at that time?
He was upstaring.
He was what?
Upstaring.
He was staring?
Yes.
Staring at what?
It looked like the back room that I was laying in.
Where was Henry when you saw him staring?
In the living room.
Now, when you were laying on the bed, where exactly were you on the bed?
Kind of like in the middle.
Where was Bree?
Kind of on the edge of the bed.
When you say the edge, was she closer to the window or the side of the bed?
The side.
Earlier, you said there was only one bedroom in this apartment. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do you know where Henry and Andrea were sleeping that night?
It looked like an air mattress.
Where was the air mattress?
In the living room.
Did you ever see Henry or Andrea actually lay down on the air mattress?
Andrea.
And when you saw Andrea lay on the air mattress, where were you?
Still laying down.
In the bedroom.
Yep.
And where was Henry at that time?
Still sitting up.
At some point, did you fall asleep that night?
Yes.
Do you know if Bree had fallen asleep before you?
Yes, she fell asleep before me.
Dee, are you A heavy sleeper?
Not too much.
What about Bree?
Just a little bit.
At some point, did you feel something during the night?
A kick.
Do you know where that kick came from?
My sister.
Where were you kicked?
On my leg.
How would you describe that kick?
It's like a hard kick.
Now, have you slept in the same bed as your sister before that night?
Before we went to his house?
Yes.
Yes.
Had she ever kicked you before while you were sleeping?
No.
Now, when you felt that kick, did you wake up?
I woke up just a little bit.
When you say you woke up just a little bit, was it kind of very brief when you fell back asleep?
Yeah.
At some point then, did you wake up again in the middle of the night?
Yes.
When you woke up the second time, what did you notice?
That she was gone.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
My sister.
What did you do at that time?
I got up.
Why'd you get up?
Because she was gone out the bed.
What did you start doing?
I looked around the house.
Was anybody else awake when you got up and started looking around the house?
Andrea.
What was Andrea doing?
Looking out the back window where we was laying.
Where was Henry?
He wasn't there.
What were you thinking when you woke up and you notice Bree's gone, Henry's gone, and you're looking around the apartment?
That he took her.
Now, when you said Andrea was looking out the back window, what room was she in?
The back room.
Where the bed was?
Yes.
And that window in the bedroom, if you look out that window, what would you be looking at?
The parking lot.
So when you're looking around the apartment, you don't see Bree. What do?
I asked Andrea where she was.
Were you given an answer?
She said she didn't know.
Did you ask any other questions at that time?
No.
What did you do at that point? Where did you go in the apartment?
I looked around the house and then I sat down
Where did you sit down?
in the living room on the couch.
Do you have any idea what time of day it was at that point?
I think it was morning
Why do you think it was morning?
because it was a little bit daylight.
So it's starting to get light out?
Yes.
Dee, did you have a cell phone?
No.
At some point, do you recall asking Andrea for her cell phone?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
So I can call my mom or something.
Why did you want to call your mom?
Because it was just me there.
Did Andrea allow you to use her phone?
No.
At some point, did Henry come back to that apartment?
Yes.
What did he look like when he came back to that apartment?
He had a white shirt on and some shorts.
How was he acting?
A little weird.
When you say a little weird, what do you mean?
Like different than his normal self.
How was he acting different?
It was.
Did he say anything when he came back to the apartment?
No.
What did he do when he came back? The first time you saw him?
He came back, he grabbed something. I don't know what he grabbed, and he left.
So where did he go in the apartment?
To the back room.
And again, is that the room with the bed?
Yes.
Did you see where he went in the back room?
It looked like the closet.
Do you remember which closet?
The closet in the back room with the bed.
Do you know how many closets are in that room?
1 or 2.
So it looked like he went to one of the closets,
Yes.
and he appeared to have grabbed something.
Yes.
Do you know what that was?
No.
Did you see any talking between Henry and Andrea at that time?
No.
When he came back to the apartment, that first time you saw him, did you see Bree with him?
No.
After he grabbed something out of the closet, what did he do?
He left.
Right after he left, what did Andrea do?
She was still looking out the back window.
And again, that would be the window that looks in the parking lot.
Yes.
At some point, did you start to cry?
Yes.
Was it at that point that you started to cry?
Yes.
Why were you crying?
Because she wasn't there.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
My sister.
At some point, does Henry come back a second time?
Yes.
What does he look like the second time he comes back?
The same.
He appears to be wearing the same clothes.
Yes.
Is he still acting a little weird?
Not anymore.
What does he do the second time he comes back?
I don't remember.
At some point, do you leave with him?
Yes.
Did that happen the second time he came back?
The third time.
The third time. So he comes back a second time and then he leaves again?
Which time? Second or third?
The second time he came back and then he left again.
Yes.
Did you ask him any questions or talk to him at all during that point?
No.
Did you observe any talking between him and Andrea?
No.
So then he comes back a third time to the apartment.
Yes.
What happens the third time he comes back?
He comes to get me.
Again, what is he wearing at that point?
The same clothes.
How is he acting?
The same.
So normal at that point?
Yes.
When the two of you left, did he grab the bags of clothing that your mom had dropped off?
Yes.
Where did he put those?
In the car.
Which car?
It was a purple Camaro.
It was a purple car?
Yeah.
Do you know what kind of car it was?
It was an Impala.
Do you have any idea what time it was that you and Henry would have gotten into the Impala?
Morning.
Need to see counsel.
I wonder what that's about. Oh, the judge and the counsel went out of the.
We are
Interesting.
going to adjourn for this evening. We will reconvene Monday morning at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you.
Okay, that wraps that up. Let me do some reading from this article here because it's from when Breasia was still missing. Says person of interest named in the case of missing Iowa child Breasia Terrell. Henry Dinkins is a registered sex offender who has been named a person of interest in the disappearance of missing Iowa child Breasia Terrell, according to Davenport, Iowa's police chief. Chief Paul Sikorsky released photos of Dinkins and his vehicles associated with him during a news conference in which he announced Dinkins' name. We need help with information so we can find Breasia. He said that the investigative teams have worked on this case for 24 hours a day. We will continue to work feverishly to find her and bring her home, Sikorsky said. Davenport Police Chief Paul Sikorsky announced Thursday that Henry E. Dinkins is a person of interest related to the missing persons case of Breasia Terrell. A news release from the Davenport police said a person of interest is someone who has not been arrested or formally charged in the case, but may have information which could assist in the investigation or possess certain characteristics that merit further attention by investigators. So, Dinkins dated Breasia's mother about 8 years ago. The missing persons alert for Breasia said the child is 10 years old, stands 4 feet 5 inches, weighs 75 pounds, has black hair and brown eyes. She was last seen in the early hours of July 10th, 2020 in the 2700 block of East 53rd Street in Davenport, Iowa. She was wearing a white t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. According to the Quad City Times, Breasia's grandmother said Breasia had joined her grandson, Dinkins' son, at a sleepover at Dinkins' apartment before going missing. According to the newspaper, Dinkins is the father of Breasia's mother's youngest son, and they had a relationship together about 8 years ago. Of their relationship, Breasia's mother's Aisha Lankford said, I was with Dinkins and I found out about him. He was weird, and then he went to prison. On July 14th, Davenport police held a press conference on Terrell's disappearance. According to Sikorsky, on Terrell's disappearance, Chief Sikorsky was joined by family members of Breasia's during the news conference. We're grateful for the community's interest and assistance in this case, he said. He said the police were asking for the public's assistance. He revealed that as of today, July 14th, we have identified Henry E. Dinkins as a person of interest relating to this case. He stressed that the person of interest is different than a named suspect. An Amber Alert was issued for the missing child. At approximately 1:30 a.m., the state of Iowa issued an Amber Alert for Breasia Terrell due to the information that was obtained overnight. At approximately 10 a.m. on July 15th, an administrative error by the state of Iowa appeared to cancel the Amber Alert for Breasia Terrell. The Amber Alert for Breasia Terrell has not expired, and the Davenport Police Department is working diligently with the state of Iowa to correct the error and is actively investigating this case. The error has since been corrected, Davenport Police wrote in the news release. An Amber Alert for Breasia Terrell inadvertently appeared canceled this morning due to an administrative error in our system. We apologize for the confusion that this has caused the family and the community. We continue to partner with Davenport Police in the search for Breasia, a representative from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children said. Let me scroll down a little more. The release adds that the state of Iowa Amber Alert names Henry E. Dinkins as the abductor of Breasia Terrell. Yesterday, the Davenport police named Dinkins as a person of interest in Breasia Terrell's missing person case. He is not currently named as a suspect, and no charges have been filed against him related to this case. Dinkins remains in custody on separate charges. Dinkins is in custody on accusations that he violated the sex offender registry requirements. And he looks like a lovely dude. According to Sikorsky, Dinkins is in custody on other charges relating to a sex offender registry violation. He asked for people to provide information they have about Dinkins' whereabouts between Thursday, July 9th from 10 p.m. to Friday, July 10th at noon. He's been charged with a second offense sex offender registration violation, Class D felony, and probation violation, according to KCRG-TV. The chief said that Dinkins is also known to have had previous connections to Comanche and Clinton areas. This is an evolving investigation. Oops, I scrolled too far. Chief Sikorsky said, "We understand the public's interest in the case. We can only provide limited information in this as to not impede the integrity of the investigation." Police added in the news release, the Davenport police and supporting law enforcement agencies are actively investigating the missing child case of 10-year-old Breasia Terrell, who was reported missing on Friday, July 10th, 2020. Okay. Breasia's mother met with Dinkins in jail after she disappeared. According to the Quad City Times, Aisha Langford, the mother of Breasia Terrell, spoke with Henry Earl Dinkins after he asked for the meeting. He claims he has nothing to do with the child's disappearance, the newspaper reported. Breasia was with her brother, and he was visiting his father. "I never imagined I would be here talking about this," Langford said to the newspaper, adding she initially refused to speak with Dinkins in jail. "I figured it might help the police," she told the newspaper of her change of heart. "I believe he knows something about what is happening with my daughter. I think my daughter is alive, and I think it's just a matter of time before Dinkins is ready to crack and tell what he knows." She said Dinkins denied having anything to do with the child's disappearance, telling her, "Why would you drag me into this?" Okay, Dinkins was convicted of a sex offense in 1990. State of Iowa Sex Offender Registry says that Henry Old Dinkins is a black male who stands 5'9" and weighs 270 pounds. He's 47 years old and has given 3 birth dates. That's a good trick. He has multiple scars, pierced ears, a gold tooth, a tattooed cheek. Check? I'm not sure. A tattooed check. According to the registry. I think they mean cheek. The registry says Dinkins was convicted in 1990 in Scott County when he was 17 years old of abuse of 3rd degree. The victim was a female between the ages of 0 and 13. It also says he has 16 known aliases. My. There's this big, huge motorhome. Let's show the motorhome here. Big, long thing. Must be 40 feet. Chief said Dinkins' vehicle includes a 2007 maroon Chevy Impala, a 2012 black Chevy Camaro, and a 1980s King Highway motorhome. The vehicles are currently impounded and in the possession of investigators. Police posted photos on the city's website of Dinkin and his vehicles and asked for the public's help. Here's another of Dinkin's vehicles. And here's the maroon Chevy Impala. And that concludes the article. So, yeah, I want 3 presents for my 3 birthdays. I was a December baby, and people were always too busy getting ready for Christmas. And it's like, well, get you a bigger Christmas present. It's like, no, I want my birthday to be my birthday. I don't want. I mean, because it's like the Christmas present is never that much bigger. So, that is the best article I saw on Henry Dinkins. So, let's see, what did I miss while I was reading? I don't know. Do people want to go on with the Dinkins trial on Monday, or I'll have to run off during around the noon hour to go up to the James Brenner hearing. It's about an hour drive up to Brigham City. So, let me know what you think, and do a quick look at and see if there's anything. Okay. Scott Reich of Crime Talk has a funny little thumbnail for his video and says, Lori Vallow is going to take a little trip, not through a porthole. So this is, he's going to be talking about the extradition case. I'm told that it takes about 3 months. It looks like Chase Venstra has already been extradited because he hasn't been in the Davis County Jail for a few weeks now. So it looks like there's a video here saying widower murder trial prosecution opening statement. So I guess that one just started today. I'll have to check that one out over the weekend. And if people want me to do that one or do the other, then leave a comment. Let's see. They have Brenner was apparently, there is an image on some time lapse stuff. I'm not sure if it was on the phone or if it was on Snapchat, which shows Brenner at one point covered in blood cleaning a gun, and they've got the shirt that he's wearing, and it's got Dylan's blood on it. And this was shortly after the time when Dylan was going over to put his truck in the shed. And so they have Dylan's blood is on his boots, which were found behind the dirt pile, and Brenner's DNA is also on the boots. I'm wondering if Brenner tried the boots on and they didn't fit him, and so he tossed them away, and that's how it got on there, or if it's just touch DNA. Um, yeah, that's a pretty strong link. There's speculation on what else might be in the time-lapse video. They haven't said, and I'm hoping when we get the preliminary hearing at last that we will get some more details. That won't be Monday. It's he has 3 hearings rolled into one. He's got 2 attorneys, and one charge is for the assault on I think it's the elder Kevin Bibbins, not the younger one. And that predated Dylan, and he was supposed to be in jail for that, but got released accidentally, if I understand correctly, and that there was an arrest warrant out for him when Dylan went missing. And when law enforcement was out looking at the shed and the property around it, Brenner was acting really upset, and so they moved over near the loosened pond so as not to upset him. And that, according to Candace, he was gathering up, all this stuff in big plastic bags to do spring cleaning in. Trust me, he didn't clean. And I kind of would like to go out and make another trek out to the area. I'm feeling a little tight on funds right now, so I'm not sure if that's going to happen because the price of gas skyrocketed by 70-80 cents. And so I need to think about that. I'd like to. We'll see what happens. And I kind of wanted to do some more artistic video. Corey says it was Chase. Brenner said it was Chase, so hold your horses on that one. I wouldn't expect Brenner to say anything else, but if Brenner is innocent, what is he doing cleaning a gun with Dylan's blood all over him? No. I think that Chase and Robert Aviles were involved in helping to clear up, or in some other way. I think that it was Brenner who did the act. Now, Brenner has a real bad temper. He's violent. He's tried to kill people before. Chase Venstra, he's a drug addict who, I don't know if he's done anything violent. He's done a lot of theft. But let's take that back. We know that he's abused his children's mothers. So whether or not he would beat up a man, I'm not sure. So well, if you did, that would be appreciated. I got a notice in the mail just recently. After the house fire, my home insurance dropped me, and so I've had forced insurance, and then I got a new coverage after 3 years. And then they said, we can't cover you after all until you get the roof or the shingles replaced on your roof and get this branch removed, which is overhanging the house. And so it was back to the forest insurance again, which is more expensive and less coverage. And they raised the cost on the forest insurance now. And so that's increasing my mortgage by $300 a month. So I'm feeling broke. I will get it. I will get things straightened out, but it's going to be a little bit awkward for a little while till I get adjustments made. I had a house fire 6 years ago, the last Saturday in July, and my friend Gordon, I was overseeing an eviction down in Parowan, down about 75 miles from the Arizona state line, when I get a call from my niece, and my niece says, "Your neighbors called and said your house is on fire." She used to do a little bit of babysitting for them, so they were able to find her phone number, and she was able to contact me through the through Facebook. So, actually, not. It was probably one of the best things that ever happened to me, because my neighbor heard something in the kitchen explode from the heat. It was caused by spontaneous combustion of the kitchen towels in the bottom drawer, and something exploded, and my neighbor, these are skinny, deep lots, and so they heard the explosion and called 911, because they looked over when the explosion happened. They saw the smoke, and so called 911. So the fire was confined to the kitchen, but it smoked up the house really badly. And so they stripped the interior down to the studs in order to get rid of the smoke smell. And so I cleaned a lot of the stuff myself, and put the money that I saved by sourcing materials and cleaning things myself towards the renovations to upgrade things. It was spontaneous combustion. The kitchen towels were stored in the bottom drawer in the kitchen, next to the kitchen sink, and under the kitchen sink I had a bunch of cleaning products. And a friend of mine, who, brilliant guy, had 5 different doctorate degrees, said that certain cleaning products in close proximity can generate a lot of heat. And so his theory was that these cleaning products generated heat, and that caused the kitchen towels on the other side of the in the next cabinet over to suddenly catch fire. Not kind of. Now, a cousin of mine said they had a fire of spontaneous combustion at the laundromat that they owned. It was some lint in a dryer vent spontaneously combusted. Now, one thing I've discovered is if you want to take something to help start a fire on a camp out, collect all of the dryer lint from your dryer and put it in a baggie and take it with you, and it makes great kindling because it burns really easy. No, the dryer might have been going. I mean, it's a laundromat. I never really asked my cousin about what exactly happened, but I remember she commented after the fire that they had a case of spontaneous combustion, and the fire chief said it was the second case of spontaneous combustion they'd had that week. So anyway, my friend Gordon had just got back from a trip to Ukraine when the fire happened, and since he was in Salt Lake and I was down in Parowan looking after his property, I asked if he could come and check on the fire so that I could know exactly what happened. And so he came over and he talked to the fire department, and he had sent me about 4 pictures at the time, but recently he discovered a lot more pictures. And so I want to do get all those videos or the clips and the photos onto my computer, and then I can do a little video and show you how it was, because it looks like they had 4 fire engines out and they had the street completely blocked, and it looked a lot bigger a production than I thought it was at the time. But so that's my house fire, and because of that, I was able to make a lot of improvements in the house. It's a little two-bedroom bungalow built in 1941, which was originally probably about 700 square feet, and it's been added on to several times in probably in the 1950s. And then in the 1970s, somebody put a big, huge, massive fireplace in the living room, and they enclosed the front porch into the living room. And so you have this L-shaped living room with this fireplace on the one long wall with no windows, and you couldn't put couches to face each other because they would be on opposite points of the L. So I took out the fireplace and had a corner gas fireplace put in the corner to make a more functional layout. And I moved the kitchen door so that I could double the amount of cupboards, because I only had the bank of drawers, the kitchen sink, and a corner cupboard, and that was it for my kitchen cupboard space. And so I put kitchen cupboards on both walls. And then the bathroom at one time had been larger, and there was a floor furnace down in the crawl space, and they had taken out the crawl space furnace and put it on the main floor. And when they did that, they took half of the bathroom away to put the furnace on the main floor. So I moved the furnace and put the bathroom back to its original proportions, and the bedroom doors where they originally were. And so I used to hate my house because of the bathroom and the kitchen and so forth, and now it's so much nicer, and I got to choose every detail, and I sourced material for it, and so it's really nice now. It was stressful, but it was a great blessing in the long run. So it looks tatty on the outside, but it's much nicer inside now. So that's the story of my house fire. Oh, Indiana, hold on. I need to change my card. The last one ran out. What kind of card? That actually wasn't the first house fire I had. I had one, the first few years I was here. I had a fire in the fireplace, and I had a big log in there, and I went back to the back of the house to get something, and the log rolled out and onto the floor. And so I started tossing the stuff that was burning back into the fireplace, and I tossed the potential fuel out of the way, and a little thing that's caught on fire out into the snow. And so, I called 911, and I said, I'm gonna fight the fire till they get here. And says, oh no, don't do that. And it's like, it's 3 steps and I'm out the front door. I'm not gonna let the house go up in smoke. And so by the time the policeman got here, I had it 90% out. And so he came in with the fire extinguisher and got the last 10%. And then the fire department showed up, and there wasn't anything for them to do. So they got some fans and opened up the doors and blew out all the smoke smell. So it was, it made a little bit of a mess from the fire extinguisher, but certainly nothing like the house fire did, and there wasn't any smoke smell. So I guess it was in my bucket list to have a major house fire, and I didn't do it right the first time, and so it waited until I was out of town to do it right. So sometime when I get the house in better shape, I'll do a tour of it, but right now it's a disaster area. Okay, well, I am going to end the broadcast here, and I'm going to take a look at. I'm afraid I'm kind of hooked on the trial for Little Briesia now after watching the first 2 days. So maybe Monday we'll set that up. Oh, is it? I thought it got changed, but let me take a look. I've got the app on my phone here. Let me take a look. Oh, yes, it is. That was very generous of you. Thank you, Indiana. Yeah, I need to see how to get that sent over to my account. So, yeah, that account, I set it up when Gordon was in Ukraine, and he needed me to order something to be delivered to his house, and so there was some confusion, and somehow it got his name on it, and I thought I had it set up, but I'll take a look and see. He doesn't have access to that PayPal account because he doesn't even know about it. Okay, well, thank you for joining me, Not Crazy by Crazy Lady and Indiana. It's been interesting. Oh, well, I think that I'll probably go maybe in September. I think might be a little bit cooler then. And so I think that would be a good time to go in September. And I don't know, maybe I'll see if Nate Eaton is interested in going. That would be interesting to meet up with him. So Monday I'll see if he's interested in going. Okay, well, good night, Indiana. It's probably getting late for you, and I'm going to go shopping for some vegetables to go in my pot roast. So, we'll see you later, and don't be surprised if I have a stream set up Monday for Briesia, because I think I'm getting kind of hooked on that case. So, all right. We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.